Peace, fam. Okay, let's see. So it looks like there's about 5 people up in the room. Okay. So greetings, everyone. As I pull myself together a little bit. Greetings, Tijuana888. You know what? Let me grab one more thing. Where everybody at? I gotta go take care of that today. Where everybody at? Yeah, we did this awesome little gold thing that I tried for the first time last night. I told you I was going to. Unlike yesterday, when I didn't eat anything at all, the dang yellow elevate, let's go. I said, you know what? Before I get up on here, go ahead and walk down the street and grab myself some snacks, something to drink, and something to eat. Because I literally, not figuratively, I drank water all day yesterday, which is fine. But I woke up today, child, hungry as a hostage. So, we up in here. And like I said last night, this live, it's been a long time since I've done a live on a Saturday. This live is going to be a Q&A session. I'm surprised there ain't more people up in here. Excuse me while I pick my tea. Okay, I literally just finished my lunch, so I wouldn't be up in here starving. Complain about how I'm hungry. Let's see what we got going on here. Oh. Thank you, Solar Power. I'm gonna open up this IG too, really quick while we waiting for folks to come in the room. It might be that I went so late that they didn't hear the time change, because I said I was gonna do it at 11, but I was like, bump that. I did a 7-hour live last night, so I was like, we're gonna do it at 1 instead. And then I went ahead and made the post last night, so they still should have been able to see it. Anyway, let me open up this here what you call it, this IG. We're gonna get this show on the road. I hope you have your questions ready. Oh man. Okay. We'll do that there. Not gonna play any music today. I'm just gonna get right to it. And what I think I will do, because I've never done it like this before, but we'll kind of walk through it together. And this might be a regular thing. We're like once or twice a week we do this, which I'm hype about. Let's see what y'all talking about over here. Greetings, everybody. Daniela, girl, they always worried about me not eating because I'm one of them weirdos who will like I literally eat once a day if I'm lucky, and it's just because of busy shit. You know what I'm saying? So today I made sure to prepare for that. I ain't gonna let myself starve, but plus I'm a big woman, so you know what I'm saying. Even though I might be immediately hungry, I got reserves. Understand? That'll make sure that I don't starve out this piece, even if I don't eat for a few days. Anyway, think what I'm gonna do. So I told y'all last night. We're gonna, I guess what I will do before I start answering questions, because I'm gonna tell y'all this, because there's what I see is 5 people up on here right now. Okay, that's not including the IG. So what I want to do is wait till our normies, the people who we know supposed to be up in here, especially the people who actually participated in the fundraiser last night. Because what happens in this kind of setting is, and I love this kind of setup, because if one person asks the question, it's more than likely that several people, in the room or in the chat had similar question in mind, and so they get the benefit of hearing me respond to the one question. So what I'm gonna do while we wait for more people to come on the call, so hold your questions. What we're gonna do is, while we wait for more people to enter into the calls, I did it last night to make sure, because I was like, I was exhausted. Let me go ahead and do this thing tonight so people know that might have logged off early because I was up in here so long, that it's not 11, that it's 1. So hopefully they didn't miss it. But we're going to be up on here for 2 hours. So more than likely people will see. So what I'm going to do is, even last night, even though I went off on a 7-hour tangent, I still didn't read a single word out of a single book that I promised I was going to read y'all. So instead of going off on any tangents, and I say tangents, but y'all know my tangents aren't tangents. They are divine utterings. They are purposeful, even if that was not what was the intention for the moment. So what I'm going to do before I get off on one, while we waiting for more people to come up in the room, I am going to do a little reading for you guys that I've been promising y'all since freaking Tuesday. And let me make myself look halfway human up in this joint. Put a little adornments on, you feel me? I'll do a little reading. And the reading that I'm going to do, the readings that I've selected are directly related to the astrology that I've been going off on the last 2 lives that we've been in. As a matter of fact, before I even do that, the live last night, so I'm gonna have to turn off this IG. Ain't nobody on here anyway. The live that I was gonna do last night was specifically, I wanted to say something about the Odyssey since everybody is talking about it. And there is a female historian who she's been around for a long time. Long, like since the 60s. And she has a website. It's called, I think it's called suppressedhistories.net. I'm gonna type that in the chat, because I'm gonna read before I get into the books. I'm on her email list for her Substack, suppressedhistories.net. That's her website. And her name is Max Dashu. Max Dashu. And so what I'm going to do is type the title of the article that I received yesterday that I intended to read to you guys last night, so that y'all can check it out or revisit it if you want to. This is an article that came directly from her Substack. Okay, it's called, and I'll put her Substack in here too. So it's called The Latest Reboot of the Patriarchal Story Scripts by Max Dashu. And y'all should really check out her website. It's fire. It's fire. You know, I ain't gonna go into some of the obvious things when you get there, but this woman has spent many decades doing the kind of like extreme collegiate deep dives and digs, because she's well funded, to uncover what she calls the suppressed histories of women and women's history around the world. There's a whole section in her website called, it's something like, Priestess Liberators or something like that. Priestess Liberators, like this tradition, this history of women who in their communities were the priests, were the the visionaries, were the healers, were the shamans, were the gurus, leading anti-colonial rebellion. I was like, oh, her site, man, I'm getting goosebumps just talking about it. The pictures, she's been able to recover tons of lectures of hers. Suppressedhistories.net is that jam. Okay, and then I will put her Substack on here as well, which is oldwitch.substack.com. Okay, so that's what I'm going to read to you now, is this article that I received. Okay, so this is about the movie that everybody's, up in arms about for one reason or another, Odyssey. This is the article, the latest reboot of patriarchal story scripts. The Odyssey glorifies the Bronze Age raider. The Odyssey glorifies the Bronze Age raider. Has nothing changed? Many reviewers excoriate the movie Odyssey as desecrating a hallowed pillar of Western civilization. It certainly is foundational, but I am unconcerned with defending it. It's past time to interrogate what it stands for. The glorification of the warlord invaders who looted and raped their way across the Aegean. Its premises survived the millennia, were propagated through the Greco-Roman empires across the Renaissance and to modern universities today, and their values remain alive and well in modern hero movies. Even a critic of this one shares them. Quote, Achilles was a hero in his proper season. It was all about personal glory. He was a product of a world working as it should, end quote. It's not that the writer is unaware of the historical context. He knows about the devastation wrought by the raiders that Egyptian sources describe as the peoples of the sea. Quote, The fall of Troy showed definitive signs of violent destruction, intense fire, bronze arrowheads, and unburied skeletal remains in the streets dating to roughly 1190 BC. This period is the start of the Dark Ages, known as the Bronze Age collapse. And Troy was hardly the only city being sacked. It was happening all over the Mediterranean world, end quote. The behaviors of these raiders and their ethos of murder, theft, rape, destruction is on full display in the Homeric epics. The byname used for Odysseus was the Raider of Cities. The framing device for this mayhem is glory won in battle, Kleos, more literally, renown. It It is what people say about a man. It never, let's see, Kleos means renown, what people say about a man. It says the framing device for this mayhem. Okay, let's see. It never accrues to women who are chattel long after his death. This is not world working as it should, but the prestige of this behavior has been kept alive in patriarchal societies across 3 millennia and is now being reenacted with CGI special effects. And then they show a picture. It says a war helmet of the Mycenaean era, shielded with boar teeth, the more terrifying form closer to when Homeric epics were written down. The epic cycle to which the Iliad and the Odyssey belong is the oldest surviving record of European literature, rooted in the much older oral tradition of the Mycenaean bards. The Aeodii sang their verse. The Aeodii sang their verse, accompanied by lyre and drone in a style ages removed from the modern movies. It was incantation by firelight, using formulaic eponyms for gods and heroes as a way to hold the meter. It sounded something like this. This is fascinating. I don't think I read the whole thing. What follows is excerpted from my book, Women in Greek Mythography. The Aeodii singers were patronized by landed aristocrats and preserved a developed body of orature. As late as the 6th century, Pindar's odes show sycophantic bards praising their lordly patrons, exalting the manly deeds of victorious warriors. The Aeodii celebrated the exploits of the Trojan War heroes, preserving legends of battles and heroes, priests calling for maiden sacrifice, armies rowing in triremes to storm and loot citadels, to rape and enslave women, passing captives from one man to another. The poets refrain from mentioning the rapes, which are never described directly. They all happen off stage, which is the origin of the word obscene. Oh my God. Something too shocking to be performed on stage. Y'all ain't hearing. Oh my God. These stories loom large in ancient Greek culture, and they are saturated with intensely patriarchal sexual politics. And then they show an image. I'll see if I can spin it around and show it to you guys. Let me see if I can rotate the screen. I'm telling y'all, y'all gotta get hip to Max Dashu. Yeah, I think I will be able to show it to you. Yeah. Okay. So this is the image of a quote maiden sacrifice where she's bound and surrounded by 6 Roman soldiers that are being glorified right now, being dang. Can y'all see this image? That is an image that was on a vase. Okay. So she says the poets refrain from mentioning rapes, which are never described directly. They all happen off stage, which is the origin of the word obscene, something too shocking to be performed on stage. These stories loom large in the ancient Greek culture, and they are saturated with an intensely patriarchal sexual politics. It says Neoptolemus sacrifices, in this image that I just showed you, Neoptolemus sacrifices Polysena over the grave of Achilles, Athens, 6th century BCE. By the time, if not in the Bronze Age, the fighters really did let their dicks hang out. And so she shows the up close picture of them performing this sacrifice nude. In the epic, let's see. Actually, I'll probably just leave it like that. Okay. In the epic cycle, the Trojan War begins and ends with the ritual sacrifice of women. Y'all, oh my God. Listen, oh my God. I'm going deep. I'm going, listen. Remember in February when I told you guys that the United States and Israel's invasion of Iran, bombing in Iran, and I kept telling y'all that what is happening here is directly related to what happens there. And I told y'all that what they did was if you anybody that's in any quote ATR, I'll put that in the comment section. ATR is a means, it's a what do you call it? Anyway, it's an acronym for African Traditional Religion. Okay, so anybody that practices an ATR of any kind, Ifa, Voodoo, whatever, a stereotypical, and when I say, because I've talked to y'all about this about movies too, that the first time it ever occurred to me that the movie Suicide Squad was a textbook in order from beginning to end, a textbook ritual, a textbook, ceremony, like a bimbe textbook, from the opening scene all the way to the closing scene. I was like, oh my God, I literally just watched the ritual, and it never occurred to me the million times I'd seen that movie before. In African traditional religions, some things that I've experienced with indigenous people here, I'm like, oh my God, this is just like Ifa, where there are textbooks ways to open and close ceremony, right? And in Ifa, to open any ceremony, it's so crazy that we're talking about this, which I didn't intend. But last night I talked to y'all at length about Mercury, the planet Mercury, and all of the males historically that have been associated with the planet Mercury as the messenger. And Ifa, Elegba, Eshu, as the two twins in one body, the father and the son, the Elegba and Eshu, Elegba is called the opener of the way, or the owner of the crossroads, right? And so it is said in Ifa tradition that before you do anything, any ceremony, any ritual, even if you pour in libations to your ancestors, that before you even call your ancestors, you must, quote, acknowledge Eshu. You must make an offering to Eshu before you perform any kind of ceremony, any kind of rites, whatever. You must close to complete the ceremony, to not leave the road wide open. You must close every ceremony by acknowledging again through offering. You must close the ceremony with Eshu. He is the opener and closer of all roads and the way. Listen to what she say right here. And I told y'all that bullshit that happened in Iran the day after Scream 7 was released. This, as a matter of fact, several hours after Scream was released. And I said this shit was not only a warning, these promos all over the city that were shocking, but it was also like a way that they communicated to one another. By the 3 o'clock in the morning, our time the next day, they had bombed 2 schools that were all girl schools. Now they brag in your face all the time about how technologically advanced their their technology is, their war technology. Their drones can literally, bomb a fly in the middle of so your shit is so technologically advanced and so strategic precise that you can bomb somebody sitting on the toilet in their house from 3,000 miles away. But oops, our bad. We didn't mean to bomb two all-girls schools. And I told y'all that was a ritual sacrifice. I told y'all it was. What was it? Just 2 weeks ago, they bombed another school, elementary school. So they targeted children over there. They targeted children just last year. You watched it, where they were using what? They were using baby sounds, baby cries. Wasn't Israel doing that? Using baby cries over like a speaker to draw people out, thinking that they were coming out to rescue babies, and then would kill them once they drove the people out by using the sounds of babies, and how they are deliberately targeting children. And so we are so separated from each other, from the earth, from what we're seeing, that this thing that's been happening in the United States since the beginning of the year, where you, for the first time, and I can't even remember how long, I can't ever remember seeing this, where every time you turn around, it is some black child that is being killed by some white person, some black child being killed by the police, back to back to back to back to back to back to back since the year started. So they targeting our children, they targeting their children. I'm sitting here telling you last night that the last stage, the twilight of the gods, shows you in your face a million times an old, lame, decrepit Saturn consuming the bodies of children, and y'all can't make a correlation. Listen to what it says here. It says, in the epic cycle, the Trojan War begins and ends with the ritual sacrifice of women. So instead of using sheep and goats and rams like they had in the past, they was like, you know what? If we can kill goats and sheep and rams, and the gods, rally on our behalf and in our favor when we do these rituals, I wonder what would happen if we up the ante and use women and use children. That's what it says right here. As we go, and every time some movie about the awesome Romans or the 300 or the here, say right here, what they don't show you on the screen. What did she say previously? Some things that are too gruesome to show on stage, they called obscene. It's inferred off screen. So they don't show you in these movies that glorify the Romans all the time, over and over, and this and that. That a regular practice among the Trojan, in the epic cycle, the Trojan War begins and ends with the ritual sacrifice of women. Iphigenia's father slaughtered. We see it though. Remember in the Game of Thrones? I don't remember the dude's name, but he was a military leader. He was a king, as a matter of fact. And they were at war with somebody, and he and his daughter, his little girl, the little blonde-haired girl, sweet girl, right, was traveling with him. And the Red Witch came to see him in private, and she told him, she was like, your legacy is going to be stilled. You gonna win this battle or whatever. But she said, but the gods demand something from you, and they don't want what you don't care about. The gods demand, as a matter of fact, it's an ongoing theme in so many movies. The movie about King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, the most recent one with Jude Law, and Jude Law wants the power to rule the known world, and he has a wife and a daughter, and he loves his daughter, even though he's a shitty dude. His little girl, he loved that little girl. You feel me? And he goes down into the dungeons of the castle that connect to the moat, which connects to the river. And this river god and his little sea nymphs come to the surface. He calls them in a ceremony, like he has a little bell to alert to ring to them. And he was like, and the dude told him, he was like, look, if you want this thing to happen, you got to do this. And it was something small at first. And then the guy would come regularly, and the dude would make offerings to him to ensure victory, right? The last time he went to the dude, he was like, okay, fuck all these little small battles. I want it all. And the dude was like, in order to gain great power, In order to gain great power, you must sacrifice something that is of the utmost value to you. And he calls his daughter down. He brings his daughter down, and she trusts him. And even though she's going in, she's like, Daddy, why are we coming down here? We don't never come down here. He was like, because I want to talk to you about something. And he takes his baby beside the water, and he makes sure that he kills her in a way that her blood spills in the water. And the little dude, um, comes up to the surface with his little sea nymphs, and they drag her body. And he's crying and he's screaming because he loved his baby, but he loved power more. This is an ongoing thing. Right? So anyway, I'm gonna keep reading this, and then we're gonna get up off here, and I'm gonna start answering questions. She says, Iphigenia's father slaughters her so that his navy can depart alias for the Troad, and the Polysena, and then Polysena is slain at the grave of Achilles after his lavish funeral. Great attention. Great attention is paid to the disposition of female captives. Quote, and as special awards, Agamemnon got Cassandra, because y'all know in the story, Cassandra, the oracle, was a spoil of war taken by Agamemnon. Neptolemus got Andromache, and Odysseus got Hecuba, end quote. In stately rhythm, the Iliad recounts the final days of the 9-year Trojan War. The bulk of it recites deeds of battle, blow by bloody blow, death by death by death. Interspersed are the genealogies of the fighters, their boasting and their vaunting over the fallen as they strip them of their armor. Warriors make long speeches in the midst of combat, as if they had all the time in the world to declaim their ancestors' deeds. Hunting metaphors abound, comparing men to lions and boars. Achilles comes upon the children of Priam at a fountain house. The girl escapes, for now, so he rapes her little brother. This is in the story. I never heard that, because it's one of those things that, quote, they leave off scene. Why are we bigging up Achilles? All of this leaves a reasonable woman unimpressed by claims that the Iliad is somehow a critique of war. The epic continually praises men who are powerful indeed in slaying men in battle, who go into battle where men win glory, on and on. Through 24 volumes, the obsession with everlasting glory has deep Indo-European roots. Sanskrit preserves a linguistically parallel phrase. Slave raiders. It is the patterns of war and enslavement that are historically important, not the tantrums of Achilles, nor the stratagems of Odysseus, nor the great war deeds of invaders at the center of the Iliad and the epic cycle. Contemporary records of this conquest survive the Linear B tablets, which mention captive Trojans, Lemnian women, and a man from Embryos. Quote, the frequent incident specifically of women from these areas entered as foreign workers leads to further deductions. Evidently, there were Mycenaean raids on Anatolia and the offshore islands. And then they show an image of of a stone engraving or from the Linear B tablet of one of these conquests. And here, what they're showing is apparently a Mycenaean soldier grabbing a woman by her hair with one hand and no, grabbing a woman's child, the hair of a woman's child with one hand, and appearing to use a knife to begin the process of killing the child while the woman is trying to save her child, to protect her child. And she says this goes back before even before the Greeks. This apparently this is an Anatolian woman. Okay, it says it's a Greek warrior. It says a Greek warrior grabs a mother by the hair at sword point while she tries to shield her child. The Mykonos Pythos, circa 675 BC, has the earliest depictions of Trojan War. In other scenes, warriors swing young children by their feet while their mothers plead for their lives or impale them on swords. Okay. Hellenic raiders also took women from Miletos, Knidos, and Chios. Linear B text from Pylos refer to Laweali, which means female captives, or women taken as booty. Their catalog, according to their catalog, 21 women from Knidos with their 12 girls and 10 boys captive, women in Miletus, and Turoya, woman of Troy. So the Linear B tablets was like, even though we see images, it was like how they kept records, of how many they took, how many they killed. The Linear B tablets was the example of record keeping in the ancient world. So we see it as art. We think it's art, but these were like written pictorial computations of whatever was happening. So it wasn't all just about spoils of war. It was like distribution of grains and all of this shit. This is the Linear B tablets. Okay, so hold on, let's see. Sarah Pomeroy observed that Mycenaean tablets confirmed the picture painted in the Iliad, listing large numbers of women and children. Mycenaeans really did invade the Asian Minor and seize captives, just as the Homeric epics describe. Let's see. They took some back to Greece as slaves, trafficked others along the way in exchange for goods. This slaving is also described in the Odyssey. The hero's father purchased his nursemaid Eroclea for 20 oxen, but in the invasion of Troy, where captives abounded, their price was far lower. An enslaved woman used as a second prize at Patroclus's funeral games was only valued at 4 oxen, which were not brought by ship from Greece. The oxen, too, were stolen. Odysseus, like all other Bronze Age warlords, held dozens of bondmaids in his household. After the Trojan War, Odysseus sails away to raid other countries, Thrace, Egypt, and Libya. Quote, when I had set sail thence, the wind took me first to Ismarus, which is the Thracian city of the Sicones. There I sacked the town and put the people to the sword. We took their wives for sexual pleasure, service, and booty, which we divided equitably among us, so that none might have reason to complain. This is their concept of honor among the thieves and rapists that they were. According to the Cretan lie of Odysseus, he and his men sailed south to Africa to repeat their atrocities and set about wasting the fair fields of the men of Egypt. And they carried off the women and the little children and slew the men, and the cry came quickly to the city. Epic poetry celebrates such men as admirable heroes. The Iliad titles its top warrior Achilles the sacker of cities. Perseus and Hercules are praised in the same terms. The hero of the Odyssey is repeatedly named the raider of cities. Enslavement of women is the pattern in Bronze Age slavery. Near the end of the Odyssey, the returned hero executes the female slaves of his household who consorted with the suitors who pursued their mistress Penelope. End of the book excerpt, but paid okay, let's see. Carla has written an incisive critique of the distortions introduced by modern retellings of these stories. For many people, let's see. For many people, this becomes the Odyssey. This becomes Mycenae. This becomes Odysseus. This becomes Penelope. That's why she's talking about the modern retellings of these stories. That's why I don't think historians can simply shrug and say, well, it's just another interpretation. No, it isn't just another interpretation. For millions of people, it becomes the interpretation, and that's a responsibility. That is important. Present day culture is awash in these misrepresentations, which are all most people will ever know of the story. It's not just this one movie. It's in pop culture, highly sexualized digital avatars and novels, even some purportedly feminist ones that follow modern romantic scripts. There are a lot of these, not just about Greek mythology. For example, the Myths of Avalon, which supposedly reclaims the pagan priestess Morgan Le Fay, but still manages to villainize her while picturing her as racked by self-doubt. I think of Circe by Madeline Miller, based on the Odyssey and other stories, but going well beyond them. She paints a disparaging picture of the Titaness, pre-Olympian goddess, who is the daughter of the sun Helios and the water goddess Perse, also a Titaness. But the novel degrades her to a low-status concubine. The author casts Circe as despised for her witchcraft, disregarding the pattern of turning goddesses into witches, as was done to Medea also, an outcast for it by the other titans who looked down on her. It's interesting because we talked, this was some time ago, maybe even a year ago, about how it's interesting that Circe in the Game of Thrones is the most diabolical bitch you love to hate, and how there is no detail that is not deliberate. So the fact that she's a twin, the fact that she is an ancestral relationship with her twin, the fact that her twin has white hair and she has brilliant red hair, this is all communicating something to our deep memory of these archetypes, of these images. And so Circe, of all the bad guys in Game of Thrones, because there is no shortage of bad guys in the Game of Thrones, because Circe behaves in the Game of Thrones like any typical male king would, and she's also still very feminine and dainty. This makes her, of all the villains in the Game of Thrones, the absolute worst of all the villains, right? That's deliberate. And it's deliberate that they gave her the name Circe, who is one of the oldest, quote, European goddesses of magic, right? She's a Titaness. So the Titans, we need to go into the Titans one of these days. But the Titans are who we call who we are calling great grandmother Crone. The Titans are successfully disappeared, having been whose power having been usurped by their children, who is the Zeuses and Poseidons and this and that. They the kids. The Titans have been successful, all of them. Who are the Titans? If the Titans have been successfully disappeared in every culture, by the way, have been successfully disappeared in the collective human consciousness and memory, who are the Titans? Now, they still go back and give the Titans male names and shit, but who are the Titans? The Titans are the primordial mothers in every culture. They are the crone goddesses of every culture that have been successfully removed from human consciousness. They are the seven luminaries before the seven luminaries took on male masks, became males, were given cosmic sex changes. That's who Circe is. That's who Medea is, right? All right. She invents a rape. Let's see. This female author invents a rape of Circe, a goddess, by mortal sailors who come to her island in order to explain how she came to turn men into pigs and dogs. I'm sure Miller saw this as a feminist defense of Circe without perceiving it as a diminution of her power, a constant theme in the novel. The Titaness Circe belongs to the elder divinities, yet is subjected to exile by the latecomer Zeus. The author uses a late story by Ovid in which Circe attacks Scylla out of jealousy over a lover. In another story about Circe's love affair with Telemachus, son of Odysseus, Miller has the goddess give up her immortality in order to live and die with her mortal husband. Isn't this an ongoing theme in these movies? Arwen does the same thing for Aragorn in The Lord of the Rings, the old patriarchal script of female self-sacrifice of power. This feminist retelling intensifies the ancient patriarchal distortions already overlaid on Circe by adding on retrograde themes from modern romance culture. I have no doubt that the author saw her version as a revindication of a reviled figure, as reviewer Claire Massoud termed it, a highly psychologized, redemptive, ultimately exculpatory recount of Circe's familiar tale. In the this is December's book club pick, turning Circe into a good witch. We might have to read that. Turning Circe into a good witch. Damn. Damn. I think it was a book club pick. Turning Circe into a Good Witch, the New York Times, May 28, 2018. But this approach is still mired in the deprecations of female power that go back a long way. The transformation of Circe from the potent Titaness to a sorceress, with more recent diminutions piled up on top. Hold on just a second. I'll tell y'all in a second. I see y'all in the comment section. Those that y'all came in late. I see the Iliad and the Odyssey from a woman-centered viewpoint, not that of an aristocratic woman who loyally went along with the program, revered the murderous rapist heroes, shots fired, or pretended to care about them. No, I am with the unheard and silenced women whose reactions were buried under the reverence paid to these foundational texts of Western civilization. Women who knew the truth underneath those glorifications of conquest and mass rape, which turned even the royal women of Troy into sex slaves, who understood how the queen of Ithaca was defenseless against the predatory aristocratic men trying to force her, presumed a widow, into marriage so that she could so they could expropriate her wealth, in which the conquering hero makes a triumphant return to defeat and kill them, but after that cruelly punishes the bondsmaids who had either been raped by those men or had survived, or who had survival sex with them. He forced those women to clean up the bloody mess and then ignobly strung them up. Then he strung them up to be horribly strangled by a long ship's cable. This is Odysseus. So I'm with the bondsmaids, the raided villagers whose men were slaughtered, the women seized as captives to be serially raped and passed around the encampment outside Troy. I think a shift in perspective is long overdue in understanding these historical patterns and the epic celebrations of patriarchal colonial violence. We could use a glimpse too of a different way of life as suggested toward the end of the Odyssey, when the shipwrecked hero washes up on Phaeacia and encounters the princess Nausicaa. She takes him to her parents and instructs him to pass by her father and supplicate her mother, Queen Arete. It is she who has the authority to aid the shipwrecked traveler. Maybe Phaeacia was Corfu, or according to others, a mythic memory of Crete, but it stands in contrast to the rest of the story. True, Calypso and Kirke were also sovereign female figurines in the story, but they were goddesses, titanides, not mortal women. The sexual politics of the epic cycle are discussed in my book, Women in Greek Mythography, with an entire chapter analyzing myths of conquest, the omnipresent themes of gods and heroes who are rapists. But it also looks in more deep. It also looks in more depth at female potency as expressed through the titanides, goddesses, mythic women, and oracles. And she shows a picture of the cover of the book. And that's it. That's the article. So for those of you who came in while I was reading that, there was only 2 people on the call when I started. So I was like, let me go ahead and read something to y'all. And I put it actually in the chat, just so y'all know. It is, let me see, it's kind of, okay. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's very early in the chat. It's at 1:11 p.m. That's the timestamp. So the woman that wrote this is her Substack. Her name is Max Dashu. She is a woman historian, but she's been a historian for a long time. Like she was writing at the same time that like Mary Daly and Barbara Moore and all those people. So she was a old head feminist, but she is a PhD historian. Her website and it's all of her information is up at the 1:11 p.m. timestamp. But all of her information is up there. But the article that I just read, she wrote about the release of the Odyssey, and the title of her Substack article is called "The Latest Reboot of Patriarchal Story Scripts." The latest reboot of patriarchal story scripts. The Substack, her Substack is oldwitch.substack.com, and her professional website is suppressedhistories.net. Suppressedhistories.net. That's Max Dashu. So I left that open all day because I wanted to read it to you last night, and I got off on one. But that article was great. Okay. But yeah, y'all should really, really check out her website because it's that jam. It's that jam. Okay. All right. So let me set up my little IG really quick. Mm-hmm. Let's see here.
Doesn't want you to find these kids because your federal government, particularly the minors, will see.
Okay. Greetings, everybody. Yay. So now we can get to, so yeah, that was just me. Let me go back through some of y'all comments because y'all came in while I was reading. Let's see. Ken's color box in the house. What? Ain't Jemima 7727. What? Okay, what you see? Oh, okay. I see. Y'all came right out the gate. Let's see. I see. Also, yes, yes. Daniela Elevates, Cammy Love. Welcome to the room. Welcome to the chat. Daniela Elevates says I saw the one with Jude Law. Couldn't remember the other white boy name. Charlie Hunnam. I don't Hunnam, whatever. Plays author in that movie. Yes, but now you have to rewatch the movie with different eyes, baby. Yes, yes, yes. I like the movie too, but rewatching it with new eyes makes you feel a different kind of way, right? Even about your so-called hero. Okay, let's see. Isaiah says, not a question, just an interesting connection. There was a Cassandra character in Disney's Rapunzel Tangled Adventure animated series. It's revealed that Rapunzel had a secret half sister named Cassandra. No. Shh. What? I didn't know that. I only saw the one movie. I didn't see none of the series. Uh-oh. I can feel it coming, a wormhole. Uh-oh. Thank you for that. What shit? Okay, let's see. Okay, so I see a second question. Okay, and then I told y'all what I'm reading. So I'm gonna go back to the top. And so this is the time. Okay, so for those of you who might have logged off early last night or who may not have been on last night but are up in here today, we did my first little live goal. Like you can set a goal in the live to raise funds. And so I did a goal of 20 people donating $5 or more within the first 2 hours of the 7-hour live I did last night. And so I said, if we reach the goal, that the reward would be that we would come up on here for 2 hours so that y'all could just ask me any question you want. It doesn't have to be related to anything that I've been talking about for the last 2 weeks that y'all see me on here. It can be about whatever you want, period. Okay, so we're gonna start. Let's see, it's we're almost at an hour now, 57:28. So that's what I'll do. I will take a break to get some hydration, munch on a snack for these 3 minutes, these 2.5 minutes, and then at the top of the hour, which is in 2.5 minutes, we will start the clock for the 2-hour Q&A session. And starting from the top, because who was it? Let's see. I think it was, yes, Aunt Jemima 7727 came out the gate with the first question because I think she's about to go somewhere. So we're going to answer that question first. So start compiling your questions and dumping them in the comment section. And at the top of the hour, we are going to get right to it. Okay. Those of you tuning in from IG and from YouTube, I'll take this opportunity also to do a little housekeeping. My name is Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. There are a plethora of ways that you can support the work of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. So I'm going to give you our email address, which is EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. You can use that email address to send a monetary donation through Zelle or through PayPal. EvoEme. I'm going to have to figure out this Wi-Fi while I'm here. EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. If you want to send a Cash App, that is $Daughter of the Fates, $Daughter of the Fates, and it's FATES, not faith. FATES. And then lastly, if you want to send a Venmo, it's my name, Cassandra, CASSANDRA Floyd, FLOYD. And that's all I'll put out about that right now. And then plus, also, you can always send a super chat, super thanks, whatever, if you're tuning in live via YouTube. And for everybody, those that are tuning in via IG or through YouTube, you can always become a paid subscriber to my YouTube channel. So for those of you who are tuning in via IG, my YouTube channel, you can either look up my name, Cassandra Faye Floyd, or you can do @DaughterOfTheFates, FATES, DaughterOfTheFates, and it will bring you right to my YouTube channel. And there's like 6 different tiers through which you can become a paid subscriber to my channel. Also, I did say I promised my daughter that I was also going to put out. So if you want to, my daughter is actually having a fundraiser for her 2 kids. They're in their first year of cheerleading and football, and they're doing like, you know how we used to sell chocolate candy, like chocolate bars for fundraisers for our organizations of kids? Well, they're doing popcorn now. And so they ship it directly to you. So I promised her I would put that out. If you are interested in supporting my daughter's kids, football, cheerleading, like whatever this thing is, she just sent it to me today. Email me and put Morgan. That's my daughter's name, Morgan. Put Morgan in the subject header, EvoEmeTemp @gmail.com. So they have different packages of these bougie popcorns that you can buy, and 50% of the proceeds goes to my daughter's kids. So I can email that out to you, or if y'all are interested, y'all can email me, put Morgan in the subject header. They have 1 week to raise $500. So I told her I would put it out far and wide. Okay, cool. So let me open up my snack, take a bite of my snack, and then we will get right to it. Be a little bit over 101, but I had to go ahead and do that. Housekeeping. Cool. That article was good. Right. It was jamming. Okay, so the first question, and I want to blaze by it. I really want to big you bitches up. I really want to big you witchy bitches up, because y'all did that last night. I was so hyped. It felt great to see, the little announcements on my end. It comes through me because I'm the facilitator, but like they did like a little confetti thing when we reached the goal last night. Like I said, I've been on here so long. I've been on YouTube like this in this capacity since 2018, 2019, and have never really dug deep into like all the little ways that you can quote fundraise or whatever on here. So that was my first time doing the little set goal for this live, and y'all came through. Y'all really did that. I really did that. I was hella hype even when I went to sleep last night, and I was still up 2 hours after I got off that 7-hour live with y'all. I was still up 2 more hours talking to the head of the household here. You feel me? So how I met them, they're followers of my channel. So I just really wanted to hype y'all up. Y'all witchy ass bitches did that shit last night. Y'all really did. That made me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. It really opened up my little heart chakra. I went to bed smiling. Y'all did that. I appreciate you for it. Davia, thank you so much for the donation. Solar Powered, thank you so much for the donation. I see y'all. Okay, so the first question coming from Aunt Jemima is, how do our ancestors' natal astro charts affect our own charts? Okay, first of all, let me say, like I say 10 million times, I am not a trained astrologer at all. Anything that you hear me talk about where astrology is concerned, like I say, if we're going to prepare for the full moon or whatever, I will literally spend 2 days watching through videos of my favorite astrologers, the astrologers that I follow, that I like they take, and they all have different takes. I like the fact that some of them are more doom and gloom, and some of them are more, always overtly optimistic. Some of them are more cultural centered, and then there's a couple that are Vedic astrologers. So when I write down these dates and shit like that, because I am working on a project, but my the way that I communicate to you about astrology is from my self-studied learning process of just the basic kind of archetypal aspects of astrology. So when you start talking about degrees, when you start talking about um, oppositions and stuff, Greek, you know what I'm saying? Literal Greek, right? But the reason I became interested in astrology was um, one, my introduction to EFI astrology or EFI cosmology in 2016 when I was in the village. And that was still very nominal interest. It was cool, it was interesting, but I wasn't trying to like make a connection between the two. And it wasn't until I moved to California in 2018 when uh, all these astrologers started talking about January 12th of 2020. They started talking about that way back in 2018, January 12th, 2020. And I started hearing astrologers talk about the historical significance of this coming event. And I, being a history buff more than anything, was like, I'd never heard astrologers talk about the historically significant events that correlated with coming astronomical and astrological occurrences. I was like, oh, that's deep. I like the history aspect of it. That's how I got interested. And I'm not going to go into a deep background about it, but I've talked about extensively why I became interested in astrology. It was primarily because of the historical context and the repetition of these astrological events, giving you the ability to plan accordingly if you know the historical context, if you know the events that kind of corresponded with these coming astrological events, right? So so this is a long answer to your question, Aunt Jemima. So all of that to say, I just want y'all to know that when you hear me talk about astrology, I am talking about astrology more from a historical and West African cultural perspective that I have deduced by superimposing Yoruba cosmology onto my understanding of, quote, Western mundane, what do they call it? Western or mundane Greco-Roman um, astrology. That's the pretext from which I'm coming. So that's why I'm always telling y'all that even though we're the icons, where the archetypes of astrology are concerned, this is what I'm working with a lot, and the history. But the thing that I still have a huge problem with is the technical aspects, which are a necessity if you're going to talk about astrology. And so I struggle even with my own chart. I still have been unable to find somebody to help me, like navigate my own personal chart. So I told y'all, I think it was May, that I was invited to this. They call it the astrology. I don't know, the astrology coffee shop or something like that. It's a monthly meeting that this girl hosts at the Philosophical Research Society, and she was like, "You should come, even though you are a novice. I think there's a lot that you could learn from being in a room with people who've been coming to this event. It's like a teaching that she does, and to see the different levels where people are at." And there's some things that you can extract from that. So while we were in this meeting, I only went to one, but while we were in this meeting, towards the end, she said, "Is there anybody interested in allowing the group to tell you something about your chart? We'll pull your chart up right here, and then, and then you'll get feedback from the group about your chart." I was like, okay, short version. Both my parents were born less than 24 hours apart, and they met and married while they were in an end of the world religious cult. That's what I said, like laid it on just like that. I said, and right now where I'm at, I'm really trying to understand if my parents' charts, or my parents' astrology, if you will, is showing up or having an impact on my life right now. And everybody in the room was like, "Oh yeah, let's do her chart. Let's do her chart." I didn't even know that you could do this, but basically there's a program that she uses where you can you can pull a basic chart from your parents, from your sisters, from your grandparents. If you have the information, you can pull these charts up in the same program. And what they do is they superimpose, they overlay the chart of your parents over yours to show you the impact that your parents' chart is having, where it's showing up in your current life, where some of your parents, past things may be showing up that you need to rectify in order to, like, remove obstacles that are not yours, that you did not, incur on your own, but that actually are residual from your parents. And so both my parents are Leos. And so y'all know me. Y'all know me. I am convinced, right, that I'm convinced that I'm the one, right? And so, and I say it smiling and I say it jokingly, but I also say that about every last one of us. Every last one of us is the one. But I know that my peculiar walk in this life and in this world is not small. It's massive. But being massive, I feel like they're energetic blocks. So when I was reading in preparation for the live that I did before the full moon, and there was something because I told you I was focusing on the period of time where all the gods represented by lion icons were females, all of them. In every culture, they had lions. Lions were always associated with females, with goddesses, right? And one of the stories that I was like, oh my God, is this about me? Because I immediately thought about my parents. The story was talking about this goddess. I don't want to misquote. I don't remember which one because I looked at so many. I want to say it was Durga, but it might have been somebody else. But it was saying that that this goddess's arrival was always announced by the preceding two lions that carried her in her chariot. The two previous lions that carried her in her chariot. And it pictured this dark-skinned goddess in a chariot with, instead of horses, lions pulling her chariot. And I was like, is this me? I came after, I am preceded by two lions, my parents that were born less than 24 hours apart. I am preceded by two lions, and the chariot, just so you guys know, the chariot, the car, the carro is always a metaphor for your mother's womb. Mm-hmm. The chariot is always a metaphor for your mother's womb. So in this story that I'm reading about this goddess, and it says that her presence was always announced, preceded by two lions pulling her in her chariot, preceding her in her chariot. I was like, oh, because I've told y'all not to get too deep, but I feel like we have to be reading stories, no matter what the story is. This idea of the past being separate and distinguishable from the present, or the past being somehow inert. The past, since it happened way back then, it has no bearing other than storytelling and entertainment on the present. That we have to see the past, and I'll tell you why. That we have to see the past not only as currently relevant and impactful, but the past is not a line, it's an 8. Remember, we talked about the Milky Way galaxy and how, looking at it in diagrams, it looks like a circle, but its behavior is like an infinity symbol, right? That time is turning back on itself. So I told y'all the other day, this sky that we're currently under has not existed in 25,000 years. That means in a single galactic year. So, when you talk about the past and you bend the past back on itself to another beginning of possibilities, we have to look at the past and say, how is this being repeated in real time? How is this being fed back to us in real time? And can we change the story? based on the same past that we're reading. So when I say, remember I was talking about my doomy doom some time back, and I was looking in the mirror when I was making my doomy doom and seeing these black skinned women in this cave chiseling the Buddha, the female incarnation of the Buddha, who always has a doomy doom, and she got BB shots all over her head, and she's always carved out of mahogany in these deep caves. And I am seeing these women carve this Buddha, and they looking back at me like I'm the model that they're using to carve this Buddha. I was like, oh my shit, like a waking vision while I'm looking in the mirror doing my hair. And we cannot shrug off or make light of, like, if you want to call them visions, if you want to call them waking dreams, if you want to call them whatever intuitions, because our default, just like mine, when I told y'all the story, was to shrug it off, or like, whoa, that was crazy. Like we do deja vu, like, whoa, that was crazy. Instead of settling into that feeling that we have been conditioned for it to feel icky or weird, because we don't have no language for it or explanation for it, and shrug it off and get it out of our head as quickly as possible, to settle into it and lean into it. What are you trying to show me? That's how I feel like we have to be approaching memory. So I won't go that much more deep into that, but all of that to say, when I was answering this sister's question, when this girl pulled my chart and then overlaid my parents' charts, and my parents were both Leos, born less than 24 hours apart, they could not be more opposite. They could not have been more opposite in presentation than they were. And so, to answer your question, I don't, and also I will say one more thing. In Ayurveda, and I didn't pay that much attention to this particular aspect of Ayurveda, but when I was taking Ayurveda, one of the things that my teacher taught us is that, in a perfect world, because, Ayurveda has been greatly reduced and oversimplified in its significance here in the United States, right? It's like day spa shit. Oh, I'm gonna go to an Ayurveda clinic and get some, whatever, right? Ayurveda is a system of medicine that is actually older than traditional Chinese medicine. Oh, that's so wonderful. Thank you so much, Davia Jones. And I'm mentioning this because the system of Ayurveda, unlike traditional Chinese medicine, had extensive records, but during the second British invasion, they were literally trying to, just like they're doing now, they were literally trying to wipe out the collective cultural conscious memory of the practice of this medicine, burning books, killing doctors. They literally, people were driven, and I was just talking about this to somebody else the other night. They were literally driven underground under threat of being offed by the British for the continued practice of Ayurveda. That is a system of medicine that is actually older than traditional Chinese medicine or even the classics. But unlike the classics, which because of just their position on Earth, were able to successfully preserve, the only culture on Earth that was able to successfully preserve a great amount of their unbroken history and lineage of the practice of their medicine, until an agent from the inside out destroyed a great portion of that. And that agent was Mao Zedong. Discussion for another day. But Ayurveda, one of the key components of a, quote, traditional Ayurvedic diagnostic process and intake and diagnoses, is no matter what your condition is. Say you just want to lose some weight, you feel me? And you go to an Ayurvedic practitioner, your intake process is not just going to involve your chart. Your astrological chart is a part of your diagnostic process. Your chart and your health background, but also the charts of your parents and the circumstances under which they conceived you is going to factor in to their diagnosis. They're going to establish your dosha first, and then give you a diagnosis and a treatment protocol based on the establishment of your dosha. Today, an Ayurvedic practitioner can still relatively establish a dosha, but it is not what the old practice of this medicine had to do to establish a true dosha so that they could treat you accordingly. And I don't want to get into that too much, but just to answer your question, even where your health profile is concerned in these ancient systems of medicine, yes, is the very, 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 very long answer to your question, Sister Aunt Jemima, is that yes, your ancestors' charts, the signs under which they were born, do affect the charts of their offspring. It doesn't mean that that has to be etched in stone, and it doesn't mean that it has to be destiny. In Ifa tradition, there is it's not specifically saying chart, but it's still akin to, I felt the familiarity in it when learning to establish dosha or 5 elements intake process, when I heard about this thing called roots readings in Ifa tradition. And it's only in the practice of Ifa in the Western Hemisphere. You will never be able to go to Nigeria and ask a Nigerian priest to do a roots reading on you. And the reason why roots reading was an evolutionarily established ritual in the Western Hemisphere is because diasporic Africans, North and South America, the islands, we all have blood that is not strictly continental African. Most of the Africans on the continent, unless you're in some place like Mozambique or South Africa, or in the northern countries of Africa, where the invading forces, now you have the blood of invaders, mixed with your ancestral blood. But West Africa, where there's not a massive presence of white people, they don't have to worry about that. Their bloodlines are unbroken, and because African traditional religions, ATRs, almost all of them have one thing in common. They believe, hey, it's Miss D. Hey, Motivated Kels, everybody on IG. The one thing that they almost all have in common is the type of reincarnation that they subscribe to is what is called familial reincarnation. And there ain't too many other cultures or religions around the world that talk about familial reincarnation. You can come back as a tree, you can come back as a cow or a rat or whatever, all these places around the world, and I ain't knocking it. It's your cultural thing. But in Africa, what they call ancestral familial reincarnation, that you can only come back through your genetic line. You can only come back through your blood. You can only come back through your bloodline, right? And so so with us being here in the Western Hemisphere, we have the blood of indigenous people in our bloodlines. We have, more often than not, the blood of conquistadors and enslavers in our bloodline. And so what they started to, in the early practice of Ifa here in the United States, they started to notice that there were like entities, that there were like spirits, malevolent spirits that were sabotaging the lives of people that were coming to get divination from them or get help from them. And so it was, back in the 70s when a group of priests established a new practice that was still in line with the ancestral practices of Ifa to, quote, create, to read, first of all, to cast the roots reading, to read if there are malevolent ancestral spirits. Because even though this is the blood of, conquistadors and enslavers or what have you, they are still considered ancestors. And so you got this malevolent force that has interrupted, if you will, your bloodline. How do you deal with the malevolent impact of these forces that are actually ancestors that are trying to do in this current life of yours what they did when they was alive, is to sabotage your life, is to put up as many obstacles as possible to block your progress. You feel me? And so the roots reading was to establish if there was a malevolent force in your bloodline, and if it was established, how to deal with that force, how to bind that force. And so they have a whole ton of rituals to deal with the peculiar and specific issues that come with the severing of diasporic Africans from the continent, from the traditions of the continent, from their bloodlines that they still do not know that exist in Africa. So yes, is the long answer again to your question. Your ancestors' charts do affect your own, but that effect does not have to be destiny. That's why I talked about the white ancestors, and that there are rituals to bind the malevolent nature of blood that may have imposed itself into your lineage. If that was clear, hopefully that was clear, and hopefully everybody else could benefit from that long answer to her question. It's Miss D says, "Wow, you never thought of. I never thought of that, but understandable. They are a part of the ancestral line. Now, depending upon what house you come into, what Elay, what tradition of Ifa you come into, there's another thing that they say. And again, I want to reiterate something. Each one of us is our own personal universe. Each one of us is our own personal earth. Each one of us is our own personal kingdom, living ideally harmoniously with other sovereigns, with and among other sovereigns. And that if we can do that, we all acknowledge each other's sovereignty. We acknowledge each other as the sovereign, right, of this personal universe that we willed ourselves into, and that we are the microcosmic reflection of that which we see in the night sky. Then what can happen? Well, there was ancestry as part of the line. Oh, in Ifa. So that's why I was prefacing. I want to forever say that when you are interested, because I had somebody ask me just the other night, I spoke at this event, if you are interested in any spiritual tradition, I am not telling you, as the founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, I am not telling you that you cannot be a Buddhist, that you cannot be a practitioner of Hinduism, that you cannot practice Ifa, that you cannot practice, that you can't be a Christian, that you can't be a Muslim, because you each are your own sovereign with your own capacity to discern what is best for you. The problem is, as a sovereign who has been denied access to historical information, your ability to discern is really mutated. So when I teach you something, when you learn something from Ifa, when you learn something from wherever you get it from, I'm going to tell you the same thing the sister told me before I came to California. You enter into these spaces with reverence and respect. You take from it what resonates with you. Trust your flesh before all else. You know the signs of something that feels good to your flesh and something that's like, I don't know why, but right? Go into these spaces, take what you need with respect. Respect the people that are transferring this information to you. Say thank you, and that's all I need from you, and go on about your way. Each one of us, if we are a sovereign of our own earth, we are a sovereign of our own universe, then it means there should be 8.5 religions on earth, 8.5 billion religions on earth. Do you hear what I just said? It means there should be 8.5 billion religions on earth. You take from each culture that resonates with you. Resonate means a deep memory in the flesh, in the blood, in the cells, in the DNA. That's how you know it's yours. It's familiar to you. and you have no explanation about the familiarity. Take what you need from these spaces with reverence and respect, and be on about your way to construct for yourself a spiritual relationship that is your own and will do for you what you needed to do. That's all. And I've said that even about what I teach y'all. Y'all don't have to believe me. I ain't asking for belief. I ain't asking for belief. I'm letting y'all walk with me through my own personal journey as a sovereign on earth, as God on earth, right? And and in this walk that I share with you guys, I tell y'all all the time, take what you need and leave the rest. If it doesn't resonate with you, there ain't no reason to go to battle with me, because you ain't gonna sway me if you're trying to do battle. Now you might be able to say, what have you thought about this, this, and this, and this, and this? And I'll be like, oh, okay, sure, I didn't even think about that. All right, let me add that to my toolbox. Okay? Let me change what I thought the day before, because every day we are new. Because what you just put in on me, what you just put down on me, that changes things. I appreciate that. That's it. So prefacing that based on this sister's intervention here, where she says, I never thought about it, but it's understandable that every part is an ancestral line. I say that was a long preface too. But in E5, because we are all dogmatic in the beginning, we get enthusiastic about something new, and then we become dogmatic about its practice. And E5 is one of those traditions, especially in the United States, in the hands of men in the United States, that is extremely rigid and dogmatic. So, and even some females. And I had somebody tell me once that with Black people in America, talking about the roots readings, we have a lot of Native blood or ancestry, and we have a lot of white blood or ancestry. And the E5 perspective is that your venerated ancestral shrine is only for your African ancestors. And so if you have Native blood, you cannot put your Native ancestors on the same shrine as your African ancestors. And she said the same thing about your white ancestors. If you have white ancestors, especially if you do not know how they became ancestors. Was this a benevolent relationship, or was this a malevolent relationship? And 90% of the time it's malevolent. Then they have to have their own space, but you do not venerate them, you bind them if they're malevolent. So you still have to create a space. It ain't going to help you to, quote, ignore the fact that you got white ancestry. You have to create a space and a ritual where you bind them if you know that their imposition of their blood is malevolent, if the behavior, if the activity was malevolent, if they were slave owners or whatever. But she said you can't keep your Native ancestors on your African ancestral shrine. In my spirit, instantly rejected that. Like instantly rejected that. But did I have to tell her that? No. I was like, thank you for the reading. And then I went back home and complied to what my spirit told me about my Native ancestors, who I have pictures of, and so on and so forth, and the difference between my Native ancestry and the white genetic ancestry that I have. So again, this is me respectfully taking the information that's given to me by those who have been in the tradition way longer than I have, based on their perspective, and saying thank you so much and paying them what they ask, and then going home and creating for myself my peculiar practice that resonates with my internal memory, with my deep memory, with my deep knowing. So that's all I can ask of anybody, is that's the only way that we're going to create something radically new in the future. Okay, so I know that was very long. Anyway, let's go on to the next question, child. And I'll try to be a lot more concise, but hopefully that was helpful, and hopefully everybody got something from the answering to that question. Hey, Annie. All right, let's see. Yes, let's see. Oh, shoot, that went all the way to the bottom. Let's see here. Mm. 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 Let's see. Cammy Love says, You were on a roll one night and briefly mentioned and skipped past something you were about to say on the blue and red kachina. What is that story? Child, I don't even know. Let me write that down because that's something I'm gonna have to come back to. I vaguely, that must have been a minute ago. I vaguely, but it's important though actually, because I literally wrote while I was reading that article to you guys earlier that one of the things I want to go back to is I heard it a lot in school growing up, but like there are stories throughout the Americas, South America and North America, about prophecies that the indigenous people of the Americas had about the coming of white people, the coming of white men, right? And that's just very vaguely what I remember. And they even tell it in Native American traditions. I've heard old natives talk about how there was a prophecy about in Native society about Jesus or something that like preceded first contact. And so I made a note that I wanted to go back and really read what some of these cultures have to say about like the prophecies, like not just those prophecies way back then, but prophecies that they've made about this period. Like there's one I heard about the first year I moved here called the prophecy of the rainbow, I think it's called. And I want to say, I don't want to missay. The prophecy of the rainbow is one that I heard, and another one that I heard a lot, especially under when in a community with more kind of like revolutionary indigenous people. There's another one they talked about a lot when I first moved out here was the prophecy of the prophecy of the uniting of the falcon and the condor. Am I lying? The eagle and the condor, the falcon and the condor. It's either the eagle and the condor or the falcon and the condor. And supposedly, this was an indigenous prophecy about a period in the future where this kind of segregated, colonially imposed, segregated ideology about, quote, the difference between northern hemispheric indigenous people and southern hemispheric native people, and how the coming I want to say it's the eagle and the condor would unite or something like that. So there are a lot of really dope prophecies that I've been hearing about for years, but especially since I came out here, I was like, no, we need to revisit, like maybe even print out and start reading some of these prophecies and seeing if astrologically there's something that we can glean from them. So the Kachina thing, I'm vaguely remembering that. I just took a mental note, so I'll come back to it, Cami Love. And do you remember which video it was? Maybe you can send me the link for the video it was in so that I can hear the context that I was talking about it. Maybe that will help. If you don't remember the video, that's cool. I'll still go back and research, but that would help a lot if you remember the video and can send me the link. That way I can at least have a frame of reference for why I was talking about that. Okay, question. Let's see. Thank you, S. Taylor, for the sunshine for 200 joules. Appreciate you so much. Greetings to you in the chat. I have a question I'm trying to figure out. What is this spelled? What is this spell? Hold over the Black community. It's like we're in a cycle, in a loop, like we've done this over and over. Okay. This is coming from Davia Davia J25. So thank you for the question. And of course, this is the question of the day. Like, this question gets asked all the time. I was just telling y'all last night. People ask me all the time, how did we get here? How did patriarchy start? What happened? What is the thing that set us on this trajectory that we are currently on? And I had a thought last night. But it might have been just because it was late. Okay, so don't hold me to this. I'm always trying to reason out loud. Don't hold me to this. Okay, but when I was talking to y'all, where did I write that down? I was talking to you guys about, yeah, specifically about like the science of the sun. Remember, I was talking to you about like our evolutionary process, and our relationship with the sun will determine, at least evolutionarily, it is more than anything, our relationship to the sun that established the evolutionary processes that we now identify as skin color, as race. Okay? The sun is primarily responsible for that. And what I mean by our relationship with, I mean our proximity or lack of proximity to the place on our planet where the sun shines the most, which is the equator. So based on your that's the word I'm looking for. Based on your place on the earth in proximity to the equator over millennia, right, determined the evolutionary process that we now recognize as skin color or race. So when we talked extensively about the Y chromosomes, right? We talked about, and what I was doing was juxtaposing the development of these mythologies and saying, I was just deducing out loud. This is nothing I have read, but I was deducing, okay, these iterations that existed everywhere of the change in the quote goddess archetype, the god archetype, could it, that would be the research to do, is like to take the time when these archetypes developed. Do they correspond with human beings' actual evolution, our transformations on Earth? Like, can we take these icons, these archetypes, and their slow changes in collective consciousness, and juxtapose them to our different periods of history, right? Are there some that correspond with like Cro-Magnon people or whatever, right? So why was it the triple goddess? Could this be an acknowledgement of it by ancient people of a period of time when there were only females on the earth who were spontaneous, self-generating procreators? They were cloning themselves through parthenogenesis. Could the idea of the maiden, mother, and the crone be the first iteration, quote, of the goddess, the three within the one, because she's born by the first one. She's born, she becomes a girl child, then she becomes an older, a mother, and then she becomes a crone. Could the earliest iterations of quote goddess iconography, the triple goddess, be an acknowledgement of an actual historical biological period in collective human history where there were only females on Earth? And then the next main globally consistent iconography of quote God is that point where the goddess, the woman on Earth that's been spontaneously procreating, something evolutionary changes in the environment that changes her. And for the first time, she gives birth to one that is still her, but different. The change from the double X chromosome to the XY chromosome. We talked about that extensively last night. Again, I have never read anything like that where they juxtapose the mythologies to actual documented periods of human evolution, but it makes sense. And if this is the case, where now all you see is the goddess with the baby child nursing, like Isis, in Egypt or everywhere for that matter, the goddess who is nursing a singular son child, because this is the first male born. And we know that the Y chromosome is a mutation of the X chromosome. So I started thinking last night, for whoever asked that question, I started thinking last night. I didn't tell y'all, but I was like, I literally wrote in the notes. I said, triple goddess, parthenogenesis, Y equals the sun. And then I put SUN. I said, is the sun and the sun the same? I wrote this last night while we were talking about it. I said, is the Y chromosome is it possibly a genetic mutation caused by the sun itself? Was there something happening atmospherically in the world that caused this, whoever this first female is that gave birth to the first son? Is there something that was happening environmentally? Because we're always told that the reason the age of parthenogenesis ended was because the cloning, we're always told that, is that the cloning process over time can create a ton of genetic anomalies that are actually harmful, right? And that's what we're always told the warning for cloning is. And that the reason, this is what we learn in genetics, is that the reason, not just in our species, the reason that the Y chromosome shows up in any species is for two reasons alone. It is, quote, to ensure genetic diversity, and two, typically the Y chromosome is a mutation that presents specialities. And so even in the Great Cosmic Mother, she talks about that at nauseum, where she talks about the different species where, she talked about, I think it was the whiptail lizard, that only where the whiptail lizard, the female whiptail lizard, will only give birth to males one time a year, at the same time for all of them, one time a year. And it is to produce eggshells that can survive the winter. So the Y chromosome becomes a mutation that is out of genetic necessity for survival, right? Same with drones in beehives or in ant collectives, right? That the Y chromosome is a specialized feature that guarantees survival of the species. So they have a specialized function, right? So I haven't read, and maybe I'll go into that later, but I haven't read a general consensus from scientists or anthropologists or archaeologists about when they, or how long they believe that the parthenogenic age of human reproduction lasted. I've never heard that when reading about genetics. I've never heard, well, most scientists believe that this period of parthenogenesis lasted X number of years before the arrival of this specialized genetic mutation. Bullshit. Oh, shit. But while we were talking about the mythology that corresponds with some things that we've accepted about human evolution, that was the side note that I put in was, and I was specifically talking about right now, as you sitting here watching me, right? Your, quote, mother cells, which are the remnants, the remnant reproduction of your original cells. When you are in utero and you have, you start out as a collective of undifferentiated stem cells. That's what you are in the beginning. It's just raw, wild, radical potential. Undifferentiated stem cells, and some inherent intelligence programs these stem cells to say, okay, I'm going to become a liver cell. and I'm going to become a spleen cell, and I'm going to become skin cells, and so on and so forth. But in the beginning, they are undifferentiated, meaning they can serve any purpose, right? And so you alive right now are the remnants of your in utero self, right? When your cells are establishing, beginning to differentiate themselves to become forever liver cells, forever spleen cells, forever whatever cells. And what happens is those cells, which are called the mother cells, they have a life cycle. We know the life cycle of human cells. They have a life cycle that is already predetermined in every cell. And once that cell nears the end of its life cycle, to ensure its ability to preserve your life, to play its role in the preservation of your life, that cell will produce two daughter cells in its place before it commits apoptosis, before it self-annihilates, before it like, okay, like I'm good, I'm done, my life cycle is complete, but it will reproduce itself. And so I've talked to y'all about this idea about cancer, right? And about how the same thing happens with cancer. The cancer cell is you. It's still you. It's some cell in the process. It's some cell in the mechanism that for some reason has forgotten its job. It's forgotten who it is and what it's supposed to do within the function of the whole. We call this a mutation. It could be as a consequence of radioactive damage. It could be the constant consumption of carcinogens. It could be any number of things. But once that cell, that's why I keep saying the sun gone rogue. Once that cell goes rogue, once that cell becomes a mutant, it still has in it the inherent pre-programmed function that every cell has. But now this is a deadly cell, not a life-affirming cell, a deadly cell. And so that deadly cell, not wanting to be the only one of itself, will do the same thing. That deadly cell will reproduce itself and reproduce itself and reproduce itself and reproduce itself. So in Western medicine, in Western biology, biochem, where we learn that by the time, just to give you a frame of reference, by the time that, say, a tumor in the breast is palpable as the size of a pea, that it took approximately 10 years for that palpable tumor for you to become aware of it, right? It took 10 years for that cell to reproduce itself enough that it becomes evidentiary, it becomes palpable, right? The size of a pea. So in homeopathy and some philosophies within Chinese medicine, because there's a ton of different types of Chinese medicine, like philosophies, schools of thought. But in particularly 5 elements, which is why I love 5 elements so much, is they deal much more with the esoteric aspect of pathology and homeopathy and Western medicine, when it says it takes about 10 years for a tumor to become palpable, though they cannot tell you what the origin excuse me what the origin of that malignancy is, right? But in the past, we've talked about certain ideas. For example, homeopathy and certain aspects of Chinese medicine, but homeopathy in particular is the one, because we took it right back to the goddess. Homeopathy is the field of medicine that states that the cause of all conditions, psychological, physical, are all spiritual. The origin of every disease on earth is what he called a miasma, a spiritual pollution that, if left unaddressed, will eventually present itself in the flesh. And so the whole aspect, this is oversimplified explanation of homeopathy. It's the most complicated system of medicine I've ever studied. But the oversimplification of that is that if it is a spiritual pollution called a miasm or miasma that causes this condition on its slow start, giving symptoms all along the way to try to alert you something's wrong, and it goes on for a long period of time, the last stage of, quote, disease or pathogenesis is its physical presentation. So when the Western doctor says, by the time a woman can palpate a tumor that's about the size of a pea, it is approximately 10 years that malignancy has existed in her body. And this is the final attempt by her flesh, by her perfect flesh, to alert her that something is wrong. By the time it's in the flesh, it's gone on for a very long time. That's exactly what homeopathy says, just in a different way. That the core, the basis, the cause of all, quote, disease is a spiritual pollution, a miasma, that, if left unaddressed in its last stages to be addressed, to alert your attention to the issue, the last stage is physical presentation of disease. By the time you are consciously aware of symptoms, whatever is happening that's expressing itself physically has been going on for a very long time. The Chinese have something to say about this in a treatment protocol and diagnostic protocol that they call the grandfather-grandson treatment. Same idea all the way across the board, just different ways to articulate based on your culture. Same thing, that it is a spiritual disharmony. Excuse me. I don't know what that's about. And I ain't bringing no more water in here, just that juice. But it's a spiritual disharmony. So when you finally are having actual physical symptoms, something has been going on at the subatomic level, at the atomic level, at the spiritual, at the, all the way until now. It's like, all right, bitch, you can't ignore this shit no more. Let's go. So, let's see. So, I know y'all, but y'all know me by now, so don't give me no grief. These are long answers to your short questions. So this person asked, Davia asked, how do we get here? Going back to the miasm is important. I'm talking to y'all about how the sun is the primary, not exclusive, but it is the primary instrument, factor, if you will, historically, that has triggered evolutionary changes in human development. Because we do have this relationship with this major luminary that literally changes not only our skin, but our internal biochemistry, right? And so I'm thinking about that when we start talking about the historical correlations between the transformation in these mythologies, from the triple goddess to the goddess and her son, to the goddess and her son lover, her son that now becomes a grown man and is in a sexual relationship with the goddess, meaning anybody with a uterus, right? This is the whole basis of the goddess son lover mythology that exists everywhere, right? So from triple goddess to goddess and the son, always the goddess holding her little baby, to the goddess whose son becomes her lover, replete throughout history, to now the lover becomes one that now has dominion over the wife, changes in collective cultural mythology. Now her son, baby, lover, conquering warrior, older man now who has dominion over the mother. Culturally, how would the father, I'm talking about back in them days, how would the father have dominion over the mother? It's so easy. It's so easy. And I'm like, oh my God, is that what we're looking at? I haven't read this, but I'm deducing. How would the father gain dominion over the mother? Because the father becomes a father to daughters. What did I tell you? No matter what woman anywhere on earth is, more than anything, she is a part of the unbroken line of women. She is a direct descendant of the one who is the primary progenitor of us all. Remember me saying that? That all women, whether they choose to have children or not, are the mother, singular, personified, whether they choose to have children or not. They are born with a uterus. They are born as a direct, from the direct lineage of the singular one, the so-called mitochondrial Eve in sub-Saharan Africa. So in these mythologies, where now it was the mother who was in the center, the mother, the son who becomes lover, who becomes father, that is dominion over her. This is the story of Zeus and Athena, isn't it? Right? This is the replete where now who was the baby son is now the old head that has dominion over the mother, who is just in the form of the daughter, who is just in the form of the baby. So this is the mythology, but it is a reflection of what's happening in society, where males have daughters, and so this is their dominion over the mother, their girl children who will eventually become mothers. Could this be what we're looking at? This juxtaposition of actual anthropological history of the evolution of human society, and how that change in society is reflected in the cultural collective consciousness of people everywhere on earth at the same time. This change that we're witnessing in society. Because not only that, that's not the only thing that's changing in terms of the relationships between males and females. The other thing that is changing is our proximity to and ability to control food production. Remember we were talking last night? I ain't gonna get that deep, but our relationship to food historically changes societies, changes human relationships and functions, and identifying hierarchies in relationships and family dynamics. Food and the sun and our proximity to or away from bodies of water. Those are the three main environmental factors that are the triggers for human evolution. And your blood tells that story, not me just theorizing about the juxtaposition in time. Your blood tells that story, how the blood types evolved. What is the reason that the blood types changed from one blood type, the O, to the first mutation, which is the A, which literally stands for, blood type A literally stands for agrarian. So the blood type changed from O, which is original, which is synonymous with hunting, gathering, physical activity, and behavior involved in food, the acquisition of food, because your physicality changes based on your ability or inability to um, to secure food. And the first mutation of the O blood type was the A, the agrarian blood type, when human beings no longer had to be hunter gatherers picking up their encampments every couple of weeks to follow behind herds to make sure they had protein available. They didn't have the instability and insecurity of having to travel where the food goes in large packs. Now they can settle for the first time in human history. They can be still. They do not have to do long, hard hours of laborious work, because now they can predict when food will arrive. Why? Because they started to observe cyclicity of the environment, and that's what changed the blood. So when you see the difference in the foods, for example, that quote O blood types benefit from, and the foods that harm O blood types, and then you see the foods that harm the A blood type and are beneficial to the A blood type, and they're the most closely related in terms of blood types, is very, very interesting, because what I'm telling you, you don't have to, quote, believe or disbelieve. The blood tells you the story of why O blood types thrive on diets that are primarily meat, flesh, protein, and nuts and seeds. Hunters and gatherers. What are you gathering when you don't know a land? Nuts, seeds, things that fall off the tree with ease. Transition to the A blood type, and which they estimate is about 15,000 years old. A blood types are the most likely of all the blood types to need to be vegan, because now they don't need meat. We needed meat, O blood types, when we were having to hunt and run and chase after some shit and pick up the whole encampment and carry the babies on the back along with our camps and our leather and all the shit. And we needed dense, acidic muscle fibers to do the laborious work of perpetually moving campsites and kids and chasing animals and all of that shit. Once you learn cyclicity and you see that where you spit some seeds from some fruit or something, more fruit grew up 2 months later, you're like, oh shit, all we got to do is put something in the ground and some shit will come up. Why are we chasing animals? We ain't got to do that no more. So the blood changed for the collective evolutionary change in the securing of food. So I'm thinking, right, I know that's a long explanation, but I want to get back to this with the question, how we get here. Why does it seem repetitive? I have a theory that for human beings, because I asked myself, the Y chromosome, the son, I asked myself in these notes while talking to y'all out loud, is the SON actually the same as the SUN? Meaning, is the Y chromosome a genetic mutation caused by the sun? And is there a way for us to identify a period in history where something was happening in the atmosphere that caused this genetic mutation in the woman's body? In the woman's body. Because there had to be, we talk about her all the time, that all these cultures have these stories. White buffalo calf woman, her story is the same, so on and so forth, where, quote, she turned in on herself or she fell into a deep sleep and the serpent in her belly came forth as the first son, right? Different variations, but that's the story, is that the woman turned on herself to give, because she'd already been turning on herself to give birth to girls, to give birth to herself during the parthenogenic age, right? So they make a specific distinction about this period where she turns in on herself to impregnate herself to give birth to the first son. And there are all kinds of crazy stories, because the story of White Buffalo Calf Woman says that she allowed herself into a deep sleep so that the sun in the sky could come and impregnate her while she was asleep. And this is how the first male came to be. This is a very replete, creative story amongst many different tribes out here in the West. Now, the first time I heard it was on White Mountains Apache Reservation, but there are all the way up to the Lakota. There are tons of tribes that have that same creation story about White Buffalo Calf Woman falling asleep to allow the sun to come and impregnate her to give birth to the first males. That's some suspect shit, but that's the creation story. And we know that these creation stories, all mythologies, have a lived basis. This is the anthropomorphization of actual history. Can we find what the true history is that this thing is attempting to teach us? And so I have this idea, like I just told you, that that is this, and it may be an oversimplification. Like, I'm not a geneticist. I'm fascinated by genetics, but I'm not a geneticist. So I'm not deeply schooled on all the areas of genetics, but just talking about evolution itself and how our bodies change and our blood changes based on changes in our environment. Always our bodies are always evolving to adjust. That's what it does, is try to secure the longest life possible. And so is what we're experiencing. And I'm gonna tell you one more thing about this answer to this question that this sister asked about the loop. But this theory that I'm shook by in my head about the mutation of the of the X chromosome that becomes the Y chromosome, was this something that was supposed to be permanent? But I don't want to get that deep. I want to, but I don't want to. You feel me? But I have told y'all about scenarios where scientists have gone to areas where the male to female birth ratio is extremely skewed from the overall average male to female birth ratio, where because of something in the environment of this place, the female to male birth rate is way off. For example, I think it was in the 70s or the early 80s when they did this study, because at the time Congo had the greatest male to female birth ratio like skew. To this day, globally, the male to female birth ratio is for every one male that is born, there is 1.1 females born. So it is pretty close in male to female birth ratio as a global average. And that average will change based on the conditions where you go around the world. But even then, back then, they say that the male to female birth ratio wasn't anywhere too off. One male to three females, one male to five females, but never anything too far from the 1 to 1.1 total average, except one place at that time, which was the Democratic Republic of Congo. And at that time, the birth ratio male to female in Congo was for every one male born, 13 females were born. And so the scientists was like, what the hell is peculiar about Congo, that the birth ratio is one male to every 13 females? And what they concluded was an evolutionary change in the bodies of females to adjust for what the cells of the female's body saw as the cause of constant conflict. Congo had been in a state of externally imposed proxy war for a very long time. What do they call it? There's a specific name for it, but places that are constantly in peaks and lows of constant warfare. The Democratic Republic of Congo was the most. And after trying a ton of different things to try to figure out why males weren't being born at the same rate as females, when they start to examine they took eggs from several women, and they tried to artificially inseminate the eggs. So they collected eggs from these women and tried to artificially inseminate these eggs with Y-bearing sperm, right? And every time they tried to inseminate the eggs with Y-bearing sperm, the sperm would die. The sperm would die. And what they concluded was that there was an enzyme that the females, think about it, man. What would cause an enzyme? If you're in a constant perpetual state of shock and awe, fear and fleeing, right? Conflict zones. That's what I was talking about. Conflict zones. You live in a conflict zone where every day of your life is navigating warfare, levels of warfare, right? And we know, because I teach all this, that the kidneys govern reproduction, both of males and females. It is your kidneys that govern reproduction. And if you are in constant state of fight or flight, which you know is a chemical cocktail that floods the blood system, that floods the cardiovascular system all the time, right? If you're in a constant state of fear, uncertainty, this and that, and this and that, then and your eyes tell you that the primary cause of your distress are people that look like your son, does the woman have to be conscious for her body to adjust to her environment, to attempt to do what all of our bodies do, which is to secure our lives and to give us the best opportunity to live a long and thriving life? And if we are constantly identifying what is a threat to our personal survival of our personal kingdom, these eggs that these scientists were observing under microscope had developed an enzymatic coat around every egg that rejected Y-bearing sperm. So it wasn't like these women were getting pregnant with male babies and maybe they, didn't reach their first birthday or died very young. No, the eggs itself were rejecting Y-bearing sperm. And so when they identified this, they saw this under the microscope. Well, what would happen if we forcefully, God, what's the word? I was just using it. We forcefully attempt to inject a Y-bearing sperm into one of these eggs, artificial insemination, so they could observe it under the microscope. And the sperm, if they forced the sperm into the egg, the process of inception did not take. The sperm would die inside the egg. So when I say here that what it say here, and you think I'm tripping, we need to do a genetics class. That's what we need to do, because right now today they're talking about how in 1950, the average in this country, the average sperm present in a single ejaculation was about 250 to 500 million sperm per ejaculate. That was in 1950. Today, the average is approaching 50 million. From 250 to 500 million to 50 million. And of the males globally, but America is peculiar. I don't want to get that deep into it. But of the males born, we'll just stick with America. Of the males born in the United States for the last 30 years, and I was in medical school for 10 of those years, and I was also teaching medicine, if you will, herbs, alternative medicine for the 10 years prior to that. This is a discussion that's been happening since the 90s, that over the last 30 years, there has been a marked, in male children, a marked reduction in average penis size at birth, a marked reduction in testicular size at birth, an increase in births with undescended testicles, and an increase in what they call it. There's a word they use currently politically. What is it? What's the word that they use politically? I can't remember the word, but there is a word that they use politically, like politically correctly, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. Is it intergender? Is that what they call it? Intergender? When you are born, where you may present one way as one gender, but internally that conflicts with your facial structural presentation. So, for example, Klinefelters, they called it a disease, but it's basically just a person born intergender. They appear typically as female, but they don't have female reproductive organs internally. They actually have undescended testicles. They still are born with a vagina, but they don't have they don't have a uterus, they don't have ovaries, and they also have typically undescended testicles. I believe Jamie Lee Curtis was born with Klinefelters. She was born intersex. That's what they call it, intersex, right? So there is a marked increase of intersex births in North America and in South America, by the way. And so the reason I bring that up is this these males over the last 30 years with a marked decrease in penis size, a marked decrease in testicular size, and an increase of undescended testicles at birth, a slow evolutionary response to the consistent and in some places in ways increase in the violence against women, against females. See what I'm saying? So that's how I got on that. Anyway, so to answer your question again, Davia, the reason I went into all that genetic stuff and the gender stuff is because if we can go back and say, okay, say my little random off the wall theory last night that maybe the appearance of the first Y chromosome was a genetic response, because we hear these stories, by the way, where like I was just reading a story about how something happened. I think it was like a volcano, like Vesuvius or something like that. But the explosion was so massive that it caused a whole year of darkness in Europe. It caused a whole year of darkness in Europe. So we hear these stories every now and again where these cataclysmic events cause these long stretches. As a matter of fact, there was another one about some cataclysmic event like in the more Nordic regions, like Iceland, Norway, those kind of like extreme northern countries, where the scientist was going through this forest and pointing out, like you could look through the forest at the trees and you could see this mark. It was like just this weird kink in all the trees at the same level. You're looking at this weird, like the tree grew that way, this weird kink about halfway down the tree, and you could see it on every tree in the forest. And he's explaining how that tree, based on the age of that tree, we can deduce that these trees were literally marking in time this event where some cataclysm happened, and this is the point where it had the impact on the trees. Some environmental catastrophe happened, some crazy event, and the trees kept the marker of the event. I was like, whoa, right? And so all that, I pay attention to all that shit. Like they just found this clam. This story is so crazy. Of course, they killed the goddamn clam, but they found a clam because just like with any like shell-bearing creature, you can determine the age of that creature based on the rings on their shells, right? This clam, I forget what they call this clam. They gave him a funny ass nickname because this clam they estimate had been alive since 1540 fucking 9. And of course they killed the clam. But the clam had been alive since 1549. Right? So I'm thinking about those things, the environmental impact on structures that they can actually observe, like these trees in the forest or whatever. And they all have to do with some kind of environmental, whether weather or atmospheric anomaly that had a permanent impact on everything on the planet at the time. Could we go further back past the parthenogenic age and determine that it was some maybe cataclysm, some sharp, unexpected atmospheric change that changed the relationship of human beings with the sun, that created this genetic mutation inside the body of the female that mutated her previously double X chromosome and popped the leg off one of the X's and it became a Y, and therefore she gives birth to the first son. I know that seems far-fetched, but y'all have been inside the crazy inner workings of my brain. So, who knows? But that's my theory, because there are some explanations, like even Mary Daly, not Mary Daly, Barbara Moore in The Great Cosmic Mother talks pretty extensively about the concept of surplus. So in this transition from the hunting gathering age to oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Ew shit. Let me just pull it out. We up in here. I'm gonna answer everybody's questions. Don't get mad. We up in here. There is a set right in The Great Cosmic Mother, Rediscovering the Religion of the Earth. Early in the book, I think it was the second chapter, the third chapter, Women as Culture Creators. Where is it? Oh shit! I just had a thought, child. Damn. The first. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Women as Culture Creators. So, oh shit. I'm working on this idea. I literally have it down as like a book chapter or something called, I wrote it down the other day. I was like, something like, maybe it'll be an essay or something, but it's called, the lightning thieves of time. The lightning thieves of time. And what made me think about it is there is a Disney movie called Percy Jackson and the Lightning Bolt Thief. Hey, the Golden Age, Piscean 777, just saying hi. I got a client. Ooh, she said they having a Roy Ayers tribute at California Plaza Grand Perms tonight. Oh, I might be going to see a Roy Ayers tribute tonight. Okay, thanks for the heads up. I appreciate that. Okay, so Percy Jackson and the Lightning Bolt Thief. And I watched it 100 times, but I watched it like for entertainment. But it wasn't until people started talking about this Uranus return on America's chart, because Uranus is seen as Prometheus, right? The god who, quote, stole lightning from Zeus to give fire to man, right? Who stole fire from the gods to give man fire. This story, right? And so this movie is called Percy Jackson and the Lightning Bolt Thief. And I started thinking about, I was like, damn, this story sounds familiar though. I'd never even thought about it. But I was like, damn, there have been a lot of lightning thieves. Why are they stealing lightning? Who are they stealing lightning from? Because we are always told, like Thor got lightning from his father Odin, right? Yahweh was a lower level, quote, lightning god. Shango, once he became Orisha, got the gift of lightning from Oya. All of this history of lightning thieves. And I thought about this very same chapter in The Great Cosmic Mother. So even as I'm talking about the sun, the SON, maybe the trigger. God damn it. Maybe the trigger for some evolutionary mutation that happened in the bodies of females that shifted them from parthenogenic reproduction to giving birth to the first son. She still, according to anthropology, she still gave birth to the first son parthenogenically. Hence the origin of all of these cultures having a story about virgin births. That the first birth of the first son was still a virgin birth. It was still an asexual birth, a spontaneous procreation, until that first son was old enough to begin having sexual intercourse, to quote, where genetic scientists are concerned, to improve genetic diversity and limit genetic anomalies, right? And in this chapter in the Great Cosmic Mother, rediscovering the religion of the earth, the very first paragraph, she says, when we say that women created most of early human culture, we are not trying to sound radical. The evidence is there, quite tangible, when we realize how many basic life industries were the inventions of women: cooking, food processing and storage, ceramics, weaving, textiles and designs, tanning and dyeing, everything related to fire. Listen to what I'm about to tell y'all. Everything related to fire, chemistry, metallurgy. I don't know if y'all remember this. The medicinal arts, language itself, the first scripts and glyphs, grain domestication, animal domestication, religious imagery and ritual, domestic and sacred architecture, the first calendars, and the origins of astronomy, and on and on. When we don't need to project our imaginations far back into the past to confirm these inventions. They are, let's see, they are still all around us today. They constitute our world. Stolen and, listen, y'all, stolen and mechanized by several thousand years of patriarchal exploitation, most of these inventions have been turned into grossly alienated and profiteering mass market industries. We do have to use our imaginations to remember that all were once warm, personal, lovingly tended arts and crafts originated and sustained by early communities of women. This information is radical in the true sense of the word radical. Radical came from the root radix, which means going to the root of things. These cultural inventions of early women were at the very root of human existence. They created what we know today as human life. Evelyn Reed, an anthropologist, Marxist, and feminist, has written extensively about women's early social forms and inventions. In The Myth of Women's Inferiority and Women's Evolution, Reed describes how human culture developed out of women's labor groups, interrelations, and first crafts. Quote, it was the female of the species who had the care and responsibility of feeding, tending, and protecting the young. However, as Marx and Engels have demonstrated, all societies, both past and present, are founded upon labor. So it was not simply the capacity of women to give birth that played the decisive role. For all women, all females can give birth. What was decisive for the human species was the fact that maternity led to labor work. And it was in fusion with maternity and labor that the first human social systems were founded. Whoa. It was women who became the chief producers, the workers, the farmers, the leaders in scientific, intellectual, and cultural life. In the language of, quote, primitive peoples, the term mother was identical to producer procreatrix, end quote. It was a society where power was linked with real love. All among the earliest examples of, quote, Stone Age people found living today, such as the Kalahari Bushmen and the Ba Mbutu pygmies of Africa, the same linkage occurs. Female authority is valued, and both sexes are mothers to the young. Contrary to the bloody tooth and claw theories of popular aggression-oriented anthropologists, evidence shows that the farther back we go in human history, the gentler our species was. This is because the early matrifocal groups were concentrated on maintaining rather than exploiting life. There was something else I wanted to read from this chapter, specifically about fire, because fire, we all identify fire as, quote, like this concentration of sun power, solar power on Earth. She says something about this. Da, 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 da. So the Neolithic, this is a chapter really worth going back into. Goddamn. Here it is. Okay. World myths folk traditions and anthropological studies agree that women first discovered how to use and produce fire. World myths, folk traditions, and anthropological studies all agree that women first discovered how to use and produce fire. I'm gonna stop right there for a second. So when we hear these stories over and over and over and over and over again, different variations from different cultures, and they say that this god stole fire from this lower god, stole fire from God, or stole fire from the gods, um, for use by mankind, by man. Who is the god that they stole fire from? Prometheus. Who is the god that they stole fire from? It says women were the first that discovered how to use and produce fire. In a survey of 224 modern tribal societies, it was found that fires were made and tended always or usually by women in 84 of those 224 societies. Almost all these societies have legends telling of early times. Chill. Listen. Almost all these societies have legends telling of early times when women were the exclusive owners of fire. Ritual maintenance of fire remained entrusted to women down through historic times, such as the Vestal Virgins of ancient Rome or the Irish nuns of St. Bridget, from the originally Celtic goddess Brigid, or the Bride, who tended a perpetual fire of Kildare until the suppression of the monasteries by Henry VIII. Fire is sacred to the Moon Mother. Cooking, boiling, roasting, baking, steaming was only one of the techniques women acquired from their mastery of directed heat. Fire, so lightning, fire, these things become like mutually interchangeable. Directed heat. Fire was the tool of tools. Through its use, foods could be dried and conserved for future use, and some poisonous plants and fruits could be made edible. It was women who developed all the early associated industries of cooking and ceramics, in which fire was the critical tool. Women built the first granaries and storehouses for provisions. Some of these were sunk into the earth, while on marshy ground, they were upraised on stilts. That's Baba Yaga's story, by the way. Women domesticated the cat to protect these granaries from rodents. Cats, since immemorial time, have had a special relationship with women among European witches. Cats acted as familiars and were believed to have telepathic powers, which is why special bonfires were erected during the Inquisition to burn all the cats in town along with the women. Industry, science, and human need were combined in women's work, and daily tasks were infused with magical meaning. Women converted plants and herbs into medicines. Some substances discovered by women are still in use today for their narcotic properties. And the World Health Organization figures show that 95% of the world's healthcare today is still provided by women using many of these ancient remedies. 95%. So it goes back. This thing that Trump did by refusing the 650,000 black women that he had fired under the auspice of DEI, and then turned right around and removed funding for those industries that black women primarily go into, which are healthcare industries. No more funding for nursing. No, he turned right around and did that to make sure that the people who go into them fields the most now cannot fall back on what she says here in 1983 is 95% of the world's healers are women. Typically, women of color, indigenous women, still using these same ancient remedies. I digress. Women designed and produced, this is also what I want to talk. Women designed and produced containers and vessels out of materials like wood, bark, fibers, and leather. Wait, bread making. because they still talking about fire, right? Fire was used to hollow out the wood, a technique that then could be used to make canoes and boats from tree trunks. Women did that. All these tremendous discoveries were related to daily survival, yet they were also experienced as magical transformations of raw materials into something completely different, especially through the alchemy of fire. Consider the chemistry of bread making, the planting of the seed and its growth through the combinations of moon, sun, rain, and tilled earth, the careful harvesting, the grinding grinding the grain into flour. Then, with the correct combination of water, yeast, and fire, the original seed is transformed into human food, bread. The original beehive shaped or domed ovens found all over the world could be used only by women. Listen, the oven was seen symbolically as the belly of the great goddess. Many miniature pottery models have been found in Southeast Europe depicting Neolithic shrines. In the shrines, there are ovens, clay altars, originally covered with wood planks, horned thrones, figurines of women worshippers, and wall images showing rain symbols and the magical grinding of grain. In these regions, there are still women's rituals of celebration involving the sacred New Year bread dough, which is held communally in the upraised arms of the elder women of the group. Textile industries, whatever, leather makers, bootstraps, whatever. The first potters were women everywhere on earth. In World of the Maya, archaeologist Victor W. von Hagen writes, pottery was woman. All we see of the remains of the Maya ceramic art was done by women. It is a fact that should be stressed. In almost every place where pottery making was on an archaic level, Africa, Melanesia, pottery was woman made and its design woman shaped. Throughout the area of the Amazon, pottery was a woman's task. Women were the potters, so far as we know in ancient Peru. Early Greek and early Egyptian pottery was also woman made until the introduction of the potter's wheel. Sir Lindsay Scott is certain that it was only after the introduction of the potter's wheel that pottery became, as the drawings on the walls of Thebes show, exclusively masculine. This suggests that all the subtly beautiful patterns found on pottery, as well as weaving, were conceived by women. Perhaps then art is a woman, end quote. Pot making involved the creation of entirely new substances that did not already exist in nature. The beginnings of pottery are unknown, insofar as the first pots were unbaked and did not survive. But the earliest fired ceramics found so far, including fine burnished and painted wares, date from the late 17th millennium BC. These already reveal a mastery of ceramic technology. She's talking about 7,000 BC. Uh, these already reveal a mastery of ceramic technology, mixing special kinds of earth and water in exactly the right proportions, molding a piece of clay into a shape, then heating it to over 600 degrees Celsius in ovens or kilns built by women. The change must have seemed a magical transmutation from dust or mud into a substance almost as hard and durable as stone, and a substance made with water that could hold water. Women decorated their pots. The coloring changes with the firing process. Art developed out of the potter's craft, and out of the pottery decorations developed, there is little doubt, the written language. This is where the written language begins. So on and so forth. So it goes on. This chapter you should all reread if you have the book. But it's talking about, and why is this important for what I'm telling y'all now? It's talking about how historically, archaeologically, the history demonstrates that everywhere on earth, there was this almost intuitive understanding, knowing by women that males, their sons, could not handle the power of fire. Why was this the case everywhere on earth? That because she goes on, that's what I was trying to find. That's what I thought she was going to get to. That the sacred magical practice of pottery making was so protected that even if a male was married to a woman, he was forbidden from watching her construct pottery. He was forbidden. Not only could they not have access to fire, he was forbidden from watching his wife create pottery. Right? Is this so? When I go back to this collective, almost singular conscious understanding of women around the world, that males cannot handle the power of fire, the sun condensed on earth, therefore they became the owners of fire. That collective seemingly single-minded understanding is this an understanding that comes from the natural ebb and flow of the harmonious union within yin and yang. That too much fire in the hands of yang beings becomes destructive. These mythologies about, quote, lightning bolt thieves who give the secrets of fire to mankind, and every story that you hear about the, quote, potter that created humans is some male deity of light, aka Obatala is the potter of humans, aka God is the potter of humans who took clay and shaped humans out of it and breathed life into them. This hijacking mythologically corresponding with this period when, just like she just said, it wasn't until, quote, the invention of the pottery wheel that they don't share the gifts that the mother shares with them, or that they get somehow. They hijack and specialize and keep for themselves away from the creators of the craft, right? So the story of Hermes that we were talking about last night, the reason he is, quote, seen as effeminate is because he was the child of Aphrodite. And so he was angry because the temples of Aphrodite were exclusive to women. Only females could be priests in the temples of Aphrodite to, quote, learn the secrets of love, right? And Hermes, jealous and in a rage that he, even her son, was denied access to these temples, disguised himself as female so that he could, quote, invade the temples and learn the secrets of love. But if we know that under the Father God patriarchy, that the psychopomp and the primary psychopomp is Hermes, aka Mercury, whatever, what did I tell y'all last night? That every psychopomp under the Father God is a purveyor of death. So he invades the temple of love. Oh, God damn it. Damn. He invades his mother's temple that teaches love, learns the secrets of love as the purveyor of death, and inverts and perverts the meaning of love. Could this be the origins of what we, quote, call romantic love? Well, you know, joy and pain, like sunshine and rain. One can't exist without the other. We come to expect pain and suffering in love relationships because the psychopomp of death invaded the temple of love disguised as a female to turn love into a weapon. Now, I'm telling you the mythology, but does it correspond with a period in human history where the goddess was being radically subdued in her function in Greek society? It was correspond. The myth was changing as the society was changing. Right? The reason that I just had this whole motherfucking moment is because one of my absolute favorite songs on earth is Thieves in the Temple by Prince. And I'm saying, damn, he invaded the temple to steal the secrets of love. And then the first thing I heard in my head was Thieves in the Temple Tonight by Prince. So now I'm going to have to go listen to that to see if there's something he's trying to tell me in the song after we get up off of here. All of that to say to this question here, right? The loop over and over, which is what I started with. By the way, I said last night and today that what we have to start doing is accepting, all of us, especially those of us who have uteruses in our bodies, accepting that time is and functions just like why is the hourglass shaped like it is, right? The hourglass, we say what? Looks like a woman's body. Why? Because in ancient Egypt, the priestesses of the temple, which were temple prostitutes or temple whores, that's why the word whore and hour is synonymous. Synonymous. Huh? The temple priests in Greece were called the Horae. The Canaanites, the goddess worshiping Canaanites, before they were known as Canaanites, were known as the Horai. In Iran, the temple harlots were called the the Hora, right? This HOR as the root word for both time being synonymous with the female body. And so we got an hourglass that we always said, looks like a shape of a woman that is passing the sands of time. And lo and behold, today's iteration of the planet Saturn as, quote, Father Time, holding an hourglass in one hand, meaning he's controlling time by controlling women. And the other way that he is controlling time, he has a sieve in the other hand, or by his side. And then the other way that he is controlling time is devouring the life force of the innocent when he's sitting here gobbling up the babies. This is Father Time, okay, holding the hourglass that is as old as Kemet, right? And so the sands of time, one, but the other thing is, what else is this hourglass shaped like that is synonymous with time on this number 8 month that we are in? It's shaped like the infinity symbol. See that? It's shaped like the infinity symbol. What else is shaped like the infinity symbol? When we are shown a picture of our galaxy and where our sun is and everything, it's like this. But the flow of the galaxy, the rhythm of the galaxy actually forms a small-headed and big-headed infinity symbol like that. Guess what? There's a guy who just did a time lapse over a year where he took a picture at noon of the sun every day for a year and then put it in a time lapse video so that you could see in real time at noon every day for a year the course of the sun from the northern hemisphere, and it looks just like that universe picture that I showed you. This is the sun's pattern at noon over time-lapse photos of the sun at noon for a year. This is time. And so if this is time and we keep talking about time, quote, history, we keep talking about time as a point A to where we are now type of shit, as if none of this can happen again or none of this affects us where we are now, right? That's why even the idea of Sankofa in West African tradition, where you have the bird, which in every culture on earth belongs to the mothers, not just the mothers, the old mothers, the crones. The bird in every culture belongs to the goddess. So you got the bird, the Sankofa bird, who is facing forward. Do not be laughing at my drawing. So you got the Sankofa bird facing forward. You got the Sankofa thing. Let me draw that over. because this is still a cultural understanding of the cyclicity of time. The cyclicity of time, not the one directional movement of time, the cyclicity of time, and how there is no such thing as the past. The past is forever present. So you got the body of the bird that's facing forward, right? But his head is her head, is facing backwards. So these are her tail feathers, whatever, right? Her body is facing backwards, and in her beak there is an egg. This is the Sankofa bird, my very remedial adaptation of the Sankofa bird. Her body is facing forward, her head is looking backwards, and in her mouth is all potentialities and probabilities. In her mouth is the future. But you cannot create a future of one where you remain, of one where you survive, of one where the species continues. That's the egg in her mouth, without looking backwards in the past and retrieving what is necessary to help you construct the future. That's why her body is facing forward. This is the concept of Sankofa, and that's the pictorial concept of Sankofa, and the glyph that represents this same concept of Sankofa. And this glyph and this bird is about 3,000 years old. The glyph is coincidentally the origins of the heart. That is the glyph that represents the same thing as the pictorial adaptation of the meaning of the glyph. That's the Adinkra symbol for Sankofa. This is the pictorial adaptation or explanation of the concept of Sankofa. Okay, so when I'm telling y'all, when you're talking about the loop, right? Who was that asked that, right? The cycle, the loop, that we've done this over and over. It is because we have. And the reason that the loop appears the same every time is because there is a period of time, even when this little piece that I just read you about how fire was the sole possession of women everywhere on the damn planet, and something happened. Was it a Hermes? Was a Hermes a story about how the males went into some places they ain't had no business going and stole the secrets of the science, and then turned around like the very young creatures that they are? If they are not in harmonious union with the mother, all they can do is be destructive. Isn't that yin and yang theory? That's a man said that, by the way, if that makes it more believable to you. Lao Tzu was the one that said that the nature of yang itself is destructive unless in harmonious union. And he didn't even say harmonious union. That's me trying to be nice to you males. He said, unless the yang is subdued and anchored in its relationship to the mother, it can only destroy. That's a scientific statement. That's not a statement of opinion or condemnation of maleness, because males are androgyne. They have both male and female physical, chemical, biological attributes, and their femaleness is within their very male and yang presentation. And the Hindus have a version of this too, that the Shakti is the female alivening spirit in the male body. That's the purpose of Shakti in males, is to keep them from self-destructing. See? And so that's why the loop is that, then that's how we're rectifying the loop right now. I know that it seems like I'll be going off on tangents, but the only way to rectify and resolve the miasm that has made the whole world sick is to first face what has been hidden from you, is to first identify, take back into your collective conscious memory that which has been hidden, so that now you have the information that informs your activity in the world on how to restore, return, reclaim, and rectify a past that in some place went wrong, whether it was some solar triggered genetic mutation in the first female that gave birth to a person bearing a Y chromosome, or whether it is some other thing that we can't explain. Some people like the idea that we was grafted in a scientific experiment by aliens. Whatever, it doesn't change the science of our relationship to this earth and how we evolve on this planet. So whether it was aliens or whether it was the mitochondrial Eve, we do have a long documented history of our evolutionary response, evolution, our evolutionary response to the environment and the circumstances within that environment, the social circumstances within that environment, we are constantly attempting to adjust to. Okay. And so this idea of the reclamation of these stories to get out of our head that myth does not mean fake, does not mean not real. It means declared. If you want to actually get into the etymology of myth, it actually means declared or spoken. That's all it means. So it does not mean untrue. It is hidden in a story. It is hidden in a language that we have to decode. And that's why I say, can we juxtapose these myths to correlate them to specific periods, evolutionary periods in human history, to decode the essence of these myths? Feel what I'm saying? I don't know if that really answered your question, but that's what I'm talking about. When you say, is it a spell? Or, and it's not just the Black community. That's the other thing that I really want to win with us. I recognize that the present day presents Black people in general and Black women in particular a set of extraordinarily painful and peculiar circumstances. But when we read like the article that I read to y'all at the very beginning by Max Dashu, she's telling stories from 500 BC, from 1000 BC. And the first thing I said when she was talking about these Greek stories and the conquest of Anatolia, which was considered the only no, let me not misquote, but she talks about it at length about the society, the Anatolian society, and the societies of Tahayuk, right? And how they were so peculiar to all of the other societies during the early Bronze Age period. They were peaceful people and extraordinarily technologically advanced. That peace corresponded with radical technological advancements in those societies, right? But I'm saying, in this article that I read at the very beginning, what did she say? She was telling stories. She was showing you images carved in stone that don't look happening to European women at the hands of European men in 500 BC, in 1000 BC, that look identical to the drawings that we see about what happened to indigenous people in South America and in the islands at first contact with the Spaniards. 2,500 years later, the images are exactly the same. So the severance that we experience, particularly, and she even talked about in that same article, how these men, Odysseus and what's his name, Achilles, and all of these great heroes would come home to doting wives, bigging their booze up as some great men, knowing good and damn well what their men had to do to, quote, secure that loot and that booty and that glory and that honor. How is that different today? So people get mad when I say I do not big up veterans. I empathize with the conditions imposed on them that make them think that them going to be foot soldiers of war is necessary. I empathize with it. I understand the setup. But we hear too many stories. I was just watching the trial tapes from back in the 70s when these soldiers were coming home after the end of Vietnam. That shit was, I don't know why it shocked me, but I was conflicted, in tears and in rage. These was babies. The first dude whose, trial tape you can watch is literally crying himself as he's telling the stories with how he was a commander in Vietnam at 19. He's telling the story at the age of 21. My stepson is 25, and I couldn't imagine him telling me no shit like that. This baby was 21 years old when he got back from Vietnam, being a commander at 18, 19 years old in Vietnam. And apparently there was this movement of vets that returned who were so guilt stricken by what they were shamed into, forced into, that collective cultural manipulation to do to civilians in Vietnam, that all these men started coming back and admitting in like what they call like Senate committee meetings or whatever, and they were videoed. And this boy is telling a story about Vietnam. This was just 50 years ago, y'all. And he's telling this story of how they found, like, everybody had cleared the village because they knew the Americans was coming. These is supposedly the people that the Americans coming to, quote, say, we coming to rescue you post civilians from your totalitarian governments or whatever. Then the villagers, everybody was afraid of the Americans because they knew who they were. They knew what it meant. And so everybody cleared the village. So when they got to the village and they were going from home to home, from hut to hut, they found this woman who apparently was too injured to leave with the group. She was in the bed with bandages, and she'd apparently been there by herself for days. And so when they opened his crew, when they opened the hut, the first thing she said was, please, can I have some water? Can I have some water? And so he was the commander of he was like a general or something, but there was somebody over him who said, he said, walked up to the woman who was in the bed, bandaged, couldn't move, asking for water, and took all of them had like utility knives, like these big ass utility knives. And he took the knife, and without getting too graphic, he vivisected this woman from her nether regions up to her sternum. They all watched. He said that the woman was still alive, and even in her agony, she asked, please give me some water, after he's done cut her from sternum to pubic bone. And that this kid is saying this was day-to-day normal activity among soldiers who were in Vietnam, typically egged on under pressure by their commanding officers. There were 9 men on that particular video on the panel telling story after story after story after story after story after story after story of what they witnessed or were, quote, coerced into doing to primarily civilians. He said it was not unheard of to see men walking around with trophies, people, multiple ears on necklaces around their neck and shit. These are the men that come home, and we can't figure out why the serial killer problem is so pervasive in the United States. More serial killers in the United States than anywhere on earth, by far. The Black serial killer documentary I was telling y'all about the other day, right? The history of Black serial killers in the United States since the late 1800s. All but 2 that the federal government has documented as known convicted Black serial killers from the late 1800s to present day. All but 2 of them had served time in the military. All of them had trained in some form of hand-to-hand combat, either boxing or martial arts. All of them. This is the same Troy that she talking about in this article. Ain't nothing changed. You understand? And so the loop, the cycle exists because we have been the sacrificial offerings on the altar of these wars, these scrimmages, this historic. That's why more civilians die as collateral damage than ever soldiers in combat, ever, right? So we're the ones that have to restore the loop. That is a very, very long way of answering that question. My bad. We're the ones that have to restore the loop. We're the ones that have to, quote, oh shit. Some of y'all might be too young to remember. Damn. Like I tell, they be playing in your face. They be playing in your face and know you ain't gonna get it. Because at the same time that they're telling you, they're professing their intentions in media and music, at the same time that they're professing their intentions and shit, at the same time they are telling you how to they're telling you without knowing how to free yourself, how how to stage the contest. They're telling you if you dare pay attention. There's a scene. I speak in movie, so that y'all just gonna have to forever accept that and get used to it. I speak in movie. There's a scene in the very first Superman, the one that I grew up watching with Christopher Reeves. In the very first Superman, I think it was the first one or the second one actually, where he and Lois Lane are in nope, I don't even think they're in an actual relationship. It's the very first one because he has a crush on her, but she don't know it. And something happens. She's chasing some story, some scoop, and she's on this freeway, and an earthquake happens, and she does not see that the earthquake has destroyed the road up ahead of her, and he is watching from afar as she drives towards this thing in the road, and she dies. Did y'all know that? In the first Superman, she died. Lois Lane died. She died in the car. And what does he do? He's screaming, "Oh my God." Now he apparently can't bring her back to life after she died in this car accident. So what does he do? He flies as hard as he can in the reverse rotation of the earth. He flies so fast and so hard that he changes the direction of the earth to reverse time. Yes, he did that in the first Superman. Yes, he did that. So he flew around the earth enough to bring his boo back to life. But not to undo slavery, not to do Western Hemisphere conquest and pioneers, destruction of 250 million indigenous people. You understand what I'm saying? So there's your hero for you. But do you hear what that story just told you? It's the same thing I just said. We have to reverse the loop. We have to restore right rotation of the loop that this motherfucker has spent in the wrong direction. I keep telling y'all, I feel like we're going backwards in time. And I can't explain it. I don't know nothing about quantum physics, but it feels, everything that happens feels so eerily familiar, like we're walking backwards in time because our concept of time has been collectively agreed upon to be fucked up and backwards, so they always seem 25 steps ahead of us. I'm telling y'all, that's what happened at the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD. You ain't gonna convince me otherwise. For the first time that we can point to in collective history, where the men of spiritual, every man of science and spirituality and all the things, philosophy, come together from the known world, from Asia and India, which is part of Asia, but like the far east, from Asia, from Ethiopia, from Libya, from Egypt, from all over Europe, to come together, the chief heads of knowledge of all the people knowledge from all around the known world at the time, to go behind closed doors for 3 months to create the new world, to chart the new future, to change the actual sky. That's what they did in the 1200 page treatise called The Rectification of Time. They did that. That's why I keep saying to you women, we need to do the same motherfucking thing. It's not enough that we just cast the global conspiracy to right all wrongs in acknowledgement of the 1700 year anniversary of the Council of Nicaea. We got to do the same thing these motherfuckers did. We have to find a way to free up our time and resources so that women of every culture on earth can do the same thing. Identify a location and go behind closed doors and take that what we know from our cellular memory that comes up to us, that we know from the books and the knowledge that we have garnered access from, and compile and cross-examine and what they call it, syncretization. See where they cross, see where they match, so we can come out a unified force like our sons did as they waged this campaign on the world of women and their children. That has gone uncontested since 325 AD. Of course, it started long before that, but that was the peak. Was that we can't be fighting against each other. We have to consolidate our understanding and our forces. And even in the world where it appears that we are at war with each other, all of our goals are met in these skirmishes. Feel me? Anyway, I hope that addressed that. Let's get through this quick. Sorry, my bad, y'all. Okay. Doc Cassandra, you are a miracle genius. Although I can't hang all the time difference, I do have a question. Nina La Negra, can you expound upon the Sirius dog star Lungaside dog days of summer black shuck plus Lions Gate portal? Okay, the quick answer to that is no, because some of what you said, though I have seen, I have not dug into. I am not prepared to address I've seen it. I could not tell you what it is, but this word, the lugnashad, off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you what it is, though I've seen it many times. So we gonna have to put a pin in yours too, and I'll put your name by it, so that I can do a little reading over the next couple of days and come back prepared to see and actually interested in knowing how these two things relate to what I'd already been talking about with the Sirius Dog Star and the Demon Days a few days back. I'm assuming it's the same thing as the Dog Days, the 5 Demon Days, which I think it was Java that put me onto the other day. Okay, so let me write those down. Dog Days of summer, black shuck and Lions Gate. Okay, so the first thing I also have to say before going on to the next question is happy Black August. Today is August 1st. And in revolutionary circles, Black August is a huge month. Some people call it the real Black History Month because historically, the month of August has always been marked by a revolutionary rebellion by colonized and oppressed people. So what I'll probably do later on is just try to find my list, because I used to produce an annual list of significant days in August that are indicative of the lion-hearted, right? The Leo, the lion, who is the just sovereign over his terrain, not the malignant lion known as Donald J. Trump and any other of these malignant, hostile, attempted takeovers of this iconography of the lion, which has always been attributed to the love of the lioness. The reason that she defends is from a place of love, right? So anyway, and then also, so Death being the goddess of the Sirius, or associated with Sirius, the dog star. And also, something else that I read is that Sirius is the brightest star in so-called Orion's belt, but we know that Orion is Isis, right? AKA Aset, AKA, Greek Hathor, AKA, even before her, the goddess Bat, for whom her daughter Hathor sits on the throne on her head. And remember I showed you Manly P. Hall's image of Isis, and she had on the girdle, aka the belt, and so I kept saying, who was Orion before he was a hunter? Who was Orion before he was a hunter? What did he do before he was a hunter? And as Isis, what did she have? She had one titty that had grapes on it. She had another titty that had a sheath of wheat on it, and she had in one hand some scales, and she had in the other hand the sistrum, the sacred sistrum. And then she had some other icons around her feet. And she said, everything that is, was, or whatever will be, I'm that. I'm the Alpha and the Omega. Everything that exists is me, right? And so even those things that are tyrannical, it is an inversion and an perversion, because that's all the sun can be, as a perverted, inverted, malignant version, malignant replica of his mother, just like that single cell that forgets what its job is within the whole. And so it continues to reproduce just like the mother does, but instead of it being healthy replicas, aka the daughter cells, it's the son cell, it's the malignant cell, it is the positive cell. In chemistry, um, um, those type of malignant or oxidated cells, oxidatively damaged cells, are called positive. They're called positive. It is the negative ions that are healing and restorative and reparative. It is the positive ions that are damaging, deadly, and pathogenic. They tell you in your face that you are at the atomic level an exact replica of all of these stories, the positive versus the negative. So inside, he still reproduces just like every other healthy cells. He reproduces his malignancy, his malignancy, his malignancy. And even though he cannot live without the host that he is making sick, what does that tumor do? What does that malignancy do? It will continue to reproduce itself while simultaneously feeding itself off your nutrients, depriving you of nutrients like any other parasite, feeding itself, feeding off you, making you sick, killing you. That it will continue to do that until you die, though it cannot survive without you. You see? And so, how did I get on that? Oh, Isis, right? And so Orion is Isis. So we know Orion as the hunter, and Orion's belt and shit, and Sirius, Soap Depth, is the brightest star in Orion's belt. And they literally, I read this article that literally says that the belt and originally was an hour-shaped girdle. That's what I was just reading about Orion's belt and the history of Lion's Gate. Anyway, so I have to come back to your question, Lena the Negra, after I do a little digging. Okay, let me go through this. Let's see. Question. This is Daniela Elevates. What is the organ of the spring? I forgot to ask last night. The spring is the liver. And the spring element, if you will, is or the element associated with the spring is wood. Wood is the element of spring, and wood encompasses both the yin organ and the yang organ of the wood element. So each element, I don't have any of my little props no more because they all in stores. But so the wood element represents the west. It represents wood, and the yin and yang organs, because each element has two organs, a yin organ and a yang partner. The yin organ is the liver, and its yang partner is the gallbladder. The spirit of the wood element is called the Hun, Hun, the Hun. That's the spirit or the soul of the liver. So I don't want to get that deep, but the Hun, the spirit of the liver, and we're going to have to rewrite all of this, by the way. Like, I'm just telling you what the textbook understanding of these relationships, which are known as the officials of the emperor's court. All of your organs are considered officials of the emperor's court. The emperor is your heart, right? So all the other organs are the officials of the emperor's court. The liver is the general who has the vision of how to secure the empire. That's why the liver rules the eyes. Not only clear vision of what you can actually see, but your internal eye, your imagination, the vision that you see for your future. The liver and the gallbladder work together to create a strategy to execute the vision of your life, like trees, like the extended far-reaching branches on a tree. This is the future of all your possibilities and potentialities. The liver needs a sturdy base and a sturdy foundation, the trunk and the roots. It needs strong base that does not have insects on the inside. And when I say insects on the inside, this is Chinese medicinal language, right? So it can look strong on the outside but have a million termites on it. What is the presentation of disease in a person who looks strong on the exterior but have a bunch of insects eating out the core? What are the pathogenic presentations of a person like that, right? How does that metaphor present clinically, right? And the gallbladder, in helping the liver, the general, execute this vision, conduct a plan and strategy for this vision. The gallbladder is the judge. He is the governor of discernment and wise decision making, and he is also the one who generates the courage to execute the mission. The gallbladder. That's the long answer to your question. It is the liver. As the wood element, that is, and the season of the wood element is the spring. Yep. Hey all, I have trichotillomania, tolmania. What thoughts do you have about this disorder? Started pulling my strands when I was 5 years old. So you're gonna, just because I'm a doctor does not mean I know all conditions without referring or deferring to Google. Plus, Western diagnoses is something totally different than 5 elements diagnosis. So you can bring me a Western diagnosis and I can explain from a 5 elements diagnosis. But give me the Cliff Notes. You said you started pulling my strands when I was 5. Is this the Western technical name for like habitual pulling out of hair? Is that what I am trying? Is that what I'm understanding from the question? Demetra, let me scroll down. Oh no, there ain't that many more comments. Oh wait, yes there are. My thing was loading slow. Demetra. So just put in the comment box what that is. So I'm assuming, I may be wrong, but it says you started pulling strands when you were 5. I'm assuming like you see habitual hair pulling, like pulling your hair out. Am I correct in that understanding? And if so, I can give you an answer from there. Let's see. Okay. So I have a Capricorn sun, a moon in Aries, and I am, let's see, am my ascending is Aquarius. I feel like constantly giving myself to everyone and lost my father July 30th. Oh my God, that's recent. Jesus, I'm so sorry. What? Of this year? Oh, I'm so sorry, sis. And also taking care of my mom. So Capricorn sun with an Aries moon. I would have to see your chart. Your ascendant is based on your time of birth. And if you don't have your time of birth, in the South, there's a long history of people not knowing what time they were born because doctors refused to put the time of birth. It was a way to disempower, by the way. So it's like, I don't know my exact time of birth. It was not on my birth certificate. And so there are a lot of people from a certain generation that don't know their time of birth. I feel like that was deliberate. But there is still a way that astrologers can use this. It's like a certain type of like program, like astrology program, where they can pretty accurately ascertain what your ascendant is. But your ascendant is based on your time of birth. That's the only way to know. I couldn't know just by this. But so that's the first thing I would do. And you can literally find those, like those little, you just Google, I want a complete chart, astrological chart, and they'll ask you, do you know your exact time of birth? Or do you know, if you don't know your exact time of birth, do you know if it was light outside or dark outside when you were born? They can kind of deduce, they can narrow through a series of questions with pretty good accuracy what your ascendant is. Okay. And I feel like I'm constantly giving myself to everyone. So without, that information, I wouldn't have to know your chart at all to address the second part of this question. You are a person incarnated on an earth that is currently being held hostage by a global malignancy that um, thrives and exists off the labor across the board, the physical, birth giving labor, the manual, life preservation, bare minimum subsistence, life um, pre- uh, preserving labor, the mental labor, the emotional labor. You're constantly giving yourself to others because that is what you have been trained to do since it was revealed once you came out of your mother's body that you have a vagina. It is the expectation of a patriarchal, ritualistic, patriarchal, God centered culture around the cult of exploitation, deprivation, and murder. It's just the expectation. It is to run you into the ground and exploit everything from you until you die. That's it. So you are not an enigma, regardless of what your chart may be. You are not an enigma. You are not an oddity. I mean, we just read in her book that not today, 95% of the healing uh, activities on Earth are um, are procured by women, even if they quote don't get paid the value of their labor or they get evicted from their home because no matter what they do not earn enough to secure the bare minimum things that they need to secure their lives with these skills that they have. That is not a problem to find male healers and doctors who are millionaires. It's not hard to do that, right? It's still a part of the same thing. So whether it is this obligation that we have had for as long as we can remember, because we have not established and we do not remember the cultural responsible nature through which we cared for our aging population prior to an exploitative uh, world society. What did it look like for people to age to the extent that they needed to be cared for? Was it individuals responsible for caring for their individual parents in a matrifocal society? I find it highly unlikely. I just saw this video that was out of Switzerland, I think. I'll see if I can find it. But they started it as like a study, an observatory study to see what would happen if with they had a senior citizens like facility, if you will, that's centered around seniors who suffered from dementia or Alzheimer's. They exclusively took seniors who suffered from dementia or Alzheimer's, and they had this idea to see if it would help them not like regain memory or anything like that, but to slow the cognitive deterioration, to put them in scenarios that didn't look like clinical or hospital like, but like create an environment where they could still do things that they used to do, even though they don't know that what they're doing is not real. So, for example, they created this entire community, this hospital that was taking care of the senior citizens facility that was taking care of, um, seniors that need 24-hour care, right? And instead of the nurses and the orderlies dressing like nurses and orderlies, they would have the nurses and orderlies in civilian clothes. They extended the property, bought this land, and created a little quote mock town. They had a little grocery store. They had like a little coffee shop. They had all of this stuff. And people's orderlies and like attending nurses dressed in civilian clothes would walk with them and say, "Oh, I'm just your friend. You want to go get coffee or whatever?" They would behave like they were companions in a world, and this was 24 hours a day. So they would go grocery shopping and they would have little groceries in the store. They would just put in their cart and go around. They didn't pay for it. Obviously, it was all a part of observing how their health and how their cognition would respond to what they perceive as real world scenarios of stuff that they had done the majority of their life. And the test results, the study results were extraordinary. Were extraordinary. And so they established what started out as just like, let's see what happens, like an observatory study. They made it the permanent practice in this particular facility because the response by the patients was so extreme, was so miraculous. So that too is another example. These orderlies, these nurses that are getting paid, but in a situation where it feels more collective. Everybody now, all the seniors know each other. They're doing things with each other. They have their orderlies that people just think are their companions coming with them, and so it does not feel like dehumanizing like so many clinical situations feel. I don't know. So anyway, that's something to consider. But in terms of you opening with your astrology and this having something to do with this tendency of overextending yourself or giving of yourself more than you can afford to, and so on and so forth, especially with the fact that you just lost your father, nobody is going to offer it to us. You have to take. You have to seize possession of the amount of time that you need to grieve. Even me right now, having been, kicked out of the home that I've had for 7 years, I haven't had the time to grieve. And people are typically made uncomfortable by the grieving of Black women. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to see it. And so I have not had the time to grieve. I'm waking up 3-4 times a night thinking I'm in my house, thinking I'm in the place that I have lived and my grandchildren have lived and my daughter has lived, the place that I'm most comfortable in. And I wake up literally not knowing where the fuck I am. And it's only been 2 weeks. Like, people are like, that's some deep shit for Black women in particular. Nobody wants to acknowledge the gravity and the peculiarity of the suffering it is we are required to do to maintain this filthy, rotten bitch. So I hope that helps. And then, I have not been for a long time doing consultations, like 5e consultations, but I'm still open for people to send me emails and communicate with me. And I'm not going to do for free, no consultation, but what I can do is we can have a dialogue where I can give you some general direction if there's something more specific you want to ask than that, but not on here. Okay, so never had a real chart reading. I need one bad too, because it's been a lot. So Cami Love and everybody listening, yes. Even though I am still struggling to navigate through my own personal chart, it's the greatest disservice that is done to us. It's the greatest disservice that is done to us, is that our parents don't know, and even we did not know. And so we have the opportunity to change that. Historically, culturally, a chart was done. A birthing chart was cast on a child the moment they were born. In Ifa tradition, a child did not receive their name for the first 7 days. They did not receive a name for the first 7 days. The old people in the community watched that child for 7 days. And then they came together and with the parents say, "What you think about this name? This is what we've seen in the child. This is what has come through in the reading that we've done for the child, or the chart that we've cast for the child. What you think about this name?" And then the mother speaks the baby's name over their head after 7 days in a naming ritual. It's been so much that has been done to us at birth, denied us at birth. And as soon as I got my chart read for the first time, I think it was in 2018, I was like, oh my God, everybody should have their chart done. Everybody, just like I say, anybody that is pregnant, anybody that is having children should, before their child is even born, get certified in CPR and first aid. I don't care. I don't. If nothing else, before your child arrives, learn how to actively protect and secure your bare minimum first aid and CPR certification, and you can get that shit for free. So there ain't no excuse. Mandatory CPR and first aid for babies, for those who are having children. Same thing with this birth chart. If you are planning to reproduce humans on this planet, do not deny them the secrets and the keys to unlock their destiny and start pouring into that instead of trying to impose your own destiny on your children. Get their charts read as soon as they are born and keep it like a bond that only that only accrues value as they get older. Invest in the bond. Go to your baby's chart often to see, am I tripping, or am I being a patriarchally programmed parent, or am I in alignment with the destiny that my child came here with? We should not be navigating blind through our walk in life. That's what the chart is for. It is our actual literal fingerprint in heaven. No two charts are the same of the 100 billion people that have ever been born on earth. There are no two charts that are the same. It is the greatest crime committed against us, is the severing of our relationship from heaven. That's real talk. So yes, get it, prioritize it. Pinch your pennies, because it's probably gonna cost you a little change. I think mine ended up costing me $350 to get my chart cast. But pay the people now what they want and get your chart done. Yes, to answer your question. Oh, thank you. Oh, Araceli, hey boo, how you doing? Araceli answered the question for us about the indigenous Western Hemispheric property. She says it is the eagle and the condor, aka the Pachacuti prophecy. The Pachacuti prophecy. Thank you for that, Araceli. Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. I see you, Cammy Love. I didn't draw that connection, but I'll have to go back and revisit that. She says something I was saying earlier that matches the story of Sophia. And she says she believes that story of Sophia is the story of the first male. Yaldabaoth. That's pictured as this little weird, at least images I've ever seen. It's like this weird little elephant looking creature. Okay, make a mental note of that. All right. Birdhouse Craft, thank you for the loot box for 1,000 jewels. Love that. Love that. Distortion of the sun again. Interest. Okay, let's see. The Y chromosome. Oh, so we going way back. I let me catch up on y'all comments, because that was way back. The Y chromosome is also shrinking, and many reptile and fish species are starting to screw more females due to climate change. Temperature can affect sex in many different species. Let's see, Tena Bras Apparition 2026. Thank you for that intervention. But all of this is not in a vacuum, because the other major factor in some of these changes that we were talking back at on the Y chromosome and the reduction of sperm count and the and I mentioned the consistent reduction in penis size at birth, testicular size at birth, and also the increase in undescended testicles, and also the increase in intersex births. That's not just happening in males. that's happening in male species from polar bears all the way to amphibians. They have seen these changes all the way in the Arctic with polar bears. And the primary thing that's being cited, which is also interesting, um, which is phthalates, more commonly known as xenoestrogens. Xenoestrogens. And I'll tell you one thing. So it's not just phthalates. I read, this was years ago, but I read an article that also attributed the increase in these anomalies, the testicular shrinkage, penile shrinkage, increase in undescended testicles, increase in intersex species. Is, think about this, y'all. It's not just xenoestrogens like in plastics and phthalates and stuff, forever chemicals and shit like that. But one article specifically attributed the most likely contact from which these estrogens come is in the water supply of now, let's see, 1970s. So what's that? 30. So yes, 50 years of women on birth control urinating into the water supply. The estrogenic, the estrogens in birth control in mass being peed into the water supply where animals get, come into contact with these estrogens that are used in birth control. Let's see. Yes, intersex. Thank you for that, you guys. I was trying not to move the comments so I could go in order for the questions, but I was missing all the coming in comments. So that's why I'm just catching up. Let's see. I agree with your theory on the formation of the Y chromosome. Let me just clarify too. There was a reason, I don't know if I made that connection. When I switched over to reading in the Great Cosmic Mother, where she was talking about throughout these different traditions and these cultures where women were like, no, y'all can't, y'all got too much fire energy in you already, you little baby of mine. Y'all can't have no fire. Y'all can't play with fire. You know what I'm saying? And kept the secrets of fire because of like this intuition, watching the behavior of their children. Like, that's going to be too much for them. They're going to get reckless with that, right? And these simultaneously, these stories about all of these male deities, these lower male deities, some of whom were called demigods, who, quote, stole fire or stole the secrets from fire or stole lightning from, quote, God to give the secrets of fire to mankind, right? And as a matter of fact, the story of Prometheus is fucked up because it talks about not only the fire stolen from Mount Olympus, but it also talks about Zeus as the potter. What's the short version of the story? Is that mankind was living in ignorance, and Prometheus saw that they could not evolve without fire. So because he loved mankind, because Prometheus was said to have, Prometheus is the one said to have created mankind. Prometheus is the God said to have created mankind. And he saw that mankind was not developing, evolving. And so he snuck into Mount Olympus and stole. Now they always tell the story like he just stole fire from heaven. Specifically, he stole Zeus's lightning bolt and gave it to mankind to teach man how to make fire out of the lightning, right? And Zeus, when he finds out what Prometheus has done, he gets angry at Prometheus and at his creation, mankind. Do you know what Zeus's punishment? So Zeus, punished Prometheus one way. but he punished mankind too. Does anybody remember how Zeus punished mankind? It says that Zeus created the first woman, fashioned her out of clay, but before sending her to earth, gave her a box. Gave her a box that she was sworn never to open. But he tricked the box. So voices would come out of the box to woo her. He put the voices in there to woo her to open the box. So Zeus, as punishment to men, sent Pandora to earth with this most sacred box from which she should protect for all time, but swear never to open, right? And the voices come out and are like, girl, you know you want to open this box. Ain't nothing in there but something good that he just don't want you to have. Girl, open this box. You feel me? Open this box. Whatever. And the story goes, as punishment to men, that he sends this lone woman to earth to live among men with this secret box for which he did not tell her what was in the box, you feel me, and swore her to never open the box. She opens the box because, of course, he's a trickster and he's going to trick her into opening the box anyway by tormenting her night and day to open the box. She opens the box and out spills all the evils and calamities of the world. And before she could fully, because she tried to close the box on what she did, before she could fully close the box, only one thing remained trapped in the box. All the calamities, all the sickness, all the disease, all the everything, all the evils spilled out onto earth out of the box. And by the time she was able to close the box and secure the box, the one thing left trapped in the box was hope. Child, hope was trapped in the box. Hope was living in there with all the evils of the world. Pandora. Isn't it? And isn't it a paradox that the word Pandora means all gifts? That's what the name means, all gifts. But she handed a box with all the evils. What is this story talking about? Prometheus, who steals the secrets of fire from God, and God in exchange wants to punish mankind who he created. Prometheus created mankind, you feel me? And God created the female who was the keeper of all the calamities and evils of the world in her secret little box, for which, if she opened the box, the calamities and evils of the world would spill out on the world and plague mankind. What's the box, bitch? It's a goddamn vagina. That's what the box is. That's the box. So then it's just a Grecian version of the Adam and Eve story, where it is the female who condemns mankind to all the suffering that we experience on earth, though it is the men or mankind that are the executors of all the evils and shit. That no matter how bad shit get, in some way you can reduce that back to the cause of the man's behavior is some diabolical Pandora in his life somewhere, whether that's his mama or his baby mama or his children or whatever. In some way, males are permanently absolved of the crimes that they commit. This is the story of the fire thief, the lightning bolt thief, and his punishment for receiving the science of fire is the calamity box. The calamity box. It's her vagina that's gonna cause you to fall every time. That's the moral of the story. It's always gonna be her vagina that causes your downfall. Nothing you do. It's always gonna be some woman's box of calamities that's gonna cause your downfall. we got to get into these mythologies. Let's see. So why did I bring that up? Oh yeah, the formation of the Y chromosome, and I was trying to take the idea of the theft of fire, right? The theft of fire or the theft of lightning, and kind of correlate that with the story where she was particularly talking about how the art of pottery was forbidden to men. They could not even watch their wives perform this sacred art. And then all of a sudden, all the stories in the world are as male potters as the creator deities breathing life into these structures that they create. And this theft of fire in particular, is this in some way a deeper metaphor, not just the anthropological, quote, transition of these crafts in this chapter called Women as Culture Creators, these crafts and the slow transition of the possession of these crafts from the egalitarian society of women or matrifocal societies to the hands of the bourgeoning patriarchal class of males who took over all of these crafts, domestication, tannery, and as this transition or this change of hands happens, every craft, every skill, every science they get a hold of becomes an immediate weapon of destruction from its original state, which was the gift of women, right? And what impact, or is there also something synonymously being told in this story about the relationship between the sun and female bodies in particular at a specific period in human evolutionary development? I know that's deep, but she say, I always wondered about the environmental causes of change, the atmospheric changes, seem viable as well. Thanks for the explanation. I appreciate that, so I don't feel like a lunatic. I read somewhere they are called storm gods. Yes, all the storm gods are the lightning thieves. So we watched the movie, which I think is a cute movie. We watched the movie. What's it called? Isn't there a Temple of Athena in Memphis, Tennessee? Like a mock, like mini version of the Temple of Athena. I think it's the Temple of Athena in Memphis, Tennessee. I've never been, but it's in that movie. That's why I mentioned it. It's in the movie Percy Jackson and the Lightning Bolt Thief. So I probably have to rewatch that one again too. But that's what I've watched that movie a million times since it came out. But then this year is when everybody started talking about Uranus, the planet, because of this peculiar astrological movement it was about to make that hasn't happened since the year Trump was born, and that because it's on America's birth chart, every Uranus and Gemini for us in America has been marked by war, right? And so it wasn't until people started talking about when Uranus was discovered and what its names were before it was changed to Uranus, and how Uranus is the planet associated not only with Shango, but Prometheus. Uranus, as a matter of fact, the scientific, the astronomical society had debated back and forth whether to give the name of the planet to Prometheus or whether to give the planet the name Uranus. It was going to be Prometheus. Meanwhile, we talked ad nauseum about Mary Shelley, who is seen as or identified as the first, as the quote creator of the science fiction genre. Frankenstein is to this day considered the first true science fiction. And Mary Shelley, at the age of 18, in the year 1818, 999, at the age of 18, in the year 1818, wrote the book Frankenstein. But we only see the book as Frankenstein because the title was changed, and I think deliberately. When she wrote the book, the name of the book was Frankenstein, and the subtitle was The Modern Prometheus. The Modern Prometheus. This happened, she wrote the book around the same time that the planet Uranus was being discovered, several years after the planet Uranus was discovered, but the debate about its name was still ongoing. Second thing is, fast forward into the quote, New Age movement that started around the Gilded Age, the late 1800s up through the 1940s, and all of these white people and the burgeoning science of Egyptology. And so every white person in Europe that wants to have a spiritual experience is now going to the pyramids to, quote, download the Book of Thoth or some shit. While this is happening, two people seemingly diametrically opposed and unrelated on two continents are being called by their constituents, their immediate constituents, the same thing. Oppenheimer, who created the atomic bomb, and Hitler at the same time in history, y'all. Hitler, who is trying to create a perfect supreme race on two continents during the same decade, both their constituents, and that's not even been revealed until recently, both of them had the same nickname. There's no evidence that they knew each other directly. He's Jewish, he's German, but they both had the same nickname. Both of them had the nickname among those closest to them as the modern Prometheus. Hitler and Oppenheimer as the modern Prometheus. These stories matter. It's our understanding and inability to interpret them that is the problem. That's the holdup. That's the obstacle. So, yes, Prometheus was considered a storm god because he stole the lightning. He still had it. He was still considered a storm god. Marduk, yup, but Yahweh too. Before Yahweh became, quote, the god of these Levitical Jews, Yahweh was considered a lower ranking storm god under the goddess worshiping Canaanites. And his story is the same. He stole lightning. I read somewhere, okay, storm gods, yep. So I feel like this period, we really need to get into that. Because, anyway, let's see, I really need to get this book. If you're talking about Tina Bra's apparition, if you're talking about the Great Cosmic Mother rediscovering the religion of the earth, get your life right. You way behind the curve, but never too late. Get your life right and get this book and stop playing before these motherfuckers who are destroying all the books on the buying up books and destroying books in real time that I've been telling y'all for 3 years. There's a reason that I hoard books. These motherfuckers are telling you their intentions. You ain't listening. And when a black bitch tell you y'all can't hear it until it's right up in your face that I told y'all 3 years ago, these motherfuckers are going, they're introducing us in real time to the modern book burning that is always necessary preceding a absolute regime change. And they need the great majority of people to forget the past. One generation later, none of these kids will remember anything we're trying to tell them now if they're successful in their ambitions right now, buying up all these books and literally destroying them on videos in our face. So get your life right and get this book because it's going to be one of the ones on the chopping block. I can guarantee that. Let's see. Yeah, I read the whole book on my YouTube channel. The entire book, Great Cosmic Mother, is up on my YouTube channel. As a matter of fact, every book that I've read on my YouTube channel, you should be listening to in your car, while you're brushing your teeth, while you're taking a shower, to put you to sleep at night before you go to bed. Yes. That Pure Lust, that's the one we need to be reading in real time. I'm convinced. That bitch was a witch. Let's see. Recent discoveries in South Africa, a rising star cave system, show all 20 tested specimens are female. I think I heard this. Same cave system has signs of fire, ashes, and soot. These human ancestors had fire. Fascinating. I love that. Love that. Let's see. Listening to this after reading Octavia Butler's Dawn Lilith trilogy has me feeling like Spirit trying to tell me something. I haven't read, the only Octavia Butler book I've read is the one I read to y'all on this channel, the Parable of the Sower. That's why I was having that moment last night when we were going through the agricultural interpretation and the agricultural movement. Damn. Oh, child. That's not one. When I was talking about the four horsemen of the apocalypse and then juxtaposing it on the pre-patriarchal agricultural understanding of the horseman's movement through the seasons, right? And I was saying that the season that, according to the four horsemen of the apocalypse, spring is the season of conquest, right? But under the agriculturalists, they ain't trying to fight no wars. They trying to go outside and till the dirt so they can plant some seeds. It's the seeding season, right? Under the four horsemen of the apocalypse, the summer is the season of war. Not for the agriculturalist. The agriculturalist in the summer is transformed from the seeder to the sower. I was like, oh shit, I gotta go back because the book by Octavia Butler, The Parable of the Sower, is based on this biblical scripture that is entitled The Parable of the Sower. I was like, maybe I need to, because I've never read The Parable of the Sower, or if I have, I don't remember it. But I was like, we got to pull these books out all at the same time and cross-reference and cross-compare. But I had that moment last night because in the summer, which is a joyful season, which is a playful season with laughter and playing in the water. You got a work day, but you still have enough time after your work day to go outside and play in the water and play with your kids. It's the season of the heart, the summer. It's the season of the lioness, the summer, and of Cancer, the earth, the moon and the water, right? So this season under the four horsemen of the apocalypse is war, but under your mother, it's the sower. It's the season of the sower, right? And then the season of the harvest under the agriculturalist that is living harmoniously and cyclically with the mother, with the earth, with his environment, and with his relatives, plant relatives, animal relatives, and people relatives. It is the season of bounty. It is the cornucopia, is the horn of plenty. Do y'all remember in recent film where you saw the horn of plenty that became a major story arc in the unfolding of the series? I bet nobody remembered. It was in The Wheel of Time when the young boy who was like the thief, the little petty thief, but he was suspected to be one of the kids that could be the dragon reborn, and he is up because they say that the quote horn of plenty would only come to the worthy. The horn of plenty, y'all. He who has been a thief throughout the movie doing diabolical shit, but you're supposed to empathize with him because the only reason he is a thief is because he's the poorest of the crew, but he's still doing dirt. He is the one that the horn of plenty presents itself to. And only the one that is worthy can blow the horn of plenty. And do you remember what happened when he blew the horn of plenty? What I told y'all last night. When he blew the horn of plenty in a time of great peril, he would blow the horn of plenty, and all of the ancestors who were great warriors would come as an army. Oh, shit. Yo. These motherfuckers are thieves. And unless you study somebody else's culture, you will not even be aware that you are being robbed by these motherfuckers. Oh, I'm so mad right now. God. And it's not until I'm telling you the story out loud that I'm like, oh, damn. This white boy blows the horn of plenty. The wind comes out of the horn and calls to ancestors who are known vigilant and victorious warriors to come and fight on behalf of the protectors of the dragon reborn. Listen, in ancient society everywhere, the cornucopia is the same. It is always in the possession of some female goddess typically an old goddess, like Ceres, like Cybele, like who's also named MamiWata. The women are always fat. the women who hold the cornucopia, bitch, they always fat. They always fat. They always have lion sidekicks. Why? Because the lion precedes them. The lion precedes the time of plenty. Leo precedes the harvest season. So that's why all of the ancient goddesses of the grain, goddesses of harvest, goddesses of plenty, that's why they are always jolly and fat and preceded by two tigers. It's because Leo precedes them. The summer of love precedes them. You feel me? And so, what was I saying now? So the horn of plenty has always been in the possession of the guarantor, if that's a word, of bounty, of plenty, for whom all can eat to their full. What did I tell you? The organ, for the woman that asked earlier, the organ associated with this period is the yin organ is the spleen, and the yang organ is the stomach. This season right here. And this season right here, the reason the spleen in the stomach is because the element of the spleen in the stomach is the earth. It is the earth. That none of the organs can do their job if the earth is not full, if the earth is not happy, if the earth is not jolly, if the earth is not satisfied, aka satiated, aka SAT of Saturn means to one's fill, to one's delight, to one's satisfaction. That's what Saturn means. So this white boy carrying a sword in one hand and the horn of plenty in the other, supposedly because it called specifically to him, and instead of the bounty of the harvest falling out of the cornucopia, which is the way that you see it every Thanksgiving, you see the little cornucopia that's shaped like a horn and all this food falling out, meaning there's more than enough for everybody to eat to their fill. Under the Father God, this season, that is the time of harvest, the time of plenty, becomes the horseman of famine. That's not me making it up. That's what I'm telling you. I learned. The four horsemen, the third horseman is famine that always follows war. Because here is no longer the summer of love where the lion is a loving surveyor of her empire that makes sure that the days are long enough for you to play just as hard as you work. Now the lion is a warrior. Now the lion is a devourer. Now the lion is a slayer of mankind. This lion proceeds, because I told you historically, I just read this, that the history of every famine since, 52 BC was the oldest documented famine I could find on this website about famine. 52 BC. So all of these things tie together in real time and in the past. That in the history of famines, the major famines of the world, the documented famines of the world, famine is always preceded by war. Famine is the residual impact of war. Here you have war as the horseman replacing the love of the heart. You have war as the second horseman and preceding what should be in its right order, in its right rotation, the time of plenty, the time of harvest, the time of securing a long period of rest to come, the time of working and celebrating the bounty of the yields that you have seeded into all this time. Now, in right opposition, war instead of love, and precedes famine instead of bounty. Famine, as the horseman of the apocalypse, precedes what is supposed to be your time of rest, your time of sex, your time of, oh, and also remember I said the time of harvest also is the time globally where ancestors are venerated. Why did I have this whole moment when thinking about the wheel of time and this cracker getting his hands on the horn of plenty, and instead of it spilling out that which would feed the world, no, it's calling up the ancestors. But he's a warrior in this scenario. He ain't a harvester. He ain't an agriculturalist. He ain't trying. What's the plenty that he is creating with the cornucopia, with the horn of plenty? He ain't trying to create no heart happiness, no bounty, no harvest, no securing of the idea that everybody on the world, there's plenty for everybody on the world to eat. No, it hit in his possession, the horn of plenty still does the same thing, steals the iconography, calls the warrior ancestors up from the fucking grave, bitch. He uses the horn of plenty to call up the warrior ancestors to fight the dragon. Well, why am I having a moment? Oh my God. Because this same season, I told you this season, but I'm lying. This season is the spleen and the stomach. It's not exclusively the spleen and the stomach, because you only have 4 seasons. But in the 5 elements, you have 5 elements. How that work? If all of the elements are supposed to be represented by a season, how does that work? You got 4 seasons, but you got 5 elements. Anybody want to rectify that? Anybody know from what I've taught you for years and years and years about the 5 elements? There is a period. It might correspond. Oh, let me think about this. Oh shit. It might correspond with the question that the sister asked earlier that I said I'm gonna have to come back to about the dog. It might correspond with the dog days of the summer. I'm just inferring. Hold on, let me see. Let's see, metal, water, wood. Okay, so we got 5 elements, but we only got 4 seasons. How do we rectify that if we're talking about the seasons and the elements through the lens of 5 elements theory? Tell you why. And I'm going to tell you why it's important. I'm about to blow your mind. I'm about to rock your shit is what I'm about to do. In 5 elements, this here that we call autumn is actually split. Let me do it with a lighter pen so I don't fuck up the picture. But autumn is actually split a little bit. Has anybody ever heard of the concept of the Indian summer? It is supposed to be a kind of a shorter season between summer and autumn that's like 2 weeks, right? So it's the last 2 weeks. Typically it's seen as the last 2 weeks and the first 2 weeks. The last 2 weeks of August and the first 2 weeks. No, let's see. Switching. Wait. Yeah, that's right. I did it between the equinox, but that's not right. It's supposed to be the last 2 weeks of August and the first 2 weeks of September. And the first 2 weeks of September. This is known as Indian summer. So sandwiched between summer and fall is what they call Indian summer, which is supposedly the hottest days of the summer, the last week, because it's only like 2 weeks total. Indian summer, between summer and autumn. And so this Indian summer is actually the spleen and the stomach, because the season of autumn itself, because it's some overlap, and I'm going to tell you why. The season of autumn is actually the lungs and the large intestines. So autumn is the lung and the large intestines, the breath and the primary organ of purification, the breath and the exit. You feel me? The spleen and stomach in quote Indian summer is because the spleen is the mother to the lungs. The earth is the mother to metal, because the lungs is metal element and the spleen and stomach is the earth element. Earth is the mother to metal. Why am I having a moment? Because the element is metal of the lungs. The color represented by the element of metal is white. The color represented by the element of metal, which governs the breath, is white metal. Its mother is the spleen and stomach, aka earth. Okay? The reason I'm drawing this out is because this story about the horn of plenty, because even though this is a quote, fifth season added into the four main seasons, it's important because it gives rise to your spleen element must be sturdy in its foundation for the process. It's technical, but for the process of what they say, because it's the spleen's relationship to the kidneys, the water element, that fortifies the kidneys energy enough to quote reach up from the depths and grasp the air chi. The kidneys have to be strong in the water element in order to have the energy to reach up and grasp the air chi and bring it down into the entire body. This is an explanation for how the air chi is distributed throughout the entire body, how oxygen is distributed inside the entire body. So if your kidneys are perpetually traumatized by shock and fear, you typically are a shallow breather. You never benefit from the air. You never fully benefit from the air chi because you're only breathing up here. You're not drawing the air into the deep diaphragm, where then the spleen can disseminate, can transform and distribute the air chi to the other organs. I know it seems deep, but when you learn these metaphors, when this white boy steals, who is a warrior wielding metal, and steals the horn of plenty and uses his air chi to blow into the horn to call in ancestors of war. That's it. Ancestors of war. When I tell y'all that this autumn is the season where every culture on earth in history celebrated and called into the space and welcomed the ancestors, every culture on earth. This is the same season where they call in the ancestors, venerate the ancestors, big up the ancestors, this and that and this and that. And he takes the transformed horn of plenty and calls up specifically warrior ancestors to follow him into battle. But I told y'all a story that this should sound familiar to you. The quote, army of ancestors. Who is that akin to? Who is that likened to? The same goddess that is venerated during this period. Huh? Who is the ancestor that governs the lungs? I mean, the Orisha that governs the lungs. I told y'all a million times. Who is the goddess Orisha that governs and controls the lungs? Not only does she govern it, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh yeah, y'all, governs the lungs. Why? Because she's the mother of winds. She is the owner of the winds of transformation. She governs the winds of your inhalation and your exhalation. She does that. She is present when you take your first breath. She is present when you take your last breath. It is said that Oya, who is what else? The mother of nine. Why did they call her the mother of nine? Because they say that Oya is, of all 401 Orisha, she is the only one of 401 that has 1 foot planted firmly in the terrestrial realm and 1 foot firmly planted in the ancestral realm. And this is why, as the owner of wind, the owner of the winds of transformation, when you transform from your terrestrial self to your ancestral self, meaning the winds stop coming in because you are changing from one thing to the next. You feel me? She is the one that assists you in your transition to the ancestral realm. And at the same time that she controls that transition into the ancestral realm, she controls your transition from unseen in utero to seen, taking your first breath. She is there when you are conceived, the moment that the sperm penetrates the egg. She is seen under a microscope as a instantaneous burst of light that is now visible under microscope. That's all y'all, right? She governs the space in between all things. As the owner of 9, she in Ifa is identified as the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end of all things, the space in between all things. What they say about her is the reason that she wears a skirt of 9 colors. I'm having a whole moment. Is because once you get to the number 9, there are attributes of each preceding number in the number 9. She represents the all. She represents attributes of all that come before her, right? So here in the story, she says that when she has to, that she doesn't go into battle often, but when she does, she brings her army of Egun. In Ifa tradition, the Egun is the collective power of the hidden ancestors. It is the power that she can wield of all the ancestors. It says that when she goes into battle, the reason that she has never been beaten in battle is because she is the mother of Egun. She is the mother of the ancestors. She is the mother of Egun. She calls Egun to go to battle with her. Her army is the army of the Egun, and these crackers, because they study you and your shit where you don't. And so they know you will never see the correlation between, or you will think it was just the brilliant mind of some brilliant housewife somewhere that just came up with this. That I don't even know where. It might have come to me in my sleep or some shit. Banking on you do not see your hijacked stolen stories in they shit. Baby, I'm telling you, that's where they got this from. Where this white boy blows the horn of plenty, and who he calls is not the wonderful ancestors. He specifically calls all the warrior ancestors. And isn't it funny how many of them warrior ancestors that follows the little slovenly, sloppy, thieving ass white boy into battle, how the majority of them that come are colored. Are colored. There's one who's got like red hair. He looked like a Nordic, like Celtic type white boy. But the rest of the quote ancestors that follow this slovenly, sloppy, problematic white boy that you just supposed to empathize with because he had such a hard life and that's the only reason he do dirt. Sound familiar? And so all these colored ancestors follow this white boy in battle, and you don't think that these sciences that have been preserved in the, remember what I was telling you about the crazy white boy who I like his channel, but it's only the few can rock with him because he's crazy. But he is a double PhD anthropologist and archaeologist. His page is something Babylon, something Babylon, something Babylon. But he crazy. Okay, I imagine that most people who get that smart go a little cuckoo. He is that. He cuckoo. But if you can wade through the cuckoo, one of the first things that I heard him say that blew my whole skull is he has spent many, many years as a PhD archaeologist, going on these, and anthropologist, going on these digs and these sites and this and that and this and that. And he said his frustration, he was telling his mentor that his frustration was that it seemed no matter where I go, no matter how many digs I participate in, it seems like there's these just giant missing chunks of history. Like we'll make this breakthrough, but it's like, it's hard to weave together. There's something missing in the history. And I don't know what it is. I don't know how many digs I got to go on to, whatever. And his mentor told him, nobody in this field will ever tell you this. And they will ostracize you if you speak it out loud. But I'm going to tell you what can weave this shit together for you, these missing chunks of history. He said, you have to learn, you have to seek out, because most astrologists and not astrologists, anthropologists and archaeologists reduce this particular component is just a side note that's really not of any historical significance. He said, what's going to tie this together for you is for you to start learning, you to start seeking out the pharmacopoeias of these societies. The doctors, the healers wrote down everything, not just herbs and medicines, everything. They wrote everything. If you want to, quote, weave in, close in the missing pieces, you're going to have to start seeking out these pharmacopoeias. And he said the problem is the majority of the pharmacopoeias I was coming into contact with were written in now what we call dead languages. That's what he said. So you know what this well-funded white boy was able to do because he was well-funded? Was to learn dead languages to decode the pharmacopoeias of the European and so-called Mediterranean and North African world. That's what this white boy did. That's what I'm telling you is happening right now. When I keep switching back and forth from mythology to this and that and this and that to this and that and this and that. The one thing I learned when I was taking Ayurveda, the first thing she said is that in ancient Indian society and culture, everything was seamlessly related. There was no separation or distinction between our economic life, economic financial life, between our political life, between our mythologies and spiritual beliefs, and who were in positions of power, our kings, our emperors, our yogis. There was no separation. It was seamlessly connected, weaving out of each other and impacting each other. That's what she said. That's what he said 10, 15 years later after I'm out of medical school, was that this man told him, you better get into these pharmacopoeias that none of your colleagues are paying attention to or reducing as unnecessary footnotes in the historical context. And so he had to learn dead languages. That's why this motherfucker went crazy. Because when you watch his shit, he crazy. But you have to be able to weave through and discern through the madness. And that stood out so loud. The horn of plenty transformed into a horn that is a warrior call. When we talk about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, according to your own ugly ass Bible, what precedes the emergence of each horseman of the apocalypse? What does it say? What did it say last week when I was like, oh my God, this is crazy? I was watching this video from last year and I was like, okay, this motherfucker trying to pull a jack move. Let me see if I can discern what the jack move is he's trying to pull. So I'm going to look up Donald J. Trump's birthday in the Bible in Revelation. Remember I told y'all that last week and how my mind was blown? I didn't even remember I'd done that, but I'm looking up 6:14 in the book of Revelations, 6:14 in the first book of Kings, 6:14 in the second book of Kings, and how I didn't even remember I'd done that last summer. And I just watched that video last week and it blew my whole mind. This is how we have to see the world. This is how we have to analyze the world. You feel me? And so in that same chapter that I read about Donald J. Trump in Revelation 6, 13, and 14, because it was Friday the 13th that preceded his birthday. Friday the 13th. So I said 6, 13, and 6, 14. And I read these scriptures of Revelations and First King, because as a matter of fact, on his birthday was the first No Kings Parade. That's why I said, you know what? No Kings Parade is happening tomorrow on his birthday. Let me look up 6:14 for that reason too. 6:14 in Kings, in First Kings and Second Kings, and in Revelation 6, 13, and 14, and something about the preceding the opening of I think it was the fourth seal. The fourth seal was the sound of a trumpet. Y'all think I'm tripping? I've been telling y'all this for 2 years. I am sitting here right now today watching Christian ministers. The reason is so many Christians, no matter how diabolical this bitch is, saying he must be the one because his name Trump means triumph or trumpet. You got Christian ministers around this country, evangelical Christians around this country today, saying that his name is the actual evidence that we in the last days, because his name in its origin means triumph or trumpet. They're teaching this today in churches across this country, and I've seen it. I tell it to you, y'all think I'm tripping. A year later, every time you turn around, some crazy Christian is talking about Trump must be Christ's return, because his name means trumpet, and all the seals are preceded by the blowing of the trumpet. And what's the trumpet if it's not a horn? The horn of plenty that has been transformed into the horn of famine, preceded by the horn and the seal of war. Just like science and this historical catalog of every great famine that killed millions and millions and millions and millions, always preceded by war. Love and heart and sovereignty, which is what the summer means, what it represents, transformed into war that is always preceded by famine. By famine. You feel me? And then after a prolonged period of famine, death is certain. Not rest, relaxation. No, not feed and breathe. Not rest and digest all of the grains of the bounty. Nah. So you can restore yourself for the coming cycle again. Nah. It is death. It is not only death, it is death by, what do they call it? I have a book over here called it's a common theme in like Wicca and Enlightenment circles, called either blazing splendor or the splendor of the sun. That's what it's called. Blazing splendor, or the splendor of the sun. And whenever you see it, it's that stage of the sun, or that phase of the sun, where it's so brilliant, it's so bright that it almost looks black in the core. It's so brilliant. And so the rays are always pictured burning the land. The rays in these books are always pictured with people on the ground trying to shield themselves from the rays of the sun, the blazing splendor, the splendor of the sun. What did Dr. Octavius say in the Spider-Man movie? What did Dr. Octavius say? He said, witness, because he was Oppenheimer. That's what he was. He was trying to manipulate, what do they call it? Some metal, right? To produce a type of fusion, a type of fission that could give you the power of the sun without the harmful side effects. And so he creates this AI thing that turns him into a mechanical octopus, because his actual hands can't do the shit, but the AI hand can do the shit. And when he starts the fission process, right, he says, behold. Behold. What does he say? Behold the splendor of the sun, the power of the sun in the palm of my hands. That motherfucker was Dr. Octavius. Dr. Octavius was Oppenheimer, was John D. Oppenheimer. Why am I saying that? Because he said the splendor of the sun. What is the splendor of the sun associated with, when all of these ancient pictures, when they talk about the stage of the sun that represents the splendor of the sun is booming down, and the rays, like in the hieroglyphics, where the stage of Ra's transition through time is, he's huge, the big sun that's huge, and the rays that come down and look like they have little hands on the ends, but now they're coming all the way down and touching everything. They're touching the ground. Same story everywhere. The splendor of the sun representing that stage of the sun, or something sun-like, that if not controlled, destroys everything in its path. What is the sun-like thing that can do that? What is the splendorous sun that can do that? If not the nuclear bomb, that according to the Bible, strikes like fiery arrows when we're talking about Sagittarius, and your president is a Sagittarius moon and a Gemini sun and a Leo ascendant, born under a Uranus and Gemini. Prometheus, the thiever of fire, who the mothers knew if these motherfuckers get their hands on fire, they have the potential to destroy everything. Uranus, Prometheus, Uranus and Gemini, your president, born under a Uranus and Gemini, as a Gemini, with a Leo ascendant, born under a Leo solar eclipse. And y'all think these motherfuckers don't chart this shit, play this shit out. Him looking like the orange sun. Y'all just, he's the orange man. He's the orange man. Like, that's not exactly what they said about Louis the 18th. And you know how they had to resolve the lunacy that was Louis the 18th after he declared himself the embodiment of the sun god Apollo with the divine right to rule in perpetuity. You know how they had to nip that madness in the bud. They had to cleave his head off his goddamn shoulders. That's what happened to Louis XIV. The only way to prevent him from destroying everything was they had to cleave his head up off his shoulders. Oh my God. Oh, jeez. Damn. Damn. Oh, goddamn. We got to be getting up in these mythologies. They literally been playing in our face this whole time. Whole time. They had to cleave his head off, though. They was like, And these were people who was like, yeah, you know, it is their bloodline to lead. But once he said, in perpetuity forever, I'm up in this. And what that means, once I have declared myself the sun god embodied, there is no wrong I can do. There's no wrong I can do. Like Zeus. There's no wrong I can do. I can rape and rob, literally steal. I can turn myself into an eagle and just steal kids right up out the field and turn them into my sex slaves here in Olympus. And I'm telling y'all, that's exactly what you witnessing in Hollywood in real time, but you still think this shit is some fake, false story that has nothing to do with today. Have they or have they not erected themselves up to God's status? Let me read you something I wrote last night of the wealthiest families on earth today. Where I wrote that down at? Here it is. Today, the wealthiest families on earth. The top 5 wealthiest families on earth. The Rothschilds, right? And they go into the whole story of how they became the all the way back, way back to quote what they identify as the first Rothschild and his 5 sons that he gave very strict, directions on how to maintain power in perpetuity. Okay, today collectively, the Rothschilds are worth $400 billion. $400 billion. The Windsors, who is a part of the family of the royal family in England, Elizabeth and her ugly ass offspring. Collectively, the Windsors own $25 trillion. The Windsors are the single largest landholders on earth. They own 1/6 of the world's landmass. A sixth of the world's landmass. The Windsors. Queen Elizabeth was the owner until she died. Of 1/6 of the earth's land. It says, which translates to 6 billion acres of land controlled by the Windsors. 16 countries they control. the Windsors through the royal crown, right? $25 trillion. The Koch family, $100 billion they are worth. The Walton family, $169 billion they control. Morgan, the guy that is, the face, I forget what his first name is, but JP Morgan, right? $148 billion. Just these 5 families control. You understand? These 5 families. And somehow you would separate that from this, the transition from a collectively bountiful, everywhere on earth, collectively bountiful, boundless giving earth, when her children work in cyclical harmony with her, and then a story that emerges seemingly out of nowhere where the son overtakes the mother, and in his overtaking of the mother, in his malignant self, goes from being the time of seeding and shit to the time of the season of conquest, the season of war, the season of famine, the season of death that is marked, the season of death that is called the splendor of the sun. Why? Because again, like I told y'all last night, when the sun burns white skin, the skin turns black, but not functionally black, not melanated, a malignant black, because the sun is burning the white skin. What is the white? What is the burnt appearance of skin that's been burnt by the sun over a long period of time? Very, very thick, dense, black sores called melanoma, the most deadly type of cancer. Melanoma. This is an example of these metaphors observed by our ancestors who were scientists and who were doctors and who were charting this shit and using metaphor to communicate it. The splendor of the sun that burns to black. And when it burns to black and it burns through the black becomes white. What happens when you put a log on a fire? It burns to black. It becomes charcoal. If you let it continue to burn and burn and burn past the blackness, what does it become? Ash, white like ash. So in the mother's winter, it is cold and you can get warm and there's snow. These are the things that are associated with the mother's winter, the time where we can go inside and rest and stuff like that. The nuclear winter of the father is so hot that it burns first to black and then it burns to ash. Think about all the horror movies that you've seen where you think it's snow falling out of the sky until the person, they think it's snow, until they wipe their face and it looks like gray or blackish gray. What they thought was snow falling out of the sky is ash after a nuclear winter. Why do they call it nuclear winter? Because they know you ain't paying attention to symbolism. What about the movie The Book of Eli? Eli can't see, Denzel Washington character. He can't see, but you don't know what's going on because as soon as the movie come on, he's hunting. All the trees look dead. It looks gray, like it's, like it's gray outside. It looks gray and the trees are naked. So you think it's winter when he's hunting. He's got on clothes that look like warm and he's hunting a deer. And so you think it's winter until all of a sudden this, what appears to be snow falling out of the sky, he wipes off of himself because even though he's blind, he feels it falling. That's how sensitive he is. And it is ash. And it's nothing I ever paid attention to until I saw what they're trying to create. What they're trying to ensure is the completion of the repetition of the mother cycle as hijacked by the father in his twilight, by the father on his way out. So instead of, quote, giving global birth to the universe, aka the life-giving, the life-generating big bang of the beginning of all things, his big bang will give birth to the end of all things. I'm telling you, you are watching ritual being played out and you are participating. I'm telling you, nuclear winter, the nuclear annihilation of every presentation of the mother that exists to secure the heaven of the mind of the mad son, which is what Hitler talked about. A perfect race of supreme beings that look just like the heaven in our imagination. The white sands of the desert as far as the eye can see. Skin like the white sands of the desert. Eyes as blue as a cloudless sky at noon when the sun in every culture was seen as its most deadly, as its most dangerous. The Big Bang that ends it all so they can attempt to replicate the power of the mother as the Big Bang that created it all. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And if you don't stage a contest, they will walk us into the dystopian future they have been forcing down our face since the beginning of the film industry. Think about how many. There's a horror movie called Silent Hill where the woman drives into this town. And as soon as she drives into the town, she thinks it's snow falling from the sky. And she does her windshield wipers and it's fucking ash. Silent Hill, the city that never stops burning. And so any person that goes into it is surrounded by what appears to be snow falling out of the sky. It is the Father's snow. It is the inversion of water, precipitation. It is the residual impact of fire that has consumed everything. Fire blazing out of control. That's a diagnosis in Chinese medicine. Fire blazing out of control. Fire ascending, blazing out of control. That's the diagnosis. Why you got a Leo ascendant in office with nothing but air and fire in his chart. Gemini, Sun. Sagittarius, he who fires the arrows as the man horse warrior, the horseman in his twilight, the last horseman who other side, the last horseman who brings with him death. Let me shut up. What else going on here? I got to get into the. Oh, that's long story. How I got into all of that is this question or this comment about the Octavia Butler Dawn Lilith trilogy. The only thing I've read is the Parable of the Sower. But let me write that down because I've been thinking about her a lot lately. A lot. I'm gonna stop promising to be disciplined because apparently that can't happen. I used to be such a great and disciplined orator. I don't know. I guess it's like the urgency of the moment, especially right now in this number 8 season. I don't know. Anyway, let's see. So for the Hopi, women are the only ones who do pottery and men carve wood. Thank you, Adeseli. Could it be the transition from eating wild to agriculture and only eating cultivated possibly changed the hormones during the pregnancy of the woman? That is interesting. Let me screenshot that because I don't know if you have heard. There is a school. Hold on. Let me screenshot this. There is, because every few years they come up with some new diet fad that everybody gets on and are really extreme about for a minute and then fall off. There is this new idea among those who were promoting like what was it called? It was called the It was called damn. It was a really popular diet fad for a long time, up until like, I don't know, maybe 2016. It was called, but it was kind of based on it was kind of like a spinoff from the blood type diet, because in the blood type diet, they tell you how people with O blood types should basically eat like hunter gatherers. Um, you know, consistent but small portions of red meat, and a diet heavy in nuts, grains, root vegetables, not grains, nuts, seeds, not grains, no legumes, no rice, no grains. They do not do well on grains. So basically, things that you would be scavenging for if you were a hunter gatherer, right? Those of you on IG, my IG is about to end. I'll bring it back up again, but it's going down in 4 seconds. So I'll re-bring it up if you're still interested in saying. I forget what it's called. It was called the something diet. The something diet. It was based on that. It was, fats like avocados and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And it got popular for half a second. But you know what? While I'm bringing this IG up, let me take a brief break, since it's almost at 5 hours, and grab myself some water really quick. I thought I had enough to drink, but I really didn't think I was going to be up on here for 5 hours. So let me go ahead and do that really, really quick, and I will return. And then I think I'm going to switch. Yeah, never mind. I'll be right back. Oof. Sorry about that, you guys. Okay. So let's see. Let's move through this a little bit more expeditiously. Let's see. This idea of that's what I was getting to on the other diet. I did hear recently. I don't know. I feel like it was. I feel like it's an idea that's taking off among like kind of like this branch of incels that is like trying to pseudoscientifically legitimize like patriarchy or something. I heard somebody, I don't know who he is. I don't know if he was a scientist or if he was just some random guy, saying some shit. But he said something, not directly, but kind of, it reminds me of it. And he was saying, his quote was, so it stood out like a red flag for me. I got to revisit this shit. But his quote was, the agrarian age, aka the domestication of grains, was the worst thing to happen in the development of human society. That's what he said. That's what he said. Excuse me. The agrarian age, and more specifically, the domestication of grain, was the worst thing to happen in the history of human development, or something to that effect. That's what he said. Now, for me, there was a lot more that he said that he didn't say, and I don't know if I should go that deep into it. But there's a reason that he said what he said, and he was not talking to you. He was talking through you. He was not even talking to men. He was communicating among men who knew what the dog whistle hidden in that was. There were several dog whistles hidden in that seemingly innocuous statement. So, there's something else. I'm not going to talk about it now, but I'm going to say it out loud so I can refer back to this. But there's something else about the idea. So I was talking about the horn of plenty transformed into a horn that's used as a war call or a war cry. And so instead of the horn, the cornucopia, being alerting people that the food is ready, food is done, we can go pick the food, harvest the food that we have grown, and fill the horn up with that which we have produced to alert the rest that we have enough for everybody. Now the horn precedes, quote, warfare, alerting to the famine that comes after war, right? And so this idea of horns, like in our in the tarot deck that I read to you guys from, the medicine woman deck, the wands is replaced with the pipes, like playing pipes, or smoking pipes. So pipes. I told you a shoe loves whistles. Horns, pipes, whistles, flutes. Okay, and that iconography being replete in particularly the Bible. You know, they say that, what's his name? Was it Joshua? Oh my God. Oh, where's that Superman shit I wrote down earlier? Where Superman circled around the planet to manipulate time so he can bring Lois Lane back to life. Where did I write that shit down? Shit. Let me write it again. But anyway, just like Superman, I just had another thought. That scene that just showed up in my mind. That's why I need people who are like really keen, like these young people who can just everything that I'm saying, they can automatically have like little short video clips of all the stuff that I'm talking to you about. So you have a visual, a little clip visual of what I'm saying. So you have to pull deep in your imagination. There's that same scene where Lois Lane dies and he flies out to the edge of the atmosphere and he flies backwards. He flies clockwise, I think, counterclockwise. I don't remember. I'm gonna have to go back and watch this scene. But he flies and he flies and he flies and he flies as hard as he can, so he can force the Earth to reverse its rotation and quote go reverse time. And he's flying so fast and so hard around the planet that the Earth looks like Saturn. The Earth has these residual rings around it from everywhere. So every time he passes, it's like the rings remain, like an airplane. And you can see the long little, the chemtrails that the airplanes leave. It was like he was leaving chemtrails in the path of him reversing time on Earth. And as he's going so fast, he's going so fast that the little trail that he leaves don't even dissipate. So it looks like Earth has rings like Saturn, the owner of time. Shit. The reason I thought about that is because I was talking to y'all about the horns, the pipes, the flutes, the whistles, and how there are very specific mythological characters that are always seen with those things. The pipe, the flute, the doop. We're gonna do right there. Oh, nope. Here it is. Because in the Bible, what happens? The walls that could not be penetrated, that could not be subdued. How was it that I think it was Joshua or Elisha, one of them dudes, was able to quote bring down the walls of Jericho? How did they bring down the walls of Jericho? Did they hit on the walls, bang on the walls? Nah. Supposedly, they marched around his whole army and his trumpeters marched around around Jericho 7 times while his trumpeters played the song of whatever, destruction or whatever, while they was marching counterclockwise around the walls of Jericho. And on the 7th day, the walls fell. For 7 days, they marched counterclockwise around Jericho, and the place that had never been penetrated, never been beaten, the walls just fell while they was playing these trumpets, right? So trumpets, flutes, trumpets, let me write that. Is because this idea of wind instruments is also replete in these stories, particularly around the inversion of the iconography of Saturn. Pan's pipes, the Pied Piper. Well, who does the Pied Piper become? Who does the horny goat man become under the Father God? Still a psychopomp, still a purveyor of death. So you think about the story of the Pied Piper, he who uses the songs of the flute to manipulate the kids, to quote put the kids under a spell and walk them into a cave where they quote disappear forever. What about so I'm telling you, ritual in your face, bitch, all the time, everybody participates. What about R. Kelly, who literally called himself the Pied Piper of hip hop? Didn't he call himself that? Or the Pied Piper of R&B, the Pied R. Kelly, as a psychopomp, devouring youth, devouring the youth of young girls. These are characters playing in our face. Who else? A shoe or a legba who loves whistles, who loves flutes, who loves noise-making instruments. Who else? But when you go back to ancient Rome, to ancient Greece, where there was still some goddess acknowledgement in the societies, when you go all the way back to ancient Egypt, the people playing instruments were always female. Always. Always. Flutes, little weird horn things, stringed instruments, particularly. Go and look at instruments of the ancients, instruments of the ancient Mediterranean, instruments. The majority of images you will find are of ancient women playing these instruments. Could it be that there was an acknowledgement of the same thing that the ancient women acknowledged of the potential for air or fire to be in the possession of males? Air is yang. Remember I was telling you I want to do a paper or something like that called When Males Become Muses? Anyway, let me go on through here. Let's see. Like that Bill Withers song, I Can't Write Left-Handed. I didn't know there was no song called, I don't know that song. I'm intrigued. And I like Bill Withers. I don't know that song. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Let's go through this thing. I remember. Somebody said the Superman thing. They remember. That was so. What I picture in my head, right, is like, say I do a 2-hour live, but since I talk in movie, like since I talk in film, right? Whenever I talk to y'all, like this one time, you remember? Speaking of flutes, speaking of redheads, speaking of this consistent iconography all over the place. Holy shit. Oh my God. It's not my imagination. Remember the movie. Oh my God. Shit. Oh my God. The girl who was redheaded, who played the flute, who spoke in seemingly mundane ways, right? Who was a sex addict. That's all the iconography. The horny goat man, Pan, who's always pictured with an erection while he's playing the flutes, right? This girl, I thought it was just going to be a funny correlation, but even in talking about her out loud, I was like, oh my gosh, she is the iconography of, in reverse, the little horny goat man. Always seeing playing the flute, turning the party up, you feel me? Always with an erection and always chasing after some vajayjay. The girl was a sex addict. But the reason I brought her up in the first place is I was telling y'all, I speak in movie. I was like, oh my God, like, the girl in the movie American Pie, who no matter what story anybody is telling, she has a rebuttal that she can quote relate. Oh my God, that's like this one time in band camp. Oh my God, that's like this one time in band camp. She speaks in band camp. I speak in movie. But damn, here she is, and in your face, literally textbook reproduction of this character that continues to be sewn into movies. Once you know the code, you see what you see, and it can change you. I think that's the point. Anyway, what was I saying? So if I say, like if I prepare and I say, okay, I want to reference this particular scene in Superman going back enough in time to bring his boo back to life. I want to reference a clip of that scene. I want to reference a clip of this scene. I want to reference a clip of this scene from this movie and tie them together in a quote live that people now have, because I see videos like that all the time. I'm like, how they do that? And I don't want to learn how to do that. Can I find somebody that can do that for me, right? Where they just have cute little video clips here. This is what I'm talking about. Remember this time over here, this and this and this and this? Whatever. That's what I want to see happen. Anyway, let's see. That was when Superman shoot. Superman turns back. Yep. Daniela says, yeah, that was when Superman turns back time. I changed the rotation of the earth. Yep. Always remember that scene. It creeped me out as a child. The way people are acting socially definitely feels like we are regressing in time. Yes. Makes more and more sense now in the year 2019. I saw Trump looking and smiling at me through the TV with dark energy. Thank you for every answer to my question about spring. That was wonderful, and I took some notes. Awesome. Let's see. I will be 31 on the 8th. I am Unicali Woman. Who is you? Do I know you? That name sounds familiar. I am Unicali Woman. Do I know you? Who you is? She said, let's see. I will be 31 on August 8th. Me and my dad's birthday is the same day and month. 8/8. Wow, that's pretty impactful. That's pretty deep. Let's see. Black Pint 22. How to get rid of gallstones. Black Pint 22. If you're still on here, I know I've been on here a long time. If you send me an email at EvoEmeTemp @gmail.com, EvoEmeTemp @gmail.com, I actually have a liver gallbladder cleanse protocol that'll get rid of them in 48 hours. I'll email it to you. So EvoEmeTemp @gmail.com, and I will email you the liver gallbladder cleanse. Let's see. How to learn, yes, to be selfish and have strong boundaries, pour into yourself. Yes. You are the center of your empire. Yes. Think about it like this way. If you have two kingdoms, right? And historically, these kingdoms have like exchange, like done trade or barter or whatever. But for whatever reason, your kingdom, you, falls on hard times. And so your stores aren't what they usually are. The stores in your granary or whatever, they ain't what they usually are. You don't have the bartering power that you have had in the past with this other kingdom over here, right? And this kingdom say, well, we got what you need. Can you give us what we need? And your kingdom say, I'll help you how I can. You pouring from stores that are already not equipped to share, but you feel obligated because of the history of your relationships to share what you don't have. And so you are never able to get back in front of your stores where you are filled up, where you have plenty of reserves, because you done depleted your own reserves so much that now you not only can't take care of yourself, but you have extended in a way that makes it so that you can't ever refill your stores. You always playing catch up energetically, your kingdom. Let's see. I am Unicali Woman says absolutely yes. I always thought before we came out the womb they was already attacking. Absolutely yes. I mean, y'all remember them billboards that was getting all that flack all over New York? Like within the week, they had to take that shit down. Supposedly, a campaign by the New York Health Department to address infant mortality. But the billboard had a picture of a pregnant black woman from the neck down in the profile view saying the most dangerous place on earth for a black child to be is in the black woman's womb. That was a billboard campaign. The most dangerous place on earth for a child to be is in a black woman's womb. This was a billboard campaign. So yes, what you said, and also something all the way back when I can't remember whose name it was, but I think it was one of the first questions when the person was asking, "Can your ancestors' astrological chart have an impact on your own chart?" I have a theory because we celebrate our birthday when, you know, our mother gives birth to us, but we say, excuse me, but we say that this is when, quote, life began, right? But when I was talking to you about when Mary Daly in the book Pure Lust talks about the job of the fates, the job of the fates in this period is to redefine time and to cast a global spell to conduct a global exorcism that that breaks the global spell of the amnesia of women. Remember that? And I was like, she say, so the role of the fates is to redefine time, hence the infinity symbol, hence the hourglass, hence Saturn as you know, the governor of all time, but now it's the father that's governing time instead of the female, right? And so I was talking to y'all about the story. This was a couple months ago, the story of you know, Ra and Set, the daily battle of, you know, the conquering sun and the conquering Set, and they vying for power all day, every day, right? Remember? And I was saying that if we quote we acknowledge that the new day, well, we acknowledge the beginning of the new day is at midnight, but we quote acknowledge the working day as sunrise. The sun reborn. The sun has risen, right? And then we call sunset literally after this Greco-Roman adaptation of the story of the victory of Ra over Set is when Ra is born, sunrise. And then at noon, Ra is at his most brilliant, quote, his most powerful at noon. And then as he begins to fall and Set becomes more and more powerful at, quote, sunset, it is said that Set is victorious over the sun, sunset, right? And so on and so forth, right? This is the iconography. But I was like, this, if we are the sun, if each one of us is the sun, then what does this story mean? Then I read something somewhere, I don't remember, but was saying that in the ancient world, it's actually a relatively new phenomenon in history that we acknowledge the new, quote, workday as sunrise, that actually the new actual day in ancient times began when the sun set, when the sun went behind the horizon at the end of the day. This was the start of the clock. Just like I told y'all, I was reading this thing about Sokdep, representing the dog star Sirius on 8/8, and this was what the Kemetic people recognized as the new year. 8/8 was the new year that was marked by the celebrated coming of the flooding of the Nile, or the waters of the Nile. 8/8 was in ancient Kemet the first day of the year, the day of the new year. And so I was like, and I was even saying that last night. I was like, wait a minute, we always see that the first house, which is represented by the energy of Aries, supposedly the time that you were born. But if they switch the whole thing, maybe the whole way that we see the zodiac should be switched. And the reason I said that is because in our own story as the sun, each one of us is our own story as the sun. Just like in this story of Ra and Set, where we celebrate the new day really at 6 a.m. when the sun rises, right? Just like we celebrate our birthday as the time that we went from the dark to the light, we have been told that Set represents, quote, the underworld, Ra's solar boat into the underworld. So when he descends behind the horizon, said that he, quote, metaphorically is on his solar boat through the underworld, like Jesus and his tour of the underworld, right? But I was like, if this story is still a patriarchal conversion of the original story, and the ancient people are saying where the calendar day is concerned, that the new each day began when the sun went behind the horizon in the evening, sunset began the new clock for the day. Then what does that how does that change that story? How does just something as simple as, oh, the old clocks used to say that the new day began when the sun set? What does that sound like? What does that sound like? When the sun goes into the underworld. What's wrong one. When the sun goes into the underworld. What's the underworld? According to Oya, according to Pluto. The underworld is anything that is below the horizon. You remember me telling you this is the horizon, this is the equator, this is the division between heaven and earth. The underworld is anything below the surface of the earth. That's why, so if the sun is perceived to go into the, quote, underworld, is it more like the inception, that when the reason the new day started when the sun goes into perceives to go into the earth, more like a seed, not dying at the hands of Set. No, he is, quote, being planted in the earth. That's why the day is new in the ancient times. The day was new when the sun disappeared into the earth or behind the earth, right? The new day started when he was seated, and then he goes, the sun, in his, quote, solar boat journey into the underworld, and he goes through the same agricultural seasons as any seed, right? And then in the Capricorn season, where they changed the story to say he, quote, died on the cross in this season, but what happens? He moves one, so he is, quote, let's see. I have to think about that. But what do they say? Is that at sunrise, the sun is risen. The sun is born. The son is born. So if he was born, why y'all don't ever talk about his gestational period? The SUN. If he was born, what happened to his gestational period? Y'all say he just died and then he was just born. He died and then he was born. He died and then he was born. No, he was seeded into the earth and born, broke through the soil to announce himself or whatever. You feel me? That's the theory that I have. Anyway, let's see about that. The sun as the seed. Yeah. Let's see. So Primal Chi says, what does it mean to have your moon to your moon and your sun in opposition, being born on a full moon? The moon and sun is always in opposition. As far the moon and the sun are always in opposition. That's the way I understand it. So I'm a am I right? Yeah, the moon and the sun are always in opposition. So if you are so I'm a Virgo sun. Let's see. Is that right? I don't think that's right. I think I got that backwards. Hold on. Let me make sure, child. I told y'all I ain't do astrology. Hold on. I think. How does that work? Yeah. Is it your? Let me see. I got to see it to visualize it. Let's see. Okay. So that is. All right. Something is going to be seemingly completely off in left field, but somebody do me a favor. Look up, what's it called? Look up an image. You know what? I'll do it. I just had a thought. Let's see. Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. All right, so this is Virgo. And this is the horizon or the equator or whatever. Okay. So, yes, that makes sense. Okay. And so let's see what you said you was. Let's see. What does it mean to have your moon and sun? So, you're in general, unless it's like an eclipse or something like that, your your sun is always going to be opposite your moon. Your sun is always going to be opposite your moon. No, that can't be right. That can't be right. What am I? Oh no, I'm mistaken. I thought, you know what? It was my own writing. My bad. Okay, so that's right. So let's see, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Man, hold on. How do they do this? Yeah, that's right. So I'm a Virgo sun. And I'm a Gemini rising because it's on Virgo sun. And then a Capricorn moon. I don't remember, child. My bad. It's homework that I'll have to do. Because for some reason, I was thinking that the sun and moon were always opposing. So it's like these technical things in astrology that I don't get. That's why I really want to learn it. But no, this is perplexed me. I don't know is the answer to that question, but it's a homework assignment now. So I got you. Let's see. Let's see. And then in terms of your other question, first of all, both those questions, I'm not reducing the question because I'm totally going to look into it. But in the meantime, since I could not answer your question, all you have to do is Google those questions, particularly the one. There's several websites that I've seen where you can put your date of birth in it, and it's a moon calculator. It's a moon phase calculator. What phase was the moon in when you were born? And then what it does is tell you what the phase of the moon that you were born under, what those phases represent. Is it a waxing? Is it a waxing gibbous? Is it a crescent? So on and so forth. It'll tell you those 7 documented stages, or acknowledged stages of the moon, and it will tell you what that means for you archetypally. So I would just say, do that. Put the first question in first, and then the second question, being born on a full moon. It should bring right up the moon phase calculator for your date of birth, what moon you were under, and then it'll interpret it for you, what that means. Can you provide a constellation for a chart reading for children? No. And if not, could you provide a place or a person that I could have that done? I have only ever dealt with my own chart. So I'm gonna tell you, when I did that interview with Mama T, we did like a pre-interview discussion. One, so I could learn her interview style. She could ask some questions about me to develop like the flow for the show. But she also informed me then that she is actually a skilled astrologer. She does charts for people and that kind of stuff. Forget specifically, she said there's a particular school of thought through which she does her readings. But I remember some of the things she was telling me. I was like, damn, I need to book a reading with her. Like, I'll need to book, like an astrological, because I'm still fighting with my own chart. So I would say that's a good place to start. I mean, in the few minutes that we talked about it, I was actually impressed. And I got my chart and haven't had any consultations done on my chart in a very long time. And that was impressive, the little bit that we discussed. So I'd say that's a good place to start is Mama T. Just start with her YouTube channel, because on her YouTube channel, she has her like website and stuff like that. But I'd say that's a good place to start. I was impressed enough to be like making a mental note, like, damn, I need to get a reading from this sister. So I'd say that's a good place to start. And if she can't do what you need done, she can definitely refer you to somebody. But that's what I would say is a good place to start. Let's see. Y'all are funny. Yeah, somebody was saying like about the deacons. I don't know. Like, I keep telling y'all, I keep reminding y'all, as sharp as I am, I need to learn astrology. I need to learn those particulars. Like the degrees is like what is the significance of 0 degrees versus 14 degrees? You know what I'm saying? Like those, the kind of more, specific ins and outs of astrology. Like to learn to read a chart. To learn, I need to learn that, but it's just not a priority right now when I'm in survival mode. Let's see. Yes, somebody said Oya is the Holy Spirit. Yes. I just realized 9 is the all because 10 is really 1 in the next set. Yes, it is. The trumpet has to blow. Yup. This Q&A has been very, very, very informative today, honey. Yay! I know I go off on tangents sometimes, but it always comes back to center. Let's see. Yes, I have to rewatch this and catch up from yesterday too. Thank you, Cassandra, and the chat community. Yay! And let's see. I appreciate you for this live. Honestly, Scott's against the grain. Oh, is that what it is, sis? Hold on. That what in the? Oh, let's see. Man, dude. There it is. Okay. So let's see. Tanae Bra's apparition was saying about the guy that I said that the agrarian age was the worst thing. I guess she's saying this is like the name of a book or something. Scott's Against the Grain. Yeah, I'm gonna read this because there's a lot of dog whistles in just the general statement that he made that I saw against the grain. Yeah. Yep. Dog whistly ass shit. Yup. Okay. Um yo, I asked that and just got back. I don't know what that is because I'm just now getting to that on the screen in the comments. Something is hearing ate so much through your live is crazy because I just found out that my current chosen name adds up to the number 8 and is related to the Nile River. Whoa. I didn't know these meanings when I chose my name. That's awesome. Capricorn, I don't know within the context. In Pirates of the Caribbean 2, when he figured out he had to flip the boat in Davy Jones' locker. I don't know what that means. Dang. Aunt Jemima, what was you talking about when you put Capricorn question mark? It's back. I'm trying to catch up with the comments. And then you said in the Pirates of the Caribbean 2, he figured out something about Davy Jones' locker. And then you said something about sewed. I don't follow. This makes so much sense when we realize they slept at noon. Yes, the siesta. They slept at noon when it was the hottest and then sowed seed and also harvested by moonlight. Okay. Do you believe that Hecate, Oya, and these different goddesses are the same or a representative of our ancestors throughout time? Do you believe in the esoteric and Anna? Esoteric Isis. Okay, so I believe multiple things. And that's why I really like, though I acknowledge his patriarchal shortcomings. I said this before about what's the guy I told y'all about morgue official, the white haired guy who does mostly like Gnostic investigation and type of things. I love his channel, but I recognize male's limitations. Do you understand? So the crazy Babylon guy who's got the 2 HPs and learned dead languages so that he could interpret materia medicas and pharmacopoeias from the ancient world. I take from him what is useful, but I always go into these scenarios with male experts on subjects, recognizing their limitations, still being, it's not a dig at men. It is to acknowledge that no matter how sharp they are, patriarchy cuts them off. It damn near, it's sobering to witness. It damn near makes it impossible for them to make a leap that ain't that deep. Like, come on, he almost there. I can't believe he's gonna say it. And then before he can make the leap, he's on to the next subject. It happens in so many places and with so many men. It's just an acknowledgement of being blinded by the light. And they tell you these songs all the time, not just blinded by the light, blinded by the light. Do-do-do-do-do. What's the other one? She blinded me with science. She's they tell you, I'm telling you, everywhere they tell you in your face. In your face, they tell you. Huh? As well, morgue official, Santo Bonacci, though. The shit that is in this man's head is deep, deep. Wormhole deep. But the thing that I love is how he does the same thing that I do. He says, I'm talking about you, because this thing is astrotheology. Talking about you, this thing that is the story that was told to you. This is how it translates in the field of science. This is how it translates in astrology. This is what this biblical story means when doctors are observing a cadaver. The same thing that I'm trying to do, he does. The one thing he never gets right in all of the hours that I have seen. He may every now and again talk about the goddess as an archetype within mythology, or to take the goddess and apply her in history, apply her in science, apply her in these other areas. Never. He'll never make the leap in all these years. He'll never make the leap. That's ours to do. Is to meet them where they at in their limitations, take from them, learn from them the information that was afforded them and typically denied us, and pave the way. It's not men's responsibility to restore the goddess, to wake the goddess. They have a role in the process. They can't lead it. So, in response to this thing about Hecate, Oya, and Isis, what do we say all the time? Mommy and I are one. What's one? What's one? They are all one. Culturally specific, locational, evolutionary, specific. When I was talking about astrocartography last night, about how the constellations are literally on ancient maps superimposed on the earth. Like how does this constellation and the character that represents this constellation located, superimposed on Earth, the galaxy superimposed on the Earth as astrocartography. And so I'm saying last night, for as many people exist on the planet, wherever they are on the planet, are 8.5 billion different perspectives of our viewing where we are on our earth, looking up at the night sky. That's why I started all the way back at the beginning saying each and every person, there should be 8.5 billion religions on earth. Sure should. Didn't I say that all the way back at the beginning? If each one of us is a triune being, that is the sun, the moon, and the ascendant, aka the serpent, the divine serpent, that's who we are each. Moving through our own very personal universe, aka your personal chart that is literally as unique as your fingerprint. So you are the sun, moon, and the ascendant moving through the 12 houses of your peculiar life, your peculiar expression. It means everybody on earth, there should be 8.5 billion religions on earth. So, you feel me? And if that's the case, the reason why is because I might call her Yemaya, the many-breasted who feeds all her children. Somebody else will call her Inanna, the many-breasted that feeds all her children. What is the thing that makes them different, though they are one? That the people who are the admonishers of Yemaya are from a coastal, probably tropical, probably region where they have readily available access to the open ocean, where they can admonish an ocean deity, as opposed to an Inanna, who is a Sumerian, aka Babylonian, aka Persian, Middle Eastern desert-esque climate, where they don't have ready available access to water. So she, the many-breasted who feeds all her children, appears different in a culture that does not have access readily available fluid access to water. Remember I was telling y'all way back, the guy, was it John Henry Clark maybe, that said that religion, all religion, is the deification of culture. That's it, the deification of culture. That's why Orisha means forces of nature. Orisha literally translates to forces of nature. That's why we can superimpose these humanist characteristics on the planet and on the stars and on the pictures that the stars make and tell whole stories about their life cycles, just like they us. Because in our minds, they are a reflection of us. And this is how we communicate with them, to see us in them and they in us. Right? So the answer to your question is Hecate and Oya, Inanna, Isis, a lot. They all the many-faced, the many presentations of the one. They all the same. They all the same, not only in different faces based on who is calling their names, but also in the different phases of their lives that every single person born with a uterus represents. The maiden, the mother, and the crown. They all one, just different phases of their life cycle. There ain't seven moons. There's just one moon in different faces, aka phases. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So thank you for that, Bayani. Mm-hmm. Shit is annoying. Okay. The moon goes through all 12 signs throughout the month, staying 2 to 3 days in each sign during the 28-day cycle. Could I possibly interpret your chart? I am good at giving psychological understanding of oneself with Placidus. I could send an email analysis in the email. Okay, I'll take that, Bayoni. I'll send you a copy of my chart. Let's see. It's a book. It compares African societies that had better health outcomes through hunting, gathering, and agriculture that followed flood wet seasons to European societies that utilized grains. Okay, so she's talking about that book by that guy. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna get it. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. That's a huge simplification, but that's the best way. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. I'm interested. Because again, what he said, I feel was very dog whistling. I'll tell you why. Since I wasn't gonna tell you why, but since it keeps coming up, I'll tell you why. While I finish eating my snacks. First, the most simple explanation for the why is anybody have it, because there was another book that I actually liked, but he didn't spend enough time on the giant in the room. It was called the Grain Brain. That was the name of the book. It was out, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago. The Grain Brain. And basically it was a glorified Dr. Atkins. You know, the removal of complex and simple carbohydrates, sugars, grains in particular, and so on and so forth. And he was linking it to certain major conditions like seizures, the grain brain, right? The problem that I have is that so I would have to read this book, because even though the basis of what he's talking about, comparing African societies to European societies and how they utilized grain during the agrarian period or whatever, fine, might be right on point, might be awesome and a great read. But I don't know if you've read the book, Tanae Bra's Apparition. I don't know if you've read the book, but I would be interested in knowing how much time in the book he spends talking about the adulteration, of grains in the modern period since the advent of the Green Revolution. Like, if he's not spending a couple of chapters on the widespread genetic modification and manipulation of grains in particular, then I say his book falls flat. His thesis don't work if he's talking about the current pathological presentation of people who, quote, are gluten intolerant or gluten resistant, or grain sensitivities, or whatever new label they putting on that shit, without talking about, especially Monsanto in its behavior in the United States, about how almost all foods are genetically modified right now. You know what I'm saying? And so if he's not talking about that and factoring that into this equation of his historical analysis about, quote, because the statement that I heard this white boy say was very hostile, and I knew exactly what he was talking about, and it wasn't about fucking grains. And he says that the agrarian age, aka the domestication of grain, was the worst thing to happen in the development of human society. I knew who he was talking about. He was talking about Ceres. He was talking about Cybele, MamiWata. He was talking about Oshun. Who is the goddess of grain? Oshun, Aphrodite, Gaia, Maya. Who is the goddess of the grain? It's Cybele. It's Ceres, for whom cereal is still named after today. All these goddesses of the grain. And why is that important? That every so often, some Cro-Magnon man, some self-proclaimed modern hunter, is going to come out with a diet, that once again villainizes grains. Let me finish this. Because we don't have to talk about this. I was going to put it off, but we got to talk about this. No, we're going to talk about this. Because I mentioned it last night. This perversion of the calendar and the story that I told you about the mother as the original guiders of the horses, which is the image that I had as the thumbnail last night. And once the guider of the horses became male, the calendar had to change, obviously. And so it goes from life affirming in every single one to different ways to murder, different ways to torment, different ways to kill, conquest, war, famine, and death. Right? I said, if this calendar, for the greater portion of the modern human epoch, has been governed by agriculturalists and their something else too, but their cyclical harmonious relationship with the environment, never taking too much from the earth, never overburdening the earth, switching out the crops so that she was always mineralized. And that I'm convinced that this is the reason that Monsanto set its sights on the world that still had the most agriculturalists. When you look at the numbers, this is a lot of this comes from, at least was made more well known by the woman I want to meet, Vandana Shiva. That's a bad bitch, and I want to meet her. Vandana Shiva is the one that has rescued these seeds that Monsanto was attempting to eradicate from existence in India. Grains that people, seeds of grains that people have been saving like currency for generations in their lines. And Monsanto was attempting to rob them of their seed stores. How about the criminality of Monsanto in India is long. We don't hear about it often enough. I used to go to these conferences at Yale College, and there was always a representative from these organizations attempting to change the laws on how Monsanto is able to move around the world. India, baby, scores over the last 30 years since the 90s, scores of millions, not thousands, millions of farmers committing suicide, going insane because Monsanto requires them to use pesticides that are banned in the United States. Do you think that because they banned DDT in the 1970s that they stopped making it? No, they just sent it to places that did not have the kind of environmental protections in place that America had. Today, sending containers of DDT pesticide, and because it's so expensive, the farmers will keep the shit in their house, and everybody ends up sick and dying from exposure to DDT. Babies born with multiple major birth defects. There are more symbiotic twins born in India than anywhere else on earth. Do you know what a symbiotic twin is? Some people call it a parasitic twin. Where there were twins in utero, and because of a disruption, typically due to toxicity in the birth development, there are so many children born looking pregnant because they have absorbed their twins in their abdomen. The most famous one was this little girl that people were trying to buy from her family, steal from her family, making offerings at the family's door because they said she was the reincarnation of Shiva. Because this child, born with a parasitic twin, what should have been the head of the twin was the twin's spine fused at the bottom of this girl's spine. So she appeared to have 4 arms and 4 legs. The only thing missing from this parasitic twin was the head, fused at the spine of this child. And because she was too young, they said that she couldn't survive a surgery of that magnitude to separate her from the twin until she was 5 years old. So this baby had to live like this until she was the age of 5. People trying to steal her, people trying to buy her from her family. The dad saying every day we come and there's just mountains of fruit and offerings all over our front door because they believe this girl is the incarnation of a deity, not the malignant, tyrannical byproduct of a corporation that is literally poisoning the entire goddamn country. It took 28 hours and 8 doctors to surgically successfully remove this child's twin from her spine at the age of 5. And so I'm convinced, as a ritual against the goddess, this is the reason Monsanto and other corporations like Bill Gates, funky fucking ass, have specifically set their sights on agriculturalists around the world. Remember, I was telling y'all about this movie, this documentary called Gorilla Midwife. And in this documentary, the midwife's name is Robin Lynn. She goes to Bali because she, I guess, was like a liaison to the World Health Organization. And she had gone to present at this conference at the World Health Organization about the crisis of infant and maternal mortality around the world. And at that time, Bali had surpassed, up until that time, Sierra Leone globally had the worst birthing outcomes, infant and maternal mortality. Something had happened in Bali, I'll tell you in a minute, where at this period where Robin Lynn leaves California, takes her whole family to Bali, and they build affordable birthing clinics in Bali because Bali had surpassed Sierra Leone in infant and maternal mortality death, that 1 out of 3 women would die in childbirth in Bali at the time. 1 out of every 3 women would die in childbirth from postpartum hemorrhage. Not only that, Bali had decided that the hospitals, birthing centers, that the women that had their babies in hospitals, they had to pay the hospital fees before they could take their babies home. The hospitals would open up their doors 3 times a day for these women to go into the hospital, attempt to feed and nurse their children, clean their babies up, change their diapers, because the nursing staff would not do it. You got 3 times a day to come in there, snuggle with your babies, showing women in the freaking hospital halls on the floor, lined up against the wall, trying to give their baby as much sustenance as they can and clean them up before the next several hours before they let them in to see their babies again. And how many babies were dying in the hospital because the women could not afford to pay the hospital bill to take their babies home. So this woman goes to Bali and builds in her house a home birthing center, and still charges, but nowhere near with the hospital. And for women who could not even afford that, she would go and do home births. She would go do home deliveries at no charge, right? And so this whole documentary called Gorilla Midwife, it'll change your whole life. So she is detailing her work in Bali. And she said, but what I wanted to understand was, like, what was the cause? What was the cause in this sudden increase in infant and mortality death in Bali? She said, so I just started going around and talking to the village people, talking to the old people in the community. She talks to a man. This old man says, oh, yeah. I remember the first woman who died ever in childbirth in his village, in his country. Oh, yeah, I remember the first time, the first woman, she had 7 children. Big, strong baby. She had 7 kids successfully. I remember the year she died. He proceeds to tell a story about 2 years prior to her giving birth to the child that she ended up dying with. The country announced, because Bali is a poor country, the country announced how it was going to enter into this contract with this American company that was going to make rice farming, because rice is their primary staple. It was going to make rice farming so much easier, so much quicker, and with much more yield, right? So much yield that you can even, that what you keep for your home, but you can also sell it and this and that and this and that. So much easier, so much quicker, and so much more yield. And the government signs this contract with Monsanto. Monsanto comes in like it do. And when a country signs a contract with Monsanto, the farmers do not have an option. Well, do I want to keep growing the indigenous rice that we grew up my whole life farming, or do we want to go into contract with this fast yielding rice by this organization? That is the thing. Once you sign a contract with Monsanto, it is illegal for you to store grains, to store seeds, or to grow any crop that is not in this contract from Monsanto, in an attempt to eradicate indigenous seed the world over. So he said we were all forced to switch from our original rice, our ancestral rice, to this fast yielding rice. What Robin Lim is saying after talking with this dude, she's saying that prior to Monsanto coming into Bali, a single bowl of indigenous rice in Bali produced enough B vitamins, folate, and all your major nutrients. But for those of you who've been pregnant, you know B vitamins and folate or folic acid are the two very, very important ones to prevent diseases like spinal bifida and other birth defects, right? Those are the big ones. That their indigenous rice was so dense in nutrients that a woman could have a extremely healthy pregnancy only consuming 3 bowls of rice a day with the indigenous rice. Monsanto rice literally had no nutritional value other than calories and carbohydrates. That's it. That's it. So the old head says 2 years prior, Monsanto comes into Bali. We all start growing this fast yielding rice. And so we eat in a bowl and we thinking, it's good for us. That woman got pregnant that year, a year after our first yield of Monsanto rice. She died from bleeding. She died after having 7 successful, healthy pregnancies. The first year after the first yield of Monsanto rice, the first woman that we know on this island died from pregnancy, died from delivering a child. And he said after that, it was happening more and more and more. The year that Robin Lim made this documentary, which was a long time, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, something like that. The year she made that documentary, the crisis was so sharp in Bali that a woman was more likely to die during childbirth than she was an accidental death, car accident, whatever. Any way that a person can die by accident, a woman was more likely to die in childbirth than by accidental death. Right? So there's all, you have to pay attention to grain. I know it sounds crazy. You have to pay attention to grain. There are these stories coming in from all over the world that if you don't have a frame of reference that is centered in the goddess, that is centered in the history of how the goddess is presented in the world, the actual world, you will miss it every time. Remember the story after the earthquake in Haiti? My sister was living. My sister had a baby, delivered her baby during that earthquake in Haiti. Remember that earthquake in Haiti? And how the United States government, the Clintons, as a matter of fact, was, quote, helicoptering in all these giant ass bags of Monsanto rice, GM rice, because the crisis for months after the earthquake, people were so desperate for food that the women were making mud pies, literally taking oil and water in mud and making mud cookies, because at least the mud had minerals in it that could stave off hunger in fucking Haiti. And so the Clintons gonna come in like goddamn saviors, bringing in mountains of bags of GM rice, and the people's like, this ain't what the fuck we asked for. This ain't what we asked for. And the starving people of Haiti was so keen on what was happening. They went out to these mountains of bags of rice, supposedly to feed the people because we love y'all so much, and set that shit ablaze. Set that shit on fire. I remember that shit. I was a hardcore revolutionary. I was like, yo, this is the most gangster shit I've ever seen. Set that shit ablaze. Set it ablaze. Y'all think I'm playing. They have left no stone unturned about identifying the places and the ways that the goddess has shown herself in attempting to invert it. So I'm telling you, this is an attack on the goddess. So it makes sense that an organization that started out as a weapons corporation, Monsanto, not only a weapons, war weapon, Monsanto is the organization responsible for giving us mustard gas, biological, chemical warfare. Mustard gas used in wars came from Monsanto, produced by Monsanto. That all of a sudden, Monsanto, going from one of the leading weapons reproduction companies on earth, switched to, quote, food under the Green Revolution. We're going to feed everybody on earth with this Green Revolution. You think I'm playing? Go watch the movie Left Behind. Go watch the movie, the first one. That's the only one you really need to watch. Go watch the movie Left Behind. And this, quote, apocalyptic future where Jesus gonna, quote, come back and rapture the church and shit. They got all the spooky, witchy shit in there. But look, most Christians do not pay attention to the political and economic factors that are, quote, paving the way for the announcement of the Antichrist. It's straight political, and not only is it straight political, it is centered around grain. The movie Left Behind, about Jesus coming and scooping up all his people in him, and what's going to happen with the people that are left behind, and how they're going to get to know the Lord so that they can survive the tribulation. And as a Christian, believing that shit, I never saw all the shit that you can see now once that Christian shit is out the way, and you're like, oh my God, how they are going to, quote, according to this movie adaptation that came out in like 1993 or whenever it came out, based on the books written by whoever the hell, that the way that these global corporations are going to pave the way for the coming of the Antichrist is through their assault on grain. That's in the movie. So you think I'm being too deep? Go back and look at all the arbiters of the First and Second World War, all the participators in the First and the Second World War. Go and look at them. And what I want you to do is something seeming innocuous. Go through, start with Nazi, the Third Reich, because it's most evident there, but it is everywhere. Start with the Third Reich. Go to your wiki and just look up SS, right, in your wiki for the SS Army. And what I want you to do, you don't have to read nothing about them. Go through the images in each Wikipedia and look, and there's hundreds. Scroll through the different logos, the different medals, the different rank. You know how you get your ranks. You can identify your rank by the stripes or the this or the that. Look at all of the logos. And there are hundreds on the SS Army Wikipedia, bitch. It'll blow your mind. I scrolled through all of them, saved all of them, because I was like, they really in our face about this shit. Not just the Third Reich. Go to the Great Grand Soviet Union, the USSR, that everybody look, Stalin and Lenin and Marx and this. Go to the USSR's Wikipedia. Don't read none of the shit. Just click through all the images of the officers, their rankings, what their medals, what their rankings, what their badges, what their flags. Look at all of them. See if you don't see something that is consistent through them all. Not just them. Go and look through what's the face? Italy under Mussolini. Do the same thing. Japan during World War II. Do the same. Several countries in Africa. Do the same. I won't have to tell you. I won't tell you. But I don't have to tell you. If you take the time and scroll through them hundreds and hundreds of pictures like I did, guess what? You will see a line of connection through them all. No matter what the ranking is, no matter what the medal is for, no matter, you'll see something that is consistent. Mm-hmm. Even, ooh, even in the flags. Go look up the flags of the USSR. We all know that the flags of the Soviet Union or the USSR always have a hammer and a seed, the sickle, the mother's crescent moon shaped instrument used to lighten labor, shorten work days, in the harvesting of the plenty to feed the many. Yep, that's not just the USSR, because Mao Zedong wanted to be like the white people. Um, the little sickle, the seeds, crossed with the little double-sided hammer that Mary Daly talks about extensively in Pure Lust. The image, the origin, and the images of the double-edged axe and the double-edged hammer that Thor stole, that Shango stole. The list goes on and on. But what else? We all know about the seeds and the hammer. What else is on every last one of them flags? What else is on every last one of them logos? What is the first crime against humanity that Mao Zedong committed in his own country? All of it is around grain. When you look at the hammer and the seeds, and we always remember that as a part of the logo, they are surrounded by literal bound sheaths of wheat. The fasciste, which is the instrument that the Romans used, where you had the stalk of grain bound together with rope and then an axe placed on the top. It is the stalks of grain bound together like the fascia that binds the muscle fibers in your body, bitch. Mm-hmm. That's why the similarity between the word fascia in your body and fascista, which was the bound stalks of grain bound with a what you call it, with like a ribbon that almost looked like that, which binds the fibers of your muscles, which becomes which is a Roman instrument where they take and bind the stalks together with a red ribbon. You feel me? And then place an X on the top, becomes the basis of this being a primary emblem in fascist Italy during the Second World War. Fascista, fascia, that which holds them together. Child. Every last one of them. And so who else holds the sheath of wheat? The wheat bundled together. I just told you, ISIS, one titty is a bundle of grapes and the other titty is literally a bound sheath of wheat. Because you can both drink from her breast and you can eat from her breast. That's why. That's why. Every flag. The first crime against humanity, the greatest documented famine in human history, is 1952 in Maoist China, in communist China. Under the man, we were told as socialists to big the fuck up all them years. And when I say crime against humanity, when he launched the Four Pest campaign under the auspice of the Great Leap Forward to, quote, industrialize and mechanize the agricultural process that had always been dominated by the royal people of China. The rural people of China, all the way up until that day, had been supplying all the food of China in all the cities, all the major metropolitan areas. All the food in China had been produced by the rural people outside the cities of China. So Mao, who don't know shit about agriculture, goes to see what the rural people are doing to produce the food of China, and he wants to, quote, be like the Western world and, quote, mechanize and industrialize the farming process. And so he's like, these birds can't be eating these grains out here. Like, we don't mind the birds. They all right. We leave the birds alone. He's like, no, we can't be affording for these pests to be eating the food. So we're going to launch, this is the first campaign that he launched, the Four Pest campaign. We're going to start with one pest at a time. And the pest that we're going to set our sights on first is the sparrow. The sparrow is so present in so much modern mythology that you cannot see it as a coincidence or an accident. You remember the High Sparrow in the Game of Thrones and the impact that he had on the Empire? The High Sparrow, the the zealot spiritual leader who presented his logo. The High Sparrow was the 7-pointed star. This zealot lunatic who set his sights of conquest on, quote, Cersei. His name, his station was the High Sparrow. It's everywhere, but it's not only everywhere in modern mythology, because it's everywhere. How many countries under the auspice of being socialist launched campaigns targeting sparrows? China's not the only one. It's just the first one for whom many followed suit. Iran, the Shah of Iran in 1972, did the same thing. I forget which country it was in South America, did the same thing. But in China, when they massacred upwards of 8 million birds in a few months, the impact was instant. Because in killing the sparrow, they killed the top predator of the other pest that they said they was intending to eventually get to. They killed the sparrow who was keeping the population of rats and locusts at bay, minimum. The way they kill these birds, man, I was like, this shit was a ritual. Mao knew what he was doing, even if the rest of the country didn't, because he played stupid. Remember I was telling you, the psychopath that always feigns ignorance, feigns stupidity. That's why I keep telling y'all, stop calling Trump stupid. Stop, because you are buying into the illusion. He is joking in your face. The seemingly stupid fool, the jester, playing in your face as he's an arbiter of death. Feigning stupid, saying outlandish shit. So your default is he's so stupid. No, he's not. He is one single fiber in the fascista, in the bound group that cannot be broken with an X on the top. That's what he is. And so they play in your face. Go on through these pictures. The grain everywhere. The bound grain everywhere. On every flag. On every badge. I couldn't believe how much food was on the badges, the emblems, the rankings, the medals of the Third Reich. Y'all think it's just a side note that Hitler was a high-ranking occultist. Y'all think, oh, well, he was a lunatic, so it makes sense that he would be deep diving into like occult rituals and ceremonies. Nah, nigga, just like my Ayurvedic teacher told me about the history of the oldest documented continued documented field of medicine on earth, Ayurveda, that the relationship between our gods and our political life and everything in between was seamless. There wasn't a separation. We have been fed under the Enlightenment the myth of the separation of church and state, while it has not only remained but functioned now unopposed. All the way up to this. Do something like the Ku. Here we use with this shit. We would do something like the Ku Klux Klan to just a bunch of rowdy, ignorant white boys in the South who just hate black people and are mad because the slaves got let go. They literally can dress like the priests they are in your face, and you will call it something else and not see yourself as the necessary ritual sacrificial material to continue their campaign. Anyway, that's my digression on that. I don't even remember how I got the hill up on it. Anyway, but the grain is everywhere. The war against the goddess must include the grain, because that is our oldest relationship, and memory to a stabilization of abundance. As a matter of fact, the other thing I was going to say, the other thing that historians will tell you about the significance, especially in Africa, these were some of the first things that I learned from anthropologists like Sheikh Anta Diop. And in his theory, it was called the history of the northern and the southern cradle. This is Sheikh Anta Diop, one of the most well-renowned anthropologists, and he became an anthropologist at a very controversial time in history because the only anthropologists were white. Sheikh Anta Diop, in his theory of the northern and the southern cradle, he specifically talks about the emergence of the agrarian age. As a matter of fact, who else talks about it? Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the triangle that I told you, that's a part of it too. He is informed partly by this whole concept of the human beings evolving in the northern and the southern cradle. And the agrarian age, we are told by so many anthropologists, so many historians, that it was our ability to, for the first time, control food production that ensured that the many could eat. And when people, like Maslow said, when people are not in a constant contest with nature to find food, clothing, shelter, security, and companionship and community, this is what frees up that labor that would have spent all the time scavenging for food. How are we gonna get food? How are we gonna get food? Now that energy is settled, it is consolidated, it is protected through the building of communities, settlements for the first time, right? Instead of small little clans that are having to be migratory, now security is established because of the production of food. The collective control, meaning prediction of the production of food. We can guarantee that at this time every year, there will be plenty for everybody so that we can take a period of rest. And when you free up your physical labor, when you are not constantly wondering and guessing where I'm going to get this and this and this and this and this, now he says this is when you start to see the emergence of the arts in human society. It is at the same time happening at the beginning of the agrarian age, where now you start to see people have so much time on their hands because they can guarantee that they're going to eat and that they are going to eat to their full. Now they can go outside and just lay outside all night and contemplate the stars and look at that. This is the origin of astrology in the ancient world, was the freeing them up from the quote base level foundational root chakra needs, or what Maslow calls the bottom of the pyramid, the foundational needs of just existing, that once those are so secure that you don't even have to think about them, imagine how much time it frees up for you to contemplate those other things, the so-called higher chakras, the chakra of inspired speaking and deep introspection shit. That these things did not emerge in a vacuum. It was the collective consolidation, the collective cultural, religious, deified consolidation of a guarantee of food that freed up most human beings to contemplate greater things, to be involved, to contemplate even what a deeper spirituality meant now that they are not in survival mode all the time. Isn't that something? So that's why I said that dog was about that white boy. I said he knew who he was talking about, even though you don't. You think it's really just about grains. No, this statement that he made was about the agrarian age being and the domestication of grains being the worst thing that ever happened in the development of human society. That's some dog whistle shit that we got to deepen. We got to dig our heels in and deepen this aggression against the presentation of the mother. And he's not talking about the mothers in general. He again is talking about the crones, because anytime you are talking about crops, anytime you are talking about grains, anytime you're talking about cereals, beans, legumes, these are all the domain of the old goddesses, of the big, fat, jolly goddesses, of the goddesses that when they sculpted them, they put little dimples in their booty cheeks. They gave them long, saggy titties all the way down to their belly buttons. Them. And even in the European world, these old crone goddesses, the so-called titanesses, was fat. Go look at an image of Cybele. Go look at she as Magna Mater, what she looks like, what she's presented as Magna Mater when the Romans stole her iconography from Anatolia. There's a whole story about how a Cybele became the chief goddess of the grain. Do you know how significant the grain was? That at the periods of time where Rome was doing very, very well, grain and salt were so sought after that soldiers were given an option to be paid in silver or in grain or in salt, and they frequently chose salt or grain. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's the old saying? Know your enemy, know yourself. You better read what they wrote, because they wrote what they wrote watching you. You better read what they wrote. Let's see. The huge simplification. Okay, okay, let's see. The ancestors question, and I tuned in precisely on time. You asked about where the sun went, and I thought into Capricorn because that's when Jesus rises, the African who went into the darkness for day. African who went into darkness for day. This idea about this season, winter, right? So when we talk about the seasons, like the galactic seasons, not our annual seasons, but the galactic projection of the seasons onto the constellations, onto the Milky Way galaxy. I'm gonna tell you, December 21st of this past year, winter solstice was when we began this deep dive into doing a jailbreak, into doing a jailbreak of Great Grandmother Crone. That's what this whole walk has been about. Is about liberating Great Grandmother Crone, aka Saturn, aka Kronos, liberating. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm having so many moments. Liberating Great Grandmother Crone from up in this dungeon these motherfuckers done had her in. Remember the second new iteration of Clash of the Titans? And then this second installment of the Clash of the Titans, what happens? What's his name? Hercules or Perseus or whatever the fuck his name was. Zeus comes to visit him because that's supposedly his daddy or whatever. And he's like, look, there was a rebellion in heaven. Isn't that what he told him? That our children, so he's Zeus and them, our children, I think it was Ares, I think it was Eris, that staged a rebellion in Olympus against who now is the old heads, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. And it's our kids, it's our young folk that done staged the rebellion, and Eris was leading the rebellion. Ogun, Mars, Ares, right? And Ares, the way he staged the rebellion, or the reason that he staged the rebellion, is that he made a pact with Kronos. This movie, go back and watch the movie. It's going to mean something different to you now that you know that Kronos is always and forever the goddess, always Saturn, always the purple light of illumination, the black sun of enlightenment. The only star, the only other star in our solar system. Did you know that Saturn was a star? I didn't know till I started searching the actual astronomical scientific makeup of the planet. That what we see is a planet is not solid. Did you know that? That Saturn, just like the sun, is a ball of gas. Did you know that? It's a ball of gas. Yep, it's a ball of gas. That Saturn Child, the whole astronomical story of the evolution of Saturn. As a matter of fact, the YouTube video that I watched, mind you, is boring, at least the way she delivers it. But the information is, it's called um, um, why Earth would not exist without Saturn. That's the name of the documentary by this PhD astronomer or something like that. Why we have Saturn to thank for Earth. Or I think it's more like why Earth would not exist without Saturn. That's it. And so I am mentioning the clash of the Titans. What does clash mean? Remember, I told you there are some astronomers who believe that the reason, quote, that Saturn went from being benefic to malefic is because there was an actual period in the evolution of our solar system where Jupiter and Saturn clashed. I'm talking about astronomy. There is a school of thought where some people believe that this period where Saturn, as great grandmother Crone, quote, illuminated the night sky of Earth with a purple hue, purple light, and the light of the sun was not as powerful as it is now. That in the day you had the sun, and in the night you had the purple glow of the black sun, Saturn. This represented the quote golden age where Chronos ruled the golden age, right? And and so I heard this school of thought by astronomers that theorized that there was a period when Jupiter and Saturn, for whatever reason, clashed, hence the clash of the Titans, the two biggest planets in the solar system. Is it a metaphor or is it literal clash of the Titans? Jupiter and Saturn clash, knocking Saturn off its current course so that it could no longer shine light directly on the Earth, right? So this is when the iconography or the mythology on Earth, based on our perspective of this last luminary, Saturn, changing its course to where now Jupiter becomes more present in its orbit, in its relationship with Earth. And this is the period where, quote, Saturn becomes malefic and Jupiter becomes benefic. Again, the mythology reflecting actual scientifically, historically identifiable events, metamorphosed, if you will, right? And why is that important? Because the movie Clash of the Titans, if you're saying that all of these people that are living in Olympus are actually planets, can the story make more sense about their interrelationships with one another? So the demigod Perseus is approached by Zeus, who is waning in power. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, aka Jupiter, Jupiter, Neptune, and Pluto, are waning in power. They all old. They all got long white beards, a long white hair, and crookedy and shit. They have a meeting in Olympus because Ares, who is young and virile and shit, then went back to his grandmama, aka Cronus. And his grandmama locked in this dungeon for eons and eons because she was usurped, her power was usurped by her sons, Zeus, Poseidon, and Neptune. Imagine everybody I'm saying, child, is a planet, not some white faced god. Imagine that everybody I'm talking about is a planet, not a white-faced god. Zeus, Neptune, and Poseidon have a meeting in Olympus. They all old, their power is waning, their time is up. They all talking because they can't figure out why they getting weak. We are gods. We supposed to live forever and shit. Come to find out that humans don't have no faith in the gods no more. So humans just stop making offerings and libations, saying prayers and this and that. And they're like, fuck the gods. And when the humans retracted ceremony, admonition, prayer, and ritual, the gods weakened. And so seeing the gods in their weak state, Aries, aka Ogun, aka Mars, says, oh, this is my time to get the drop on these old niggas. It's my time. And he said, but I need some 411. I need to get the intel on my uncles and my daddy. I need to get the intel. Who can I get intel from? I know somebody that's got a forever grudge against Poseidon and Zeus and Poseidon, Zeus, and Hades. Let me go on back here to the old head, to the original one that's been locked up in this dungeon unseen for forever and ever. So he go way down into Tartarus, where Kronos is bound and has been bound since the rebellion in heaven. And he strikes a bargain with Kronos, aka Great Grandmother Kron, aka original titaness of the entire goddamn known universe. He goes, her grandchild, they were like, fuck that. Something ain't right about this shit. Let me go straight to the source. That's what he said. Let me go to the source. So he goes into these dungeons of Tartarus where our great grandmother Kron has been bound. Almost disappeared out of existence. And he said, look, I'll strike a deal with you. You give me the intel, give me the 411 on how to get the drop on these old ass niggas, and I will set you free and restore you to your rightful place in heaven. That's what he said. You give me my little props, and I'll make sure that you are restored to your rightful glory. That's the second one. That's the second one. Now think about all of them as planets. This clash of the planets. And then this astronomer says, did you know that even the story about even the Egyptian story about the quote war or the contest between Ra and Set, could it be that the astrological comedic mythology of Ra and Set is actually an observed relationship in the ancient world between the bright yellow sun and the dark sun of the night, the dark sun with the purple glow of enlightenment, Saturn, who was called the black sun, the white sun, and the black sun. This is astronomy we talk about. This is science we talk about. Mythologized science. That's all. Science and metaphor. That's all. What does that mean for us? Who the fuck knows, child? I'm just the seer of patterns, child. I don't know. Let's see. Capricorn. Okay, Sagittarius. Somebody said, too hard. I said, I guess this is in response to what I said about your ugly ass president. I said, stop calling that motherfucker stupid. When they hear that, they know they got you. You minimalize their intentions and harm they can cause when you deduce that they are stupid, that they are not thoughtful and strategic and deliberate about those things that they do and say. Everything is strategic, right? The smart, but Zuhara say, they smart dumbasses. Just because they are mad does not mean that they are stupid. Just because the fire in their head is driving them insane, blinding them by the light so they cannot see what they are doing. They cannot reason what they are doing. Doesn't mean they are not intelligent. Just because they are mad does not mean they are not intelligent. As you say, oh, and in at World End Pirates of the Caribbean. Is that the name of it? At World's End? At World's End Pirates of the Caribbean, they go to the world of the dead by sailing off the earth. Ooh, that's such a common thing. Even in Sinbad, the cartoon Sinbad, which I love, the cartoon Sinbad, that's the only way to get to Tartarus is they have to, quote, fly off the end of the earth. They finally figure out the map and they flip the ship into the sea. Oh, shit. Upside down. Whoa. And pop up to the sunrise of the world of the living. Whoa. Now I'm gonna have to go back and see that. I'm gonna have to go back and see that. Let me read through these real fast because this is a lot. Let's see. Damn, y'all was going ham in this comment section. I'm never gonna catch up with. I'm never gonna. Y'all was going hard as hell. Hold on. If you pervert and invert the iconography, you can create an enlightened and darkened reality because it has no connection to the cycle of life and can only create death. Yes, whether it's death that's perceived as light or the enlightenment, or whether it's death that's presented as evil and black, the nuclear winter. I'm gonna keep going to that because I'm convinced that's what it is. Let's see. If someone is talking about grain domestication against meat consumption, that's definitely a dog whistle because most human societies rely primarily on non-meat food sources. Yes, yes. I just told y'all last night the what Barbara Moore talks about the true symbol behind the Cain and Abel story. It was about meat versus grains. The hunting gathering epoch fighting the agrarian age. Hold on. Right? So I like that. I appreciate that. Tina Brown's apparition. The only group of people that have to rely on meat primarily are societies closer to the poles, like the Inuit, right? It's not a coincidence to rid the world of its most agriculturally sharing nation. It's literally the movie Lorax. Take the resources, trash the environment. The Lorax literally lives in a desert environment with a make believe, and the boy lives under a make believe bubble where nothing is real. The trees aren't real. The air has to be paid for. Isn't that the beginning of every post-apocalyptic movie that is presenting itself as a future utopian society, and hidden underneath the society everybody knows something's wrong but don't nobody want to say nothing is wrong? That's the Lorax. The Lorax is my jam. Not only the Lorax, Horton hears a who? That's some deep shit. Horton hears a who? The Lorax and Horton hears a who. Them are some revisits too, because there's more hidden in cartoons, there's more hidden in animation than any in real life movie. By far, by far, by far, by far. Okay? Like if you haven't seen, and I hate K-pop, but if you have not seen K-pop Demon Hunters, And my daughter had to force me. If you have not seen K-pop Demon Hunters, get your life right this instant. I was screaming through the whole thing. Screaming through the whole thing, child. Ooh, yes, K-pop Demon Hunters. Okay, let's see. No coincidence. Chiron just entered Taurus. That's why they attacked all of our food. He's a nasty, evil, sneaky wizard. He doesn't get enough hate. Yup. Bill Gates. They love biological war machines. Yup. Is this the golden rice they claim was to help poor nations? I'm not sure. All I know is it was GM rice, and Haiti wasn't the only one to reject that shit. Nigeria rejected that shit, and thinking Kenya refused to enter into a contract with Monsanto. Like, but people up on game. But when them Haitians, the poorest people in the Western Hemisphere, set that mountain of rice on fire, I was like, oh shit. They say, motherfucker, we ready to eat mud pies than eat that toxic waste you trying to sit down here to kill us. Let's see. The inverse of manna from heaven. Yes. Ash is carbon without nutrients. Oh my God. Bitch. You just blew my mind. Ash. Oh my. Bitch, you just drew. Listen. Angel Mima. Bitch. You just blew my motherfucking mind up in here. Hold on. God damn. Bitch, you just. God, you just blew my mind. Oh, shit. Let me screenshot this. God damn. Shall. She just split my wig up in here. How many words in that tiny little sentence? She just blew my whole mind. Hold on, let me save this screenshot. God damn. Baby. Yeah. Here it is. Bye. Come on. I think I need to get my laptop service. It's moving crazy slow. Everything's moving crazy slow. Let's see. Okay. Let me scroll through these as fast as I can. Okay. War is always profitable for the producer of weapons. I have a memory of Left Behind being about that. Like the horse man, they were harbingers of death. Also, something I wanted to mention last night when I was talking to y'all about Troy and Paris being the psychopomp, but how Troy was most renowned in its service to the god Apollo as the best archers on earth. That is something that we should not forget. Because this is a country, supposedly a city, a nation, an empire, in service to the sun god Apollo. They are archers because they deliver arrows like Apollo delivers rays of sun, right? From up on high, and an empire that's never been defeated because of the arrows. What is it that finally, quote, defeats the nation of archers in service to the sun god Apollo? The Trojan horse. Sagittarius, the archer, who looks like a man mounted on top of a horse. I thought about that last night and I completely went to something else. Sagittarius, the who is your current presence moon, his shadow side as the archer delivering the fiery arrows of the sun, because Sagittarius is a fire sign. Where's the fire coming from? The sun. Now, I'm going to tell y'all something that's crazy. What if, and I think about this often, what if I started thinking about this because of this bitch in the story, Cassandra, who got my namesake, Cassandra, the crazy bitch held hostage in the castle because nobody wanted to believe her premonitions. They was like, well, this bitch stop talking. Just lock her in the room back there so we can do grown man business out this beach. That's how I got on this. But even last night when I'm talking to y'all about the concept of the horseman, and I started talking to y'all about Paris as the psychopomp, as the harbinger of death, if the calendar is possessed by the male father god detached from the mother, that everything he produces is going to produce death. Everything he puts his hands on. That's why I'm telling y'all what about like an essay or book I want to write called When Males Become the Muses. When males become the muses, how does this manifest as them being the harbingers of death, destruction? We see it in real time when males become the muses, right? And so I'm telling y'all the story of Paris, and no matter how seemingly innocent he was, because he represents the full card in the tarot, Paris. He represents the opposing self, his brother Hector, who is the Punisher, the disciplinarian. He is the warrior. He is the general. His brother that he must always watch out for because he's so silly and he's so, his head is in the sky as he's leaping off of a cliff, right? This is a scheme. It is a turn of hands. It's a sleight of hands. It's I'm playing in your motherfucking face. You think I'm stupid, but your ass gonna follow me right off this cliff while I fly to the other side. Because why? I got wings on my heels. I can go from one realm to the next. I always land on my feet. So you think you following me and you watching me go off the cliff, your ass can't fly, bitch, but guess what? I can. I'm playing the fool because it lets your guard down. I'm playing the fool because it always gets me what I want when I present. Like, what's the damn movie called? Um The Illusionist. The Illusionist. Y'all remember that with Edward Norton? That's some gangster shit. That one and the one that was just like it. They was they called themselves the Four Horsemen. They were magicians, and they was like using card tricks and shit to like get the drop on casinos. What's his name? Woody Harrelson is in it as the old guy of the group that leads the group. But when they would do these performances, they called themselves the Four Horsemen. I got to go back and watch this bullshit. The Illusionist. And what was that called, y'all? Anyway, psychopomp that he is. Anyway, but I thought about that, so I got so hard off on talking about Paris as the psychopomp in that story, as the full card in that story, that I was like, oh my God, these are the world's most renowned archers in service to the sun god Apollo, who is the one who became the stepfather to Sagittarius. It is Apollo who took the place of fathering Sagittarius when he was abandoned by his mother. Apollo raised Sagittarius and gave him the gift of prophecy, magic, medicine, this and this and this and this. And then assigned what's her name? Artemis, his stepsister, assigned Artemis with the task of teaching. Who is Artemis? Artemis is Diana. Artemis is the goddess of the moon. Artemis is the mother of beasts. So he assigns her with the task of teaching him archery. Oh my God. Shit. I said, oh my God. This story of the fall of Troy is still a story about the sky. It's still these world-renowned archers delivering arrows from on high upon this wall, protected and impenetrable, so that none has been able to defeat them. And the only way that they were defeated was by a ceremonial horse that was pregnant. A ceremonial horse that was pregnant. Ooh, this horse that delivered the pathogen into the impenetrable walls. Child, the pregnant, the horse, the gift, pregnant. Ooh, so you welcome the enemy in. You welcome the pathogen in. Anyway, let's see. Mm-hmm. The USSR also took food. Oh yes, some of the most insane. I couldn't believe it. Some of the most insane. As a matter of fact, you know the Molotov cocktail. The Molotov cocktail is named after the lead general, I think under Stalin, who was given control. His first task under Stalin was he was given control over the granary. And he did almost exactly what Mao did. Took possession of the agricultural process, and under the auspice of rapidly industrializing the production of grain, did some crazy shit, and it ended up contributing to the 25 million dead in the Soviet Union from famine. The photographs are really unbelievable. The photographs from the Soviet Union during that famine, these motherfuckers got to pay. They got to pay. Man. Saran mechanizes and industrializes by burning the forest down or down around him that he used to consume too, because he's taken over Saruman, the burning eye, and he's all white. You talking about the Lord of the Rings? Yeah, I got to go back to that too. Jack Sparrow. Fuck, I forgot that was his name, bitch. I forgot that was his name. I forgot that was his name. You remember I told you the sparrow presented itself in the movie Sinners. That's how I got on the whole sparrow thing. Yep, in the movie Sinners, the sparrow is prevalent, hidden in plain sight. Mm-hmm. 7 to 9 private lords too, and they bound Calypso, the mother of the sea. Davy Jones worshipped, then betrayed her, so he gave power to man. Man, I gotta go back and revisit all that bullshit. I feel like Homo sapiens that farmed in Northern Europe, not the hunter-gatherers, began hoarding food through patriarchy and patriarchalism, the inverse of the beginning of the agricultural revolution. Well, you do remember that in the Great Cosmic Mother, there was a whole section where she talked about what the cultures in all over Europe and the tribes all over Europe under still matriarchal societies look like, how they function, what their economies look like, what their relationships with extended clans look like before the Romans started slowly colonizing Europe. And she says that the method that they finally used, because they were saying that the Romans were terrified to fight certain clans because the women were just as skilled and just as strong as the men. And the Romans was like, how the fuck we gonna beat them when they got men and women who can kick our ass? And plus they would have who was it in particular? There's a show called The Northern or something like that, and they were saying how you see like the Scots, the old Scots and stuff, they would paint their faces blue, they would do certain things, so it would make the opposing enemy, it would make it look like they were disappearing in and out of the trees. So they thought that that these clans were using magic to defeat them. So there's an air of fear because they thought they were using magic, but they were using modern camouflage. They were using what we call today camouflage to make themselves appear visible and invisible in and out of the trees. It's guerrilla warfare, no different than what the Vietnamese used, right? To take advantage of the environment that they know and the opposition doesn't. And so the Roman soldiers like, what kind of strategy are we gonna come up to beat them? When the women just as strong as they is, the women can wield swords just like they do. The women just is strategically what you call it? What else? As the men. And in the Great Cosmic Mother, she says the final weapon that the Romans used to finally, once and for all, defeat the oppositions of the clans of Europe was to start, what's the word? It was propaganda. Start to make fun of, start to seed ideas into the men who had up until this point been loyal to the mother, loyal to the female clansmen. Oh damn, man, what kind of motherfucker let his wife fight in a war? Like, why she out here? This ain't nothing for women. They can't. Started to seed ideas of supremacy, male supremacy over their countrywomen. This was a slow and methodic process that we got to get back into the Great Cosmic Mother. We got to reenact a goddess study group or something. We got, because it's becoming relevant, more relevant now than it was when we read it 5 years ago. That's why I was saying about Pure Lust earlier. We got to crack that book back open, because shit that we read 3 years ago when we read Pure Lust is playing out in real time in our face. This bitch wrote in this book in 1983, Pure Lust. I told y'all, like, I love Barbara Moore. I love the Great Cosmic Mother. Mary Daly was on one though. Mary Daly was on one. She didn't claim the goddess shit. She didn't claim the witchy shit. She was very political. She was very anti religion. But she learned from getting a PhD in seminary school in theology. So she know the beast better than he know himself. And she came out here spitting game, bitch. She came out here like she had a giant ass crystal ball. People can't hear it now, but in some time distant future, a bunch of black bitches gonna read my book and start. I'm telling you, this Mary Daly was on one. Don't mean she was without her contradictions, but overall, that bitch was on one. We got to get back up in these books, because she said that the most successful tactic used by patriarchal religions that they use to this day, is to turn colonial men into weapons against their countrywomen. Yes, she said that. She said that. The most strategically effective weapon used by religious institutions is to turn colonized men into weapons against their countrywomen. They're like, damn, why we ain't think of this shit earlier? This shit great. We ain't even got to do much to keep these men loyal to us against the women, against their would-be wives, their sisters, their mothers, their daughters, their aunties, their grandmas. Yep. So let's see. Yes. I also read the white gene showed up from the same time farming sapien came north, and the European hunter-gatherer that, quote, was brown disappeared. Let me screenshot this, because I might not be reading it right, but it ain't landing. And maybe you should email me. Hold on. And also the thing on Saruman. What's his name? Saruman. I really like these comments, Aunt Jemima, and I'm gonna need you to email me. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to email me, and of course you're gonna make me go back and watch all this shit. Um, yeah, because you said a lot. The Jack Sparrow thing, I got to go back to that. The Lord of the Rings thing. Uh, there's so much. Hey man, there's so much. Let's see. What else you talking about? Okay, too much survival mode. We only need a little of it or balance of it. Damn. Um, the highest hidden secret is that the male must capture and dominate the female because he cannot manifest at will without her. Yes. What page number is that on? You got that out of the Great Cosmic Mother, right? When they were talking about the establishment of the nuclear family or some shit like that. What page number is that, girl? Who put that up there? Cami Love. The highest hidden secret is that the male must capture and dominate the female because he cannot manifest at will without her. Perseus, the demigod. Um, this is correct because other societies engages in grain agriculture, but they had other diverse foods to cultivate and consume compared to the many places in Europe that did not. Oh, interesting, Aunt Jemima. She says, I wonder if the hexagonal storm on Jupiter is related to that, and Jupiter is Sagittarius. Um, I'm assuming you're talking about the Clash of the Titans story. Language and culture in movies reflect what we go through. Um, that makes sense. Jupiter and Saturn clashed, and its legacy permeates culture because the story of the sky unique to every area on Earth. I mean, Matt. Anyway, let's see. In astronomy, their close approaches are called great conjunctions. That's right. In astronomy, they're called great conjunctions, while planetary migration modules suggest they once shared a heavy gravitational tug of war in the early solar system. You ain't gonna tell us where you reading this from. You just dropping quotes and ain't gonna tell us where you got it from. Their combined gravity created a massive gravitational pull that scattered icy debris, cleared out pathways near Mars, and shaped the modem out of our solar system. Damn, man. Bullshit. Um, the breakdown, let's see. The breakdown of the relationship with great grandmother Crone makes me think about the breakdown of everybody's relationship with their moms and so many people going no contact. Gravity equals mass. Uh, Time is position within space matter. Increased gravitational pull speeds up coordinates in space, aka the passage of time. As above, so below. Oh my God, yes. Okay, A turn up, whatever, whatever. Okay, come on. Artemis is a twin. Yeah, the similar movies are Illusionist and The Prestige. I don't know that one. The Illusionist with Edward Norton. And the Prestige had Christian Bale and Hugh Jackman. And the Prestige was really creepy with those clowns. Okay, I guess that's one I need to check out. The very phrase "going against the grain." God damn, I love it when y'all be up in here like that. Let's go ahead and weave this shit, bitches. God damn. And it's a paradox too. This thing that I'm telling you about grain and all these war iconographies, I'm talking about actual history, is not separate from the fact that watch every movie, every horror movie you ever watch, every. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. The harvest is implicit in grains, even though they call it the harvest of humans or the harvest of children or everywhere. Kidnapping is the father's version of harvesting. Trafficking is the father God's version of harvesting. Collecting, taking it, cutting down early and taking into itself for its own consumption. Think about every movie. What's it called? Children of the Corn. I just watched Jeepers Creepers the other day. You are literally in the opening scene watching these two kids drive and they don't see nothing but fields of wheat for miles and miles and miles. Who else? It by Stephen King. It by Stephen King. He has two personifications. His personification as a scary ass clown that kidnaps kids, but when they go into the underworld to see the true nature of it that presents itself atop the world as a clown, what is it? A great giant spider alien thing from another planet that uses the bright lights to blind and disorient children before consuming them. Remember that? The bright lights of the spider. What's another one? There's so many. There's so many. There's so many. There's so many. Let me finish going through these. The Prestige, going against the grain. That's gangster. Who said that? Cammy Love. She did that. She did that. Okay. Also, the Tudor era was about famine, and it determined the ruling royal family in northwestern Europe through ritualized famine. Ugh. Oh, shit. The ritualized famine. Remember Cronus, Demetrius, and Meta in the Charmed Ones. Cronus offered Meta, who was the woman. They're Charmed. I love that series, but it was the greatest piece of propaganda. It really, really was. It was written by a bunch of men, by the way, a bunch of Jewish men, by the way, and literally these quote good witches, everybody that they must vanquish is some archetype of the mother. Every single solitary one that they must vanquish is the mother vilified. Just like in the article I read all the way back at the beginning when she was talking about how this woman wrote this book that she thought was a feminist take on the character of Circe in the Odyssey. But Circe is a titaness. She is an original old crone goddess reduced even by the woman in the retelling of the story. When y'all go back and rewatch Charmed, we talked about this a couple of years ago because I went back and rewatched the entire series. And I was like, man, they was really playing in our face when we was young baby witches, all hyped about the movie that it was based on. What was it? The Craft, right? We were so hyped about The Craft because it was so edgy and like alternative culture and revolutionary and rebellious. And so when the spinoff Charmed was released, we were like, oh, this day, not having a frame of reference, not knowing anything about the quote evil characters, not knowing nothing about the goddess. Even in the discussion about witchcraft, the discussion of the goddess never comes up in Charmed in the series. That shit was some in your face diabolical inversions if I ever saw it. So it was pitting women against women, pitting the triple goddess, these three sisters whose power was inert if they were not together. Pitting the triple goddess against all the other iterations of the goddess under the auspice of good and bad, good and evil. It was really treacherous is what it was. And isn't it something that they quote angel guide? What was his name? The angel guide? Isn't it something that the angel guide that ends up getting to marry the oldest of the witch, the most responsible of the witches? And what do we call people like him? What'd you call it? Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens. He ain't bring no fight to the game. They ain't bring no resources to the crew. Yo, Leo, was that it? Oh my God, was his name Leo? Oh my God, child, his name was Leo. The angel protector. Child, his name was Leo. See how they be playing in our face. No, I saw a man post that yesterday about the Masons. The rapture. Yet children are the seed, and you kill the seed, you kill what can grow. Media. Jeepers Creepers. Franchise is Wild. That movie series was created by a male predator. I remember reading about that recently. A male predator who abused multiple boys. He didn't even serve 5 years in prison. I remember seeing that recently. Only Mothers and Children on Earth, the originals. I haven't seen that either. I have a whole breakdown about that. Oh, Kimmy Love, you must share. You must share with the group your whole breakdown about that. Just like the Wheel of Time, the Handler. I forgot about that. Their Handler. You were talking. Oh, yeah, homosexual. Thank you. You're talking about Leo being a homosexual. Yes. Yes, he is. He ain't bring nothing of substance to the game. He showed didn't. I found myself, he felt really gaslighty in a lot of ways. I found myself, even before I knew any of that language, being really irritated by his character. Especially in the later episodes when not Prue, the other girl starts having visions. Prue's sister, the youngest one, who can see the future, the premonitions, has a vision about this future where they are divorced. They have a child, they are divorced, and he's a piece of shit. He treats her real messed up, talk to her crazy. I was like, Angel, the fuck? Yeah. I ain't like him. I ain't like his character. There's a reason patriarchy only considers the bloodline inherited by men to be valued instead of the mitochondrial DNA that it strays to that it strays to the first mother of humanity. Um, well, the other thing is we are talking about the metaphorical goddess iconography of the forgotten face of the crone, the disappeared titanesses, the held captive in Tartarus crone, aka Cronus, right? In the movie about the Percy, the what is it called? The Immortals, where all of the Titans that have been held captive in Tartarus for so long, right? They all black. Not like a little bit black, like jet black. The scene where the so-called bad guy who wants to get revenge on the gods for allowed that he was such a devoted servant to the gods, and the gods quote let his wife die, and so he was like, all bets is off. I'm slaying all the gods. I'm slaying all the gods. I don't give a fuck what I got to do to kill the gods. And the only thing that could kill the gods was this golden bow and arrow that he sought after. I got to revisit this bullshit too, the Immortals, because the so-called bad guy, and he's diabolical. They ain't know, because even in the war of good and evil, under the patriarchal takeover of the whole planet, who defines what good and evil is, even under the patriarch, with the takeover of the globe by patriarchy, good guys and bad guys is relative. They both are destructive, whether they are quote obviously good or quote obviously bad. The heroes in Immortals versus the bad guys, right? So this guy, while you might empathize with him, the nemesis who wants revenge for what happened to his family, because he has been a devoted servant to the gods, and they let these people kill his wife and kids or whatever. And so he was like, I want revenge, and I don't care what kind of messed up thing I got to do to get revenge. And so what's the messed up things he got to do to get revenge? Always torment, terrorize, and torture women. Isn't that what we hated about the Black Panther? How the dude that we could resonate with, Killmonger, he was like, look, how y'all had all this advanced technology and y'all see the suffering of black skinned people who look just like you all over the world, and y'all ain't came about this out of hiding to set this shit out. How y'all just gonna be up in here living peacefully up under this dome with all this radical technological weaponry that could have long been slayed our enemy? How y'all gonna do that? How y'all just gonna be up in here living good? That's what he said. He's sitting on things. He's like, how y'all gonna be up in here just living good while people who look like you just all over the planet suffering? He's like, yeah, Killmonger the one. Killmonger the one. But what do they do to ensure that you hate him? That the diabolical stuff that he must do to ensure that you don't get no ideas is he has to kill black women. He kills black women. He kills several black women to ensure that you don't get no ideas. Right? While the quote, good guy, black guys living in hiding, watching, suffering from afar while they live to a ripe old age, no different than Olympus, just a black colored Olympus. Right? Wakanda, just a black faced Olympus. Wakanda, huh? Somebody gonna be mad. Somebody gonna be mad. And so they don't side and empathize with the conditions that created Killmonger. Nah, no. What do? They side with the state. They side with the police. They side with the white boy who's the one good guy in the CIA. They trust him with the secrets that they wouldn't share with black folks. They the petty bourgeoisie. They the boule. Wakanda is the boule, bitch. Wakanda is the petty bourgeoisie. Wakanda is the Negroes that internalize that success and successful living is to live like white, is to aspire to live like white people. So who is the one person that dies of the main characters in the first Black Panther? The white CIA boy who gets shot, he don't die. Because the little black girl with all the genius in her hands, the healer of the crew, she goes all out to ensure that she preserves the life of the white boy. The Killmonger, he must die. He must die. Feel me? And the second Wakanda Forever is even more diabolical, even more atrocious. I love the movie, but I'm saying the theme woven within it, monstrous. Who is Namor? Though we loved him, though we empathized with Namor, who is Namor in Wakanda Forever? It ain't no shit I should have to get deep into it with you, because it's right in your face. Who is Namor? And Namor was the gangster in Wakanda Forever. He was the one. He too, that character thing that they seed into all of it, even though you resonate with Namor. Namor's like, he's like, see, you young, chick. You don't know. He said, I'm old. I'm ancient. I remember first contact. I remember before first contact. I remember when the conquistadors came and spread their disease that threatened to kill us all. I remember. I remember what happened when we came back to the surface to bury my mother on the land like she wanted, and these priests and these soldiers had enslaved our people. I remember. So if anybody had a legitimate reason to be plotting a preemptive strike on the world above Olympus, on the world above these places always isolated from revenge and retribution, Troy, the world above gated and protected. If anybody had a reason, a legitimate reason for developing an offensive strategy, a preemptive strategy to deal with the tendencies that he can from below see remain unchanged after hundreds and hundreds of years, it was like, fuck what you heard. Everybody can get it. Everybody that's human can get it. Now, what did I tell you that Stan Lee said all the way from the beginning who the humans are? It's interesting that in this movie, Wakanda Forever, that the first human he sets his sights on is a little black girl. Because up until this point, Stan Lee has told us consistently, out of his own mouth, that the humans represent the white world and the mutants represent the black world and the divisions of ideology among black people. He said, not me, this ain't me deducing. He said, because I supported the civil rights movement, the Black Panther, what in my perspective, the X-Men in my perspective was about the division, the split between the civil rights movement and the Black Power movement. Xavier representing the civil rights movement and Magneto representing the Black Power movement. That's what he said. And the humans represented the white people. Now, fast forward to Wakanda Forever, Stan Lee. And it's interesting that the one person that we could get on board with, like Namor, he that one, he about that life. He got a point. If we remember all the time that Stan Lee said the humans represented the white people and all the quote mutants represented black folks, and the variation or the separation in their ideologies was based on their proximity to white people, humans. And so we don't remember that when watching Wakanda Forever. And so when Namor comes up to the surface and is like, look, this little girl, too smart for her own good, she done created this instrument that allows for our enemies to search for vibranium. What they call that shit? It wasn't vibranium. What was it? Was it vibranium? On the ocean floor, and we can't have it. We got interests to protect down here. They drove us down here with their bullshit during the colonial period. So we adjusted for their bullshit on the surface. We done came down here to the ocean floor. So now they want to invade this too? We ain't having it. So this little girl, we gotta steal her technology and all her notes, and we gotta off this bitch so she don't reproduce none of that shit that can give our enemy the upper hand on us. It's interesting that they chose this young black woman to be the genius that generates this thing that threatens to expose the underworld to the above world. It's interesting that they show that they used her, considering the fact that all these movies and all this time, humans represent the white world. It's interesting. And so because we black women, we automatically default is rooting for the little girl. She a genius. She just trying to do her thing. She just about her money, whatever. We default align ourselves not only with the little black girl, but when he goes to Wakanda, it is talking to the mama and the daughter. They're like, how the fuck you get up in here? Because I'm old, bitch. Because I'm older than anybody living on the planet by several generations. And you don't need to know how I got up on here. I want to make a proposition. We have the same interest. We have the same exact set of social conditions. We have to secure ourselves from the outside world because they are not ready to receive the technology that we have created, the lives that we have created for ourselves. They are not ready to own it. They are not ready to possess it. They'll destroy it all. They'll destroy themselves and destroy everything around them. I know them. So what I need you to do is go get this little girl, go get this little chocolate girl that is threatening the sovereignty of us in the underworld, and bring her to me so I can make sure that we get all of her little notes, all her little technology, and off this bitch so her brain cannot reproduce none of this shit. And it's like, we ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna go here. We ain't gonna go get that no little black girl for you. So they go to warn the little black girl. You feel me? And in pursuit, they call their little orcas. I'm telling y'all, they play y'all face. Who do the people call when they trying to thwart the escape after they go get the little black girl? They call the orcas. They're like, woo, with the little horn, with the little shell horn that the native people use. And the little orcas come up to the surface. They jump on the backs of the orcas, and then the orcas take them where they need to go. But you don't think that's significant that they rode down on the orcas. How many times the orcas showed up in this damn movie? As 63 orcas have downed 600 ships in the Strait of Gibraltar over the last 5 years. But see, you do not make a correlation between, quote, myth and real events of time that are attempting to tell you something, to teach you something, to communicate something to you. A pod of 63 whales have downed or damaged more than 600 ships in the last decade just in the Strait of Gibraltar. While at the same time, this motherfucking movie coming out, and every time they need some transportation from one realm to the next, they call up orcas from the deep. So did that. Then they treat her like the sovereign that she is. They was like, no, you royalty. We have to dress you different. We have to bring you, wonderful food. Meanwhile, the little ignorant black girl, they make her deliberately foolish. The little ignorant black girl's like, we ain't gonna eat that. That must be poison. No, she brilliant. But then she's simple. She a simpleton in her personal communication. She's brilliant at this Ivy League school where she's selling for hundreds. Everybody homework to them. She a genius, effortless genius. but you are foolish in your intercommunication with other people now. Is that poison? I don't know if I can eat that. Where you go? I said, oh my God, if they are not playing in our face right now. Meanwhile, they come and get the sovereign, right? And he says, I want to show you why she cannot live. Maybe if I oh fuck. Maybe if I show you the secrets of the deep. When I tell you, there ain't nothing they stole. There ain't nothing they stole from black folks. I'm gonna just tell. There ain't nothing they stole from black folks. There ain't nothing they stole from black folks. There ain't nothing they stole from black folks. Dang. He tells her, maybe if I show you what we have to lose, maybe if you are the only person ever from the world above that I take down here and show you the secrets of the deep, you will reconsider my proposition and what it means for us. It means annihilation if we don't join forces. It means annihilation if we do not permanently mute this bitch. That's what it means. So he takes her through a wormhole in the bottom of the ocean where she emerges on the other side and sees an entire magnificent empire of women and old people, children and babies. Everybody's happy, playing ball and doing all the things. Everybody greets her with respect and reverence because they recognize she's a sovereign. He gives her a piece of jewelry that his ancient mother had constructed with her own hands. Oh, by the way, my girlfriend, my homegirl, created that piece of jewelry that's in the movie. I was like, what? She was a makeup artist, but they said, yep. I also do a little jewelry. They were like, we need something, and nobody's been making the right thing. My homegirl made that little centerpiece bracelet that he gives to her that his mother gave to him before she died. My homegirl made that piece. So anyway, he gives it to her, and what has to happen? They cannot show no movie where brown people and black skinned people, or quote blue people as it were, and black people create bonds of solidarity and unity and shared circumstances. So what do they have to do? After he takes her down here to this beautiful, magnanimous, wonderful place, she does it first. She betrays him because when he takes her back up to where they are, they still underwater, but it's a different level. Her mama had gone to get her son's baby mama to go down there and find her baby. And in the tryst of trying to rescue the girl and the girl, right, the little scientist, they kill one of the women that was servicing them. And she begs them, please save me. And the little black healer girl can do that. And he's like, no, we gotta go. And so she dies. She dies. The first among them to die of unnatural causes since they have hidden themselves from the world above. And it's a Negro. Not only a Negro, a Negress. That kills one of them. So he say, I gotta get revenge. So he goes and he does the little thing, and we upset because Angela Bassett died trying to save little scientist girl. So he becomes this villain because he didn't just kill, he killed a bunch of folks. He brought the flood to Wakanda and killed a bunch of people, including the mama, the auntie that we love so much, Angela Bassett. And so now her whole family dead. This girl, her whole family dead. And so she is blind with rage. She blind with rage. She can't see nothing but rage, right? And in her rage, she cannot hear reason. So she would sacrifice her entire community to get revenge. How does she get revenge? It's fucked up. I started all that by saying, who is Namor in the story? They tell you in your face, but guarantee that you are not going to cross-cultural check your references. Namor, this is the last thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to get up off of here. Because we loved him. I loved him, loved his character, loved his swag, loved his reason. It's like it's about time somebody started talking offensively instead of defensively. We just perpetually waiting for somebody to do something to us, and then we fake some kind of defensive response, which we don't. The more I was like, we can't wait for them to try us. There's another thing that's very big in the movie. Oh, fuck. The sirens. The siren scenes. The sirens. The sirens. But who is Namor? Look at this name. Who is Namor? Magneto. Oh my God, man, this fucking computer. Hyper Phoebe, KKK. The originals was about the original vampires. In their story, their mother was a witch who cast a spell for her children to live forever, but they became the original vampires. Fascinating. Magneto and Professor X playing chess. Seraphim in Blood of Zeus anime is the same story. Worship gods, then fates. Let his beloved die, so he corrupts himself with giant blood to weaponize against the gods of Olympus. Why his twin Heron, he is the hero who can destroy all or save all, but they're the same entity in two bodies. He is the winged serpent of the Maya. Yes. Namor's character, they called him, what is it? Kakukan, the feathered serpent. Is that his name? Please, somebody who is indigenous up in here, is Adesel still in here? Kakukan, the winged serpent, right? That's Namor's character, right? Let's see. Wait a minute. He is the winged serpent. Black people. Namor is a psychopath. Yes, he is. It's right there in your face. He can go from the deepest of the deep ocean without any protection. See, all of his people wear this little thing that he created for them so that they could survive underwater. They were still surface people. So he had to, all of them have to wear this little thing so that they can exist underwater. He don't have to do none of that. She had to put on this big artillery and shit. He can go from the deepest of the ocean to flying in the air. He can go from one realm to the next. So yes, he is a psychopath. He is Hermes. He is Kokukan, right? He is Eshu Olegba. He is every psychopath associated with the planet Mercury. But guess what else? Namor. Guess who else Namor is? Do you remember how he said he got that name? Y'all remember how he said he got that name Namor and it just stuck? That when the monks, the priests of the surface people came and was enslaving everybody, and they saw me with a little blue body flying around, they was like, you must be a demon. He's a demon. And they said, they began to call me Namor, which means no love. Yes, I told y'all that, but you preempted. Yes, Namor spelled backwards. Is Roman. No love. They play in your face. I'm just saying. Okay, it looks like that's it. It looks like I'm at the end of all of y'all comments and questions and things. 7 hours and 53 minutes later. So I'm gonna close this out. All right, this was a lot. These last 2 days, it was great, but it was a lot. Yes, I learned a lot. I hope you all learned a lot. I do have a live scheduled for tomorrow, I think at noon. It was a continuation of the one I posted some time ago called his title is an image that says lessons not learned in blood are soon forgotten. So that one's tomorrow at noon. It ain't gonna be another one of these, but I know it's been a long time since I gave y'all one of these 7-hour deep dives around the world. One of these days we're gonna be able to sit in a whole building of our own, sitting in circle doing the same thing that we just did up on here. In the meantime, I will see y'all tomorrow. My name is Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And I will see you guys tomorrow at noon Pacific Standard Time.